Chapter 84. The Clear Breeze Sect Master was the first to notice Fong Qin. Then the other two sect masters also noticed Fong Qin. "It's Fong Qin!" The three of them cried out at the same time. Hearing the Clear Breeze sect master's order, the bugle call in the entire Qingfeng sword sect instantly stopped. All the disciples looked at him in confusion. "Open the grand formation!" ordered the Clear Breeze sect master. A moment later, the grand formation was opened, and Fong Qin easily entered the Qingfeng sword sect. "Fong Qin, why have you returned?" The Clear Breeze sect master quickly walked over to Fong Qin. Fong Qin had once been their Qingfeng sword sect's most dazzling genius. In order to pursue a broader stage, he had entered the imperial capital. "Sect master, I received news that the Qingfeng sword sect is in danger, so I rushed back," said Fong Qin. "Are you stupid? Why did you come back? Our Qingfeng sword sect can be destroyed. But as long as you're here, there will be a day when the Qingfeng sword sect can rise again," said the Clear Breeze sect master. Fong Qin's potential was clear for all to see. So when they heard the Clear Breeze sect master's words, they didn't refute him. "Sect master, for Fong Qin to return at such a critical time, it's enough to show that Fong Qin is a loyal disciple," said the ninth elder emotionally. Fong Qin was his disciple. Now that Fong Qin had returned, he was naturally the happiest one. "That's right. Sect master, let's go in first," said Fong Qin. After that, everyone slowly entered the meeting hall. The three sect masters sat at the head, while Fong Qin sat below. There were a large number of elders sitting around him. The atmosphere was extremely tense. "Sect master, what's going on?" Fong Qin was the first to ask. "Fong Qin, recently, a mysterious force appeared out of nowhere. At first, we didn't pay much attention to it. However, when they destroyed the Seven Heavens sect and the Flowing Wind sect at lightning speed, we finally woke up, but it was too late." The sect master of the Flowing Wind sect said with a wry smile, "If it weren't for Sect Master Flowing Wind and Sect Master Seven Heavens, as well as the Great Protective Array, our Azure Edge Sword sect would have been destroyed long ago," Sect Master Flowing Wind said. Fong Qin nodded and immediately asked, "What's the cultivation of the strongest among them?" "The strongest among them is a warrior in the seventh realm of the Qi transformation realm. He's exceptionally strong. Even if the three of us work together, I'm afraid we won't be able to defeat him. Fortunately, we have the protective mountain array, so he won't be able to break through for now," the Clear Breeze sect master said. "The Flowing Wind sect and the Seven Heavens sect don't have a protective mountain array." Fong Qin was a little puzzled. How had the two sect been destroyed? Hearing this, the sect master of the Seven Heavens sect and the Flowing Wind sect's expressions changed slightly. Their faces were full of wry smiles. "Fong Qin, you don't know. With the strength of our Flowing Wind sect, it would have been extremely difficult for them to destroy us. However, at the most crucial moment, a traitor appeared in our Flowing Wind sect." "Traitor?" Hearing this, Fong Qin frowned slightly. He didn't think that the Flowing Wind sect and the Seven Heavens sect would be destroyed because of a traitor. "Traitor?" Fong Qin asked. "That mysterious force used some unknown method to bribe Peng Jin, allowing him to open the Great Protective Array at the most crucial moment." The Flowing Wind sect's sect master didn't continue, but Fong Qin already understood. Peng Jin had opened the Great Protective Array, allowing a Qi transformation 7th level expert to enter and destroy the Flowing Wind sect. After that, Fong Qin turned his head to look at the Seven Heavens sect's sect master. The latter nodded, indicating that a traitor had also appeared in his sect. "Fong Qin, right now our Azure Edge Sword sect is at a disadvantage. Once the enemy attacks again, they will definitely come prepared," said the Flowing Wind sect's sect master. Fong Qin thought for a moment, then said, "This matter may be salvageable." Hearing Fong Qin's words, everyone's eyes widened. They looked at Fong Qin, waiting for Fong Chen's next words. Fong Chen looked around, a complicated expression in his eyes. Finally, he looked at the Flowing Wind sect master. Fong Chen, there are no outsiders here. Speak frankly. The Flowing Wind sect master nodded. Hearing this, Fong Chen said, 3 sect masters. If the enemy's 7th level Qi transformation realm martial artist is trapped in a great protective array and is unable to break out in a short amount of time, can the 3 of you work together to kill him? Hearing Fong Chen's words, the 3 sect masters fell into deep thought. The first to speak was the Flowing Wind sect master. He said, the 3 of us are all at the 5th level of the Qi transformation realm. Even if the enemy is trapped in a great protective array, he will not just sit there and wait for death. Therefore, the possibility of the 3 of us working together to kill him is very low. That's right. When the time comes, even if we kill him, at least one of us will have to sacrifice ourselves, said the 7 Heavens sect master. Fong Chen nodded, then said, what if we add on 3 5th level Qi transformation realm martial artists? What do you mean by adding on 3 5th level Qi transformation realm martial artists? The Flowing Wind sect master's eyes widened in confusion. In the entire Azure Cloud County, besides the 3 of us, there are almost no martial artists at the 5th level of the Qi transformation realm and above, said the 7 Heavens sect master. That's right. It will be very difficult to get a 5th level Qi transformation realm martial artist to work for us, said the Flowing Wind sect master. The Flowing Wind sect master thought for a moment, then hurriedly asked, Fong Chen, could it be that you brought a strong martial artist from the capital? It was only at this moment that everyone remembered that Fong Chen had entered the capital. He must have joined a large faction. Could it be that Fong Chen had persuaded a martial artist from a large faction to help him? If that was the case, then the crisis of the Azure Edge Sword sect would be easily resolved. Hearing this, Fong Chen shook his head and said, although I joined the Kamikaze Kenbo, I came back alone this time. What a joke! The Kamikaze Kenbo would not interfere in this matter. Fong Chen of the Kamikaze Kenbo, you actually joined the Kamikaze Kenbo? The Flowing Wind sect master laughed loudly. Chen, with your talent, you will definitely make a name for yourself in the Kamikaze Kenbo in the near future. You should hurry and leave. If you fall because of this, then even if the Azure Edge Sword sect continues to exist, it will be meaningless, said the 9 elders. Although the Kamikaze Kenbo will not interfere in this matter, I can guarantee that there will be 3 5th level Qi transformation realm martial artists to help everyone, said Fong Chen, not wanting to explain too much. 6 5th level Qi transformation realm martial artists working together would definitely be a threat to a 7th level Qi transformation realm martial artist. Moreover, the 7th level Qi transformation realm martial artist would be trapped in the formation. This meant that the success rate was very high. Fong Chen, are you sure you have a way to trap a 7th level Qi transformation realm martial artist? The Flowing Wind sect master asked in a low voice. This kind of matter could not be the slightest bit careless. They had to get to the bottom of this matter. Otherwise, the slightest carelessness could lead the Azure Edge Sword sect to eternal damnation. Fong Chen nodded. Sect master, don't worry. I have absolute confidence. When the time comes, the 3 sect masters will cooperate with me. Hearing this, the Flowing Wind sect master seemed to have made a very big decision. He nodded heavily and said, if that's the case, then let's take a gamble. In the end, Fong Chen told the Flowing Wind sect master and the others a few things about the counterattack before returning to rest. For the next few days, the Azure Edge Sword sect was very quiet. On a mountain peak not far from the Azure Edge Sword sect, a white-haired old man sat cross-legged. His body was surrounded by dense spiritual energy. From afar, The entire mountain peak seemed to be shrouded in mist. This was actually a formation, a very advanced one. Just as the white-haired old man closed his eyes to comprehend, a sinister voice suddenly entered the white-haired old man's ears. "It's been so many days. Have you found a way to break the formation?" Hearing this voice, the white-haired old man suddenly opened his eyes. In an instant, the wind and clouds on the mountain peak changed. In the next moment, the formation disappeared, and the mist disappeared without a trace. "Don't worry. I've found a way to break the formation of the Azure Edge Sword Sect. This time, I'll definitely wash the Azure Edge Sword Sect with blood," the white-haired old man said with a sinister smile. "Okay, I'll wait for your good news." The person who spoke did not appear from the beginning to the end. However, the white-haired old man seemed to be very respectful to this person. "The day the Azure Edge Sword Sect is destroyed will be the day we unify the Azure Cloud County," the white-haired old man said in a low voice. There were countless counties in the Shangfeng Nation. Each county had its own powerful sect. The counties in the Shangfeng Nation were generally controlled by sects. Under normal circumstances, the Shangfeng Nation would not interfere in the battles between sects. As long as the sect did not offend their superiors, the Shangfeng Nation would acquiesce. Even if they overthrew the previous sect and unified the Azure Cloud County, the Shangfeng Nation would not say anything. It had been 3 days since Fang Chen returned to the Azure Edge Sword Sect. In these 3 days, Fang Chen had been urging Captain Sha Zhao and the other two to comprehend the formation. At a certain moment, Fang Chen was communicating with Captain Sha Zhao. "Master, the formation has been completed. It will definitely be able to trap a martial artist of the 7th realm," Captain Sha Zhao said. When Fang Chen heard this, he nodded in satisfaction and said, "All right." Just as Fang Chen finished speaking, the deafening sound of a horn suddenly rang out throughout the Azure Edge Sword Sect. Following that, someone shouted that there was an enemy attack. Immediately, all the disciples of the Azure Edge Sword Sect prepared for battle. "They're here," Fang Chen said in a low voice. His body flashed, and he headed straight for the Azure Edge Sword Sect's mountain gate. When Fang Chen arrived at the mountain gate, the 3 sect leaders and the other elders were already there. "Fang Chen, you're here," sect leader Qing Feng said when he saw Fang Chen. "The enemy is here." Fang Chen asked, "Yes, look at that white-haired old man outside. He's the enemy's 7th realm martial artist. Behind him are a bunch of weak martial artists. Our main threat is him," sect leader Qing Feng said. Fang Chen looked in the direction of sect master Qing Feng's finger and was shocked to find a white-haired old man standing outside the array with his head held high. His face was filled with a sinister smile. Chapter 86. The white-haired old man was a Qi transformation 7th realm martial artist. He was also the leader of the mysterious faction. However, Fang Chen knew that the mastermind behind all of this was the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect. Moreover, the mastermind was a very powerful leader. At this moment, the white-haired old man had a sinister look on his face. His eyes were filled with a murderous aura. "When I break the formation, it will be the end of the Green Edge Sword Sect." The white-haired old man laughed loudly. Crash! Following that, the white-haired old man began to break the Green Edge Sword Sect's Mountain Guardian Formation. The Green Edge Sword Sect's Mountain Guardian Formation was left behind by an ancestor in the history of the sect. It could withstand the attacks of martial artists below the Qi realm. Originally, the white-haired old man, who was at the Qi transformation 7th realm, should not have been able to break the Mountain Guardian Formation. However, what no one expected was that the white-haired old man was also an array master. Although his array skills were not as good as the ancestor of the Green Edge Sword Sect, he still had some achievements. After some research, he finally found a flaw in the Mountain Guardian Formation. With this flaw and his own strength, the white-haired old man was confident that he could break the Mountain Guardian Formation. As long as the Mountain Guardian Formation was broken, the Green-Edge Sword sect would not be able to withstand his attacks. Therefore, victory was right in front of him. Hiss! The white-haired old man tapped the ground with the tip of his foot. His body flickered continuously, appearing at every corner of the Mountain Guardian Formation. At the same time, the white-haired old man's hands continuously formed complicated seals. In the sky, large handprints appeared one after another. These large handprints constantly changed. Finally, under the white-haired old man's control, they all crashed into a certain part of the Mountain Guardian Formation. Boom! With a loud bang, the Mountain Guardian Formation shook violently. However, it still managed to withstand the white-haired old man's attack. Damn it! Sensing the Mountain Guardian Formation trembling, the Clear Wind Sect Master's expression changed greatly. Clear Wind, can the Mountain Guardian Formation hold on? Asked the Clear Wind Sect Master. This old man seems to know a little about arrays. The place he is attacking is the weakest part of the Mountain Guardian Formation. If we allow him to attack, the Mountain Guardian Formation will definitely not be able to withstand it, said the Clear Wind Sect Master. Hearing the Clear Wind Sect Master's words, the Seven Heavens Sect Master hurriedly said, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's attack together and stop him from attacking the array." "All right, let's attack together." Sect Master Ching Fong nodded. Just as the three sect masters were about to make a move, Fong Chen suddenly spoke. "Sect masters, please don't do anything," Fong Chen said. Upon hearing Fong Chen's words, the three sect leaders turned around and looked at Fong Chen in confusion. "Fong Chen, do you have a way?" The Clear Breeze Sect Master hastily asked. "Get ready. Wait for my command before you attack," Fong Chen said. Although the three sect masters were anxious, they ultimately chose to listen to Fong Chen. The success or failure of this battle depended entirely on Fong Chen. He didn't know where Sect Master Ching Feng's confidence came from. He actually placed such an important task on Fong Chen's shoulders. Rumble, within the Grand Protective Array, many disciples were anxiously watching the white-haired elder break the array. Outside, following the white-haired elder's command, many cultivators began to attack a certain point in the Grand Protective Array. "Everyone listen to my command. Focus your attacks on one point," said the white-haired elder. As soon as he said that, he formed a seal with his hands. In the next instant, a ray of light shot out from his palm, heavily attacking the Grand Protective Array. Although the Grand Protective Array managed to block the white-haired elder's attack, it was still constantly shaking. It could break at any moment. "Attack!" Upon hearing the white-haired old man's roar, all the martialists unleashed their full power. A blazing sun appeared in the sky. Under everyone's control, this blazing sun collided with the white-haired old man's attack. Crack! A crisp sound immediately rang out in everyone's ears. A crack appeared in the Grand Protective Array. Seeing this crack, the white-haired elder's eyes shone with a golden light. He immediately roared, "Continue attacking!" All the cultivators outside were constantly attacking the crack in the Grand Protective Array. The white-haired elder was extremely excited. Within the Grand Protective Array, all the disciples held their swords tightly, ready to fight to the death with the demons outside at any time. The three sect masters were the most nervous. Their faces were filled with solemnity. Success or failure depended on this. If they failed, they would all die. "Fong Chen, there won't be any problems, right?" asked Ching Feng's sect master worriedly. "Sect master, don't worry. I have confidence," said Fong Chen indifferently. While speaking, Fong Chen paid close attention to the situation outside the Grand Protective Array. At the same time, Fong Chen also secretly contacted the three captains, telling them to make preparations. "Master, don't worry. We have already arranged the array. As long as you let us out, we can immediately trap that white-haired elder said the bloody skeleton solemnly. Fong Chen nodded in satisfaction when he heard that. Kill! A deafening roar rang out. In the final wave of attacks, the Grand Protective Array finally couldn't hold on any longer. With a crack, it instantly shattered. The moment the Grand Protective Array shattered, the white-haired elder took the lead and charged into the Azure Edge Sword Sect. From today onwards, I will unify Azure Cloud County. Ha ha ha! The white-haired elder laughed sinisterly. Behind him, the cultivators also began to attack the Azure Edge Sword Sect. All disciples, listen up. Swear to defend the Azure Edge Sword Sect to the death. Qing Feng Sect Master's cold voice rang out in the ears of the disciples. Swear to defend the Azure Edge Sword Sect to the death. Their voices rang out in unison. Seeing this, the white-haired elder sneered. After killing the three of you, what can they do? The white-haired elder coldly snorted. With a tap of his foot, he directly leapt into the air. His palms formed into claws as he attacked the three sect masters. At this moment, Fong Qin secretly transmitted a message to the three sect masters. Sect masters, don't fight him head-on. Hearing Fong Chen's words, the three sect masters scattered to 3 different locations, constantly dodging. They didn't want to fight the white-haired elder head-on, courting death. Seeing this, the white-haired elder roared. Once again, he unleashed a fierce attack. This time, the strength of a Qi transformation realm cultivator exploded out. Just as the white-haired elder was attacking with all his might, Fong Chen's figure floated behind him. When the white-haired elder sensed it, he sneered. A mere Qi cultivation realm disciple dares to come and die? The white-haired elder casually waved his hand, wanting to kill Fong Chen. But, to his surprise, Fong Chen was unharmed. His attack was blocked by an invisible wall. How is this possible? The white-haired elder sensed that something was amiss. His expression changed slightly. Just as he was about to attack, he suddenly felt his surroundings turn gray. Crash! Fong Chen quickly released the 3 skeletons. The moment the 3 of them appeared, they immediately set up a formation. The formation was filled with fog, and even the white-haired elder couldn't see his surroundings clearly. This is a formation. The white-haired elder instantly realized that he had fallen into a formation. He was furious. Damn it, I'm going to kill you. The white-haired elder roared. He waved his hands continuously, wanting to break the formation. However, to the white-haired old man's astonishment, this spirit formation was far beyond his comprehension. How can this be? This kid can set up such a powerful formation, the white-haired elder thought to himself. At the same time, Fong Chen ordered the 3 captains to enter the formation and begin attacking the white-haired elder. Bang! With a loud bang, the 3 captains took advantage of the white-haired elder's carelessness and sent him flying. Ah! The white-haired elder let out a furious roar. He immediately stood up and stared at the 3 figures in front of him. Even in this formation, I can still kill you, said the white-haired elder sinisterly. He immediately attacked. However, just as the white-haired old man's attack was about to touch the 3 of them, the 3 figures suddenly disappeared without a trace. Damn it! The white-haired elder flew into a rage. It had to be this damned formation. The most important thing right now was to deal with it. Outside the formation, Fong Chen sent a message to the 3 sect masters, telling them to go all out and kill the white-haired elder. Attack! The 3 sect masters, led by the Clear Wind sect master, instantly entered the formation and began attacking the white-haired elder. Fong Chen kept an eye on the situation inside the formation while giving orders outside. Master, all of you attack together and kill the enemy, said Fong Chen. Although it had happened in a flash, the Qingfeng sword sect had lost many disciples. If they wanted to reduce their losses, they could only have the 9 elders attack together and kill the enemy's higher-ups. Kill! Their shouts resounded through the sky. The 9 elders were invincible when they joined forces. The entire Qingfeng sword sect was in chaos. Fang Qin didn't stay idle, constantly attacking and killing his enemies. Crash! With the spirit light sword in hand, he used the Quicksilver sword technique. Wherever the sword light passed, an enemy would definitely die. The enemies Fang Qin chose were all Qi transformation realm martial artists. Some of them were at the first realm, while others were at the second realm. However, with the Quicksilver sword technique at the transformative realm, no one below the second realm of the Qi transformation realm could block Fang Qin's attacks. Puqi, a martial artist at the second tier of the Qi transformation realm, attacked Fang Qin. The spiritual light sword in Fang Qin's hand flashed, and in an instant it pierced the martial artist's chest. Bang! The martial artist's corpse fell to the ground, lifeless. Without the leadership of the white-haired elder at the 7th level of the Qi transformation realm, the warriors under his command were nothing to be afraid of. After a short while, most of the warriors were killed by the combined forces of the 9 elders. The 9 elders were like life harvesters, harvesting the lives of the remaining warriors. Chapter 87. Damn it, I'm going to kill all of you. The white-haired elder, who was in the middle of a fierce battle, also noticed the miserable cries coming from outside the formation. He knew the strength of his side. Without his leadership, his subordinates would not be able to withstand the attacks of the Qingfeng sword sect. Therefore, the white-haired elder was burning with anxiety. He attacked the formation while attacking the 6 Qi transformation realm warriors. However, because he was in the formation, he was greatly restricted. Moreover, the 6 Qi transformation realm warriors were in the dark while he was in the open, which was very disadvantageous for him. This can't go on, the white-haired elder thought to himself. Thinking of this, the white-haired elder's face revealed a trace of fear. In the next moment, a scarlet aura appeared in his palm. This scarlet aura contained a tyrannical aura of destruction. Not good, retreat quickly. Sensing the destructive aura, the Breeze sect master suddenly shouted and quickly retreated. The Breeze sect master and the 7 Heavens sect master also retreated, afraid that they would be enveloped by the destructive aura. If that happened, even if they were Qi transformation realm warriors, they would definitely die. All of you will die. The white-haired elder of the Qi transformation realm looked at the scarlet aura in front of him and said eerily. As he spoke, the scarlet aura transformed into a battle spear and attacked the people in the distance. At this moment, the entire formation seemed to tremble, as if it could not withstand the power of the battle spear. Outside the formation, Fang Qin's expression changed drastically when he saw the scene. This sudden turn of events caused him to be extremely shocked. The aura of the Yellow Spring sect. Fang Qin's heart was in turmoil. Could this be the trump card that the captain of the Yellow Spring sect behind this mysterious force had left for him? Just as Fang Qin was in shock, the 3 captains suddenly stepped forward and combined their strength to execute a tyrannical attack. Rumble, a loud sound rang out. The combined attack of the 3 captains actually blocked the scarlet battle spear, shocking the Breeze sect master and the others. How is this possible? Seeing this, the white-haired old man was shocked. The mysterious warrior had told him that once he used this technique, warriors who were weaker than him would not be able to dodge it. But this overbearing technique had been blocked by 3 warriors of the 5th realm of the Qi transformation realm. Could it be? At this moment, the white-haired elder suddenly thought of something. The members of the Yellow Spring sect. They must be members of the Yellow Spring sect, the white-haired elder said to himself. The 3 captains ignored the white-haired old man. The 3 of them unleashed their strongest attacks, continuously besieging the white-haired old man. Seeing this scene, the Flowing Wind sect master and the other 2 also made their moves. 6 great Qi transformation stage experts once again surrounded the white-haired elder. Ah! The white-haired old man was suddenly awakened from his shock. He saw that his arm was covered in blood. Damn it! You guys actually betrayed us! Before the white-haired elder could finish his sentence, he was hit by the attacks of the 6th Realm Chi Transformation Realm Martial Artists. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. Bang! 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 The situation was completely under the control of the 6 Chi Transformation Realm Warriors. The white-haired elder wanted to escape, but it was useless. He could not even break the formation. You will all die, the white-haired elder roared. The white-haired elder roared angrily. Just as he finished speaking, the combined attacks of the 6th Realm Chi Transformation Realm cultivators landed on his body. Bang! The white-haired old man's body flew out heavily and fell to the ground, barely breathing. Just as the Breeze Sect Master was about to eliminate the source of the problem, a voice suddenly called out to him. Sect Master, leave this person to me, Feng Qin said from outside the formation. Hearing this, the Breeze Sect Master was puzzled, but he still stopped his attack and said, Okay. In the next moment, the formation disappeared. The white-haired elder was stored in Feng Qin's special spatial ring, and the 3 captains disappeared at the same time. The 3 sect masters looked around. There were corpses everywhere. An entire Azure Edge sword sect was filled with smoke. Although the white-haired elder had been taken away by Feng Qin, there were still many survivors who were fighting back. Attack together and kill them all, the Breeze Sect Master said. Then, the 3 sect masters attacked with all their might. In an instant, countless screams were heard. Following that, the survivors brought by the white-haired elder were all killed. At this point, the crisis of the Azure Edge sword sect was finally resolved. 9 great elders, the Breeze Sect Master said. Lead the disciples and clean up this place. Hearing this, the 9 great elders nodded and began to clean up the mess. The Breeze Sect Master walked in front of Feng Qin and smiled. Feng Qin, this is all thanks to you. I am also a member of the Azure Edge sword sect, Feng Qin said with a smile. Hearing this, the Breeze Sect Master laughed heartily. He was very happy. After the 3 sect masters greeted Feng Qin, they began to clean up the mess. This time, although the Azure Edge sword sect had defeated the mysterious faction, they had still suffered heavy losses. At this time, at the edge of the battlefield, a beautiful woman was looking at Feng Qin with a complicated expression. She felt very uncomfortable. Once, she was Feng Qin's fiancée. She had been betrothed to him since she was a child. However, at that time, her talent was shocking, and she thought that Feng Qin was not worthy of her. So, she had broken off the engagement. She had never imagined that when they met again, it would be in such a situation. The trash from back, then, had now grown to a level that she could only look up to. What kind of irony was this? Putting away her complicated thoughts, Yi Zilian took light steps and slowly walked in front of Feng Qin. She did her best to reveal a trace of a smile on her face as she said to Feng Qin, Feng Qin, I was wrong before. Before she could finish, she was interrupted by Feng Qin. I don't remember what happened before at all. After saying that, Feng Qin turned and left. There was no emotion in his words. Looking at Feng Qin's back, Yi Zi's eyes were filled with helplessness. This was all because of her. Originally, she had the chance to become this peerless monster's wife, but she had courted death. Now, Feng Qin had cut off all ties with her with just one sentence. He was treating her as a stranger. Thinking of this, Yi Zi bitterly smiled. Choice was the most important thing in life. Everyone had the right to choose. But since you made your choice, you had to be responsible for it. Yi Zi had once been a proud daughter of the heavens. Now, she was forced to live in the Azure Edge sword sect. Back then, she had never imagined that such a day would come. In just 3 days after the battle with the Azure Edge sword sect, the Clear Wind Sect's sect master had finished dealing with the aftermath. In those 3 days, The disciples of the Azure Edge Sword sect had practically deified Fangchen. They believed that Fangchen was the savior of the Azure Edge Sword sect. Fangchen was the most talented and outstanding disciple of the Azure Edge Sword sect in the past thousands of years. Back then, there had been people who had compared Fangchen to Fangchen. But now, everyone agreed that even Xia Tianen was far from being able to compare to Fangchen. The entire Azure Edge Sword sect was discussing Fangchen's matter. Of course, as the main character, Fangchen was interrogating the white-haired elder in his room. Within a courtyard within the Azure Edge Sword sect, Fangchen was sitting cross-legged in a pavilion. In front of him was a white-haired elder. "Speak. Just who's behind you?" said Fangchen coldly. "Brat, if you want to kill me, just kill me. If you want to get information out of me, it's impossible," said the white-haired elder stubbornly. "Actually, even if you don't tell me, I know. You should have the remnants of the Yellow Springs sect behind you," said Fangchen. When he heard Fangchen's words, the white-haired old man thought of the 3 people who had blocked his spear attack in the formation. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically. He asked, "What's the relationship between the 3 of them and you?" "They're my subordinates," said Fangchen. The white-haired elder's expression changed. "They're clearly remnants of the Yellow Springs sect. You're their leader. Are you also one of them?" When Fangchen saw this, he went with the flow and nodded. "That's right. You guessed correctly. Since you're from the Yellow Springs sect, why do you want to deal with me? Do you know that Captain Qingyang is behind me?" asked the white-haired elder. Captain Qingyang. When Fangchen heard this, he nodded without batting an eyelid and said, "I didn't expect even Captain Qingyang to wake up. To tell you the truth, I'm also one of the 108 captains of the Yellow Springs sect. I hid in the human sect in order to secretly unify the Azure Cloud County." "Then why did you?" "Because the time isn't right yet. That's why I stopped you. Otherwise, what would I do if you ruined my plans?" asked Fangchen. The white-haired old man slowly nodded his head when he heard this. He appeared to have come to a sudden realization as he said, "No wonder you want to take me away. It turns out that you are family. I'll find an opportunity to let you go later. Go find Captain Qingyang as soon as possible and tell him about the situation here," said Fangchen. "Captain Qingyang isn't in the Azure Cloud County. He seems to be in a special place in the Divine Wind Country. He's trying his best to recover his cultivation. It's said that it will take him a year to come out," the white-haired elder said. "Before Captain Qingyang left, he taught me a unique skill to unify the 3 major sects in the Azure Cloud County. When he returns, I'll continue to expand." Hearing the white-haired elder's words, Fangchen nodded slightly. It seemed that the white-haired elder didn't know Captain Qingyang's location for the time being. In that case, there was no use in keeping him. Thinking of this, Fangchen's eyes flashed with a trace of killing intent. The next moment, the spiritual light sword suddenly appeared in his hand. The Mercury sword technique was instantly displayed. The tyrannical sword momentum directly imprisoned the injured white-haired elder. What are you doing?" The white-haired elder looked at Fangchen in horror. "Killing you." As soon as Fangchen's voice fell, the spiritual light sword pierced the white-haired elder's chest. Chapter 88. The Azure Edge Sword Sex Crisis had been temporarily resolved. According to the white-haired elder, Captain Qingyang wouldn't appear for a year. No one knew what would happen in a year's time. Perhaps the 3 captains would have already recovered to the peak of Qi transformation. At that time, they wouldn't need to fear Captain Qingyang. In any case, the matter of the Azure Edge Sword sect had come to an end. While staying in the Azure Edge Sword sect, Fangchen saw his best friends Xiaoshan and Jianghe, as well as Duzhong and Bingling. In the end, Fangchen had a long talk with his master, the 9th Elders. When the 9th Elders learned that Fangchen was in Kamikaze Kenbu, they were very gratified. In the blink of an eye, they had been staying in the Azure Edge Sword Sect for half a month. As time passed, the Azure Edge Sword Sect gradually recovered its original prosperity. After experiencing this, the Flowing Wind Sect and the Seven Heavens Sect's masters grew tired of their life in the Jianghu. They directly joined the Azure Edge Sword Sect, becoming their two great reverends. No one was happier than the Flowing Wind Sect's master. This way, the Azure Edge Sword Sect's strength would be enough to unify the entire Azure Cloud County. Before Fang Qin left, Yizi also went. However, Fang Qin didn't even look at her. He just turned and left. After returning to Black Cloud City, Fang Qin returned to the Fang clan. The Fang clan was now the absolute overlord of Black Cloud City. As for the Yi clan, after being suppressed by the Fang clan, they had long since declined to an ordinary clan. The rise of the Fang clan had caused countless small powers in Black Cloud City to become vassals. However, although the Fang clan had become the overlord of Black Cloud City, the head of the Fang clan was very self-aware. He didn't continue to expand and only defended Black Cloud City. When Fang Qin returned, everyone in the Fang clan was very happy. "Qin, you're back." Fang Tianyu was very happy to see his son. Fang Tianyu had already heard about what had happened during this time. The Azure Edge Sword Sect's crisis had been resolved, and now his son had returned. Fang Qin stayed in the clan for half a month. After leaving behind a large pile of things, he left Black Cloud City and headed for the imperial capital. When he came out, there were still 2 months before the Tianguang secret realm would open. Now a month had already passed. There was only 1 month left until the Tianguang secret realm opened. It was also the time for the New Year. In the ancient Sword Continent, the most lively festival every year was the New Year. This was the first New Year that Fang Qin would spend in this world. Everyone in the Fang family hoped that Fang Qin would come back for the New Year, but unfortunately, Fang Qin couldn't come back. This was because Fang Qin was going to enter the Tianguang secret realm during the New Year. The Kamikaze Kenbu's Tianguang secret realm was considered a relatively famous secret realm. Countless warriors fought to enter but failed to do so. Fang Qin was naturally unwilling to give up such a rare opportunity. He would never forget to find his mother. The prerequisite for finding her was to become stronger. This time he didn't encounter the Wang family's pursuit in the Lianyun mountain range. After all, Fang Qin had killed the Wang family's grand elder last time, greatly reducing the Wang family's strength. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Lu family constantly attacked the Wang family. The Wang family was constantly suppressed, and some of their businesses were snatched away by the Lu family. Of course, what the Lu family didn't know was that all of this was because of Fang Qin, the little warrior who had unintentionally saved Lu Wei. It took half a month to pass through the Lianyun mountain range. During this time, Fang Qin cultivated the diffraction swordsmanship to the realm of intricacy. The diffraction swordsmanship was even more powerful after reaching the realm of intricacy. Although Fang Qin's cultivation was only at the peak of the 9th realm of the Qi refining realm, his combat strength was definitely comparable to that of a 3rd realm of the Qi transformation realm. Once he broke through to the Qi transformation realm and condensed a true nucleus, Fang Qin would definitely be able to challenge a 4th realm warrior. After using half a month's time, Fang Qin once again returned to Kamikaze Kenbu. Just as he returned to Kamikaze Kenbu, Yang Hong appeared in Fang Qin's independent courtyard. "Fang Qin, you're finally back. I thought you wouldn't be able to make it in time for the opening of the Tianguang hidden territory." Yang Hong looked at Fang Qin and smiled. "Something came up, so I went back." Fang Qin said, "Fang Qin, in the 1.5 months that you weren't here, many shocking masters appeared in our primary district." Yang Hong said eloquently, "Oh, what's the big deal?" Fang Qin asked, "Not long ago, Yuan Batian, at the peak of the 3rd realm of the Qi transformation realm, challenged the number 1 primary disciple, Long Jun, unexpectedly. Yuan Batian defeated Long Jun. he became the #1 primary disciple. Yang Hong said, "Of course, this is not the most shocking thing. The most shocking thing is that not even a day after defeating Long Jun and becoming the #1 junior disciple, Yuan Batian broke through to the 4th realm of the Qi transformation realm and became an intermediate disciple of the Divine Wind Sword Mansion," Yang Hong said. Hearing Yang Hong's words, Fang Chen was slightly surprised. He didn't expect Yuan Batian to break through to the 4th realm of the Qi transformation realm and become a middle disciple. It seems that if I want to regain my former reputation, I'll have to go to the middle district. Fang Chen thought to himself. Yuan Batian's talent was shocking. It was reasonable for him to break through to the 4th realm of the Qi transformation realm. Fang Chen, have you broken through to the Qi transformation realm? Yang Hong asked. Fang Chen shook his head slightly. Seeing this, Yang Hong reminded him, when you enter the Tianguang secret realm, you must be careful of Long Jun. I heard that this person will harm you once you enter the Tianguang secret realm. Thank you for the reminder, Fang Chen said. After that, Yang Hong and Fang Chen chatted for a while before leaving. In the following time, Fang Chen went into seclusion to cultivate. 10 days later, using the Golden Heart, Fang Chen cultivated the diffraction swordsmanship to the perfection of manifestation. The diffraction swordsmanship at the perfection of manifestation was comparable to a rank 2 cultivation technique. As a result, Fang Chen's strength increased greatly. There are still 5 days before the Tianguang secret realm opens. Let's go to the Sword Art Palace to try. Fang Chen opened his eyes and grinned. When Fang Chen arrived at the Sword Art Palace, there were many martial artists in front of the Sword Art Palace. They were all staring at the Sword Art Palace. Fang Chen asked around and found out that Long Jun was charging towards the 3rd level of the Sword Art Palace. Ignoring the discussions of the crowd, Fang Chen stepped forward and entered the 1st level of the Sword Art Palace. With Fang Chen's current strength, he could have entered the 3rd level of the Sword Art Palace long ago. However, Fang Chen did not enter. Although the strength of the shadows on the 1st level was at the 1st realm of the Qi transformation realm, Fang Chen could feel that the shadows could help him increase the level of his swordsmanship. After entering the Sword Art Palace for an hour, Fang Chen had already defeated 256 shadows. This was where Fang Chen had stopped the last time. This time, Fang Chen wanted to try again. The power of the diffraction swordsmanship of the transformative stage is indeed powerful, Fang Chen exclaimed. Even the mercury swordsmanship of the transformative stage would not be so fast. This showed how powerful the diffraction swordsmanship of the transformative stage was. Crash! After resting for a while, an illusory figure suddenly appeared in the void. This illusory figure held an illusory longsword and stabbed towards Fang Chen. Immediately after, countless shadows appeared in an instant. They were densely packed on the 1st level of the Sword Art Palace. Swoosh! Fang Chen used all his strength to display the diffraction swordsmanship of the transformative stage and continuously killed the shadows. Time passed by slowly. This time, Fang Chen did not feel any pressure. Wherever the spiritual light sword passed, the shadows were constantly defeated. When Fang Chen killed 500 phantoms, he finally felt a little pressure. However, at this moment, Fang Chen released his sword aura. Suddenly, an extremely powerful sword aura surrounded the diffraction swordsmanship, making it even more powerful. Boom! After the sword aura appeared, the pressure suddenly disappeared. Fang Chen easily killed the shadows. Puchi! A smile appeared on Fang Chen's face as the spiritual light sword in his hand continued to kill the shadows. Among the disciples of Kamikaze Kenbu, I'm afraid that many people have the strength to defeat the 512 shadows on the 1st level, but they think it's a waste of time. Fang Chen thought to himself. According to Fang Chen's knowledge, as long as he cultivated a first-grade cultivation technique to the transformative stage. He should be able to defeat the 512 shadows on the first level. After a quarter of an hour, Feng Chen killed the last shadow and finally passed this level. When the last shadow disappeared, the entire first level of the Sword Art Palace was filled with rolling thunder that resounded through the sky. At this time, many warriors in the outside world also noticed the abnormality in the Sword Art Palace. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Look, there's a strange phenomenon in the Sword Art Palace. Did someone break the original record?" Hearing this disciple shout, everyone looked up and saw that there was a virtual giant sword above the Sword Art Palace. It was directly inserted into the Sword Art Palace. This kind of abnormality had not appeared for many years. In the history of Kamikaze Kenbo, whenever such an abnormality occurred, it meant that a disciple had broken the record in the Sword Art Palace. It must be Senior Brother Longjun. His strength has reached the peak of the third realm of the Qi transformation realm. It shouldn't be a problem for him to break the record. That's right. The record on the third level of the Sword Art Palace is 256 shadows. Maybe Senior Brother Longjun defeated 512 shadows. It must be Senior Brother Longjun. Other than him, no one in the primary area can break the record. Most of the disciples in the outside world thought that Longjun had broken the record. They never thought that Feng Chen would be able to break the record. At this moment, when Feng Chen broke the record on the first level, he suddenly realized that the spiritual qi of heaven and earth in the entire small space suddenly entered his body. In the next moment, Feng Chen realized that his golden heart was beating rapidly. It was as if there was a giant sword in his mind. It was also at this time that Feng Chen was shocked to find that the spiritual qi of heaven and earth that entered his body had gathered in his energy center. Chapter 89. Feng Chen was overjoyed when he sensed that the spiritual energy in his dantian was condensing into a true core. Am I going to break through? Feng Chen thought to himself. Then, Feng Chen took out the 5-leaf Tianyuan Ganoderma from his interspatial ring and swallowed it without hesitation. When the 5-leaf Tianyuan Ganoderma entered his body, it turned into powder, and its medicinal effects spread out instantly. The Tianyuan Ganoderma was indeed a 5-leaf Tianyuan Ganoderma. Its medicinal effects were very domineering. When the medicinal effects took effect, the wild spiritual energy in his dantian condensed into a true core much faster. Swallowing the 5-leaf Tianyuan Ganoderma could increase the chances of condensing a true core. Feng Chen had already laid a solid foundation. Now that he had the 5-leaf Tianyuan Ganoderma, his breakthrough felt like success was just a matter of time. Hiss! In his dantian, the true core was slowly forming. An hour later, the medicinal effects of the 5-leaf Tianyuan Ganoderma were completely absorbed. At this time, the true core was beginning to take shape. Is the condensation successful? Looking at the thumb-sized true core, Feng Chen was very excited. Such a small true core contained endless space and could store a huge amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy. The reason why Qi Transformation Realm experts were more powerful than Qi Refinement Realm experts was because they were containers that could store heaven and earth spiritual energy. When using the heaven and earth spiritual energy in battle, they would be more powerful. After the initial condensation of the true core was successful, the speed at which the heaven and earth spiritual energy poured into it gradually slowed down. Feng Chen carefully controlled the heaven and earth spiritual energy and poured it into the true core. After a long while, the true nucleus was completely condensed and stabilized. Feng Chen's heart was finally at ease. Is this the Qi Transformation Realm? Feng Chen said with a smile. The true core in his dantian spun continuously. The heaven and earth spiritual energy in the surroundings constantly entered the true core. As the heaven and earth spiritual energy entered, Feng Chen felt that his body was filled with strength. It's no wonder that when a martial artist enters the Qi Transformation Realm, They are truly free of their mortal bodies and embark on the path of martial arts. Fang Qin sighed after reaching the Qi transformation realm. His physical body was much stronger than before. His understanding of the way of the sword had also increased by a lot. Although he was only at the first realm of the Qi transformation realm, he was confident that he could easily defeat a disciple at the third realm. Unknowingly, Fang Chen had become the number one person in the primary area, but this was only known to him. The Dragon Army? Once we enter the Tianguang secret realm, even without the help of the three captains, I can still defeat you, Fang Chen said coldly. The Dragon Army wanted to kill Fang Chen, and the latter would not let him go easily. Rumble when Fang Chen broke through to the Qi transformation realm. The heavenly vision outside the sword technique palace instantly disappeared. At this moment, Long Jun walked out of the sword technique palace. Seeing the Dragon Army, the disciples were pleasantly surprised. Their eyes were full of respect. Congratulations, Senior Brother Long Jun. Ha ha ha. Senior Brother Long Jun is indeed the number one person in the primary area. You're really amazing. Senior Brother Long Jun, no one has broken the record of the Sword Technique Palace in Kamikaze Kenbu for many years. I didn't expect Senior Brother Long Jun to break the record so quickly. Yes, Senior Brother Long Jun deserves to be the number one person in the primary area. Soon, he will definitely enter the intermediate area. Hearing the congratulations of the disciples, the Dragon Army was slightly stunned, but soon returned to normal. Someone broke the record. They did it because it was me, Long Jun thought to himself. Just now, he had also noticed a trace of strangeness, but he did not pay much attention to it. Now that he heard them say it, Long Jun suddenly realized that someone had broken the record. Who could have broken the record? There was actually such a powerful person hidden in the primary area, Long Jun thought. However, in the face of everyone's congratulations, Long Jun did not expose them. Long Jun was a warrior who was very proud. When he was defeated by Yuan Batian, he felt very humiliated. Now that he had finally regained some confidence, he would not tell others that he was not the one who had broken the record. Thinking of this, Long Jun nodded to everyone with a smile on his face. At this moment, Fang Qin also walked out of the swordsmanship palace. Seeing Fang Qin come out, no one said anything, but Long Jun's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that he broke the record? Long Jun had such a thought. Thinking of Fang Chen's talent assessment before entering Kamikaze Kenbu, Long Jun's expression changed slightly. He did not say anything, but just glanced at Fang Chen indifferently. Whether he broke the record or not, I must kill him when he enters the Tianguang secret realm. His potential is too strong, and he will be a threat to me in the future, Long Jun thought to himself. Fang Chen glanced at everyone, then immediately turned and left. He was the only one who knew that Fang Chen had broken the record. The others did not know at all. In the next few days, Fang Chen did not cultivate, but waited for the opening of the Tianguang secret realm. However, on the third day, something happened that made Fang Chen very angry. Yang Hong was beaten up because he was too close to him. When Fang Chen heard the news, he was furious. This was obviously ordered by Long Jun. Want to test my strength? Fang Chen sneered. Looking at the injured Yang Hong, Fang Chen lightly patted Yang Hong's shoulder and said, "You rest here, I'll be back soon." Fang Chen, don't be impulsive, Yang Hong warned. Fang Chen nodded and turned to leave. Kamikaze Kenbu primary area, 8th Pavilion. Fang Chen angrily came to the 8th Pavilion. The owner of this pavilion was the 8th ranked primary disciple, Dong Quinn. The one who injured Yang Hong was him. Dong Quinn, get out here. Fang Chen's voice was very loud, and it spread throughout the entire primary area. Countless disciples poked their heads out and looked at Fang Chen. Dong Quinn was drinking tea when he suddenly heard the roar. His face changed, and he walked out of the pavilion. "Fang Chen, are you looking for death?" Dong Quinn looked at Fang Chen and said coldly, "Yang Hong was injured by you?" Fang Chen asked, That's right, Yang Hong is a waste. I didn't like him, so I injured him. Why, Fang Qin, do you want to stand up for him? Dong Kuan sneered. What a tyrannical theory. If you don't like someone, you can injure them. If someone doesn't like you, can they injure you? Fang Qin asked. Hearing this, Dong Kuan laughed and said, that depends on whether they have the strength or not. If they don't, it will only increase their sadness. Good, very good. Fang Qin nodded and immediately took out the Lingguang sword. Fang Qin, let me give you a word of advice. Before you have absolute strength, don't be so arrogant. Dong Kuan laughed. Dong Kuan was the primary area's 8th disciple, and Fang Qin was just a newcomer. Dong Kuan didn't put Fang Qin in his eyes. If it wasn't for senior brother Long Jun's order to test Fang Qin, Dong Kuan wouldn't even be willing to look at Fang Qin. I don't like you, Fang Qin sneered. So, before Fang Qin finished his words, Dong Kuan stopped him. Fang Qin, you are looking for death. Dong Kuan said coldly, Diffraction, sword art. Fang Qin snorted coldly. Without another word, he immediately performed the diffraction, swordsmanship. The diffraction, swordsmanship of the transcendent level was instantly performed. Swoosh! A majestic ray of light transformed into 72 sword lights in the sky. These 72 sword lights attacked Dong Kuan side by side. You are looking for death. When Dong Kuan saw this, he let out a furious roar and displayed an exquisite sword technique. However, seeing Fang Qin display the diffraction sword art, the surrounding disciples were shocked. How can Fang Qin's sword art be so exquisite? How is it possible? Has his sword art reached the arcane realm? That's highly possible. It's a sword technique of the minute subtlety realm. No wonder Fang Qin dared to challenge Dong Kuan. Well, have you guys noticed that Fang Qin has reached the Qi transformation realm? In front of the 8th pavilion, Dong Kuan's long sword heavily bombarded the diffraction sword art. Suddenly, the 72 sword lights exploded. Dong Kuan was forced back. He steadied himself with a gloomy face. No wonder you are so arrogant. You have reached the Qi transformation realm. However, even if you have reached the Qi transformation realm, you are still trash. Dong Kuan sneered. Fang Qin did not say anything else. He displayed the diffraction sword art again. In an instant, the diffraction sword art combined with the sword force directly attacked Dong Kuan. A minute later, Dong Kuan was sent flying by Fang Qin. His arm was covered in blood, and he was in a sorry state. At this moment, Dong Kuan's eyes were filled with anger. If looks could kill, Fang Qin would have been killed by Dong Kuan many times over. After reaching the Qi transformation realm, Fang Qin's strength had increased by leaps and bounds. He was almost invincible under the 4th realm of the Qi transformation realm. Dong Kuan was only a warrior in the 3rd realm of the Qi transformation realm. There was a large gap between him and the dragon army. At the beginning, Fang Qin had only attacked casually. Dong Kuan thought that Fang Qin was only SO. However, when Fang Qin became serious, Dong Kuan was in trouble. He was beaten up by Fang Qin. Miserable cries could be heard. Dong Kuan was now seriously injured. He wanted to kill Fang Qin, but he did not have the strength to do so at the moment. How is it? How does it feel to be beaten up? Fang Qin asked jokingly. Fang Qin. Dong Kuan roared angrily. The surrounding disciples were already shocked. Fang Qin, who had always been unknown, was so powerful that he could defeat Dong Kuan, who was ranked 8th among the primary disciples, with a flip of his hand. Heavens, Fang Qin's strength has reached this level. Another Yuan Batian? What a monster. It's nothing for a 4th-grade swordsman to reach this level. From now on, Fang Qin will be ranked in the top 10 of the primary area. How terrifying. The surrounding disciples were all shocked. According to your logic, I don't like you, so it's okay to hurt you, Fang Chen said. Dong Quinn wanted to find a hole to hide in. Fang Chen had slapped him in the face, making him feel very ashamed. In a hidden place, Dragon Army stood quietly with a complicated look on his face. Chapter 90. When the news of Fang Chen beating up Dong Quinn spread throughout the primary area, all the disciples were shocked. Of course, the one who was the most shocked was Yang Hong. He never thought that Fang Chen would be this strong. The news about Fang Chen was discussed by all the disciples. The most miserable one was Dong Quinn. There were only 2 days left before entering the Tingguang secret realm. He never thought that he would be beaten up by Fang Chen. Now that he had suffered heavy injuries, it would definitely affect his performance in the Tingguang secret realm. This made Dong Quinn hate Fang Chen very much. In the Tingguang secret realm, as long as there was a chance, he would definitely kill Fang Chen. However, the most important thing now was to heal his injuries. In Fang Chen's independent courtyard, Yang Hong looked at Fang Chen with a sneer and said, "You really hid your strength well. You just entered the Qi transformation realm and you can already beat up Dong Quinn." "This is nothing," Fang Chen said. Hearing Fang Chen's pretentious words, Yang Hong was a little speechless. He was envious of Fang Chen's talent, but that was all. "Fang Chen, you beat up Dong Quinn today. In the future, no one in the primary area will dare to bully me," Yang Hong said excitedly. This is a world where strength is respected. If you want to gain the recognition of others, you have to make yourself stronger. "Although I can protect you for a while, I can't protect you forever," Fang Chen said. Hearing that, Yang Hong nodded his head heavily. "Fang Chen, I will definitely work hard to cultivate." 1 day later, the entire Kamikaze Kenbu was filled with joy. There were lanterns hanging everywhere. Today was a very important day in the ancient Sword Continent. All the warriors put down the hatred in their hearts and enjoyed life. Not only Kamikaze Kenbu, but the entire ancient Sword Continent was like this. In Kamikaze Kenbu, the disciples of the 3 main areas gathered together to eat, drink, and play. The banquet was held for an entire day. During this time, many disciples exchanged pointers and played with each other. After this day, Fang Chen would be 16 years old. It had been almost a year since he came to the ancient Sword Continent. Time flies. Fang Chen sighed slightly. After coming to the ancient Sword Continent for almost a year, he had even forgotten his original identity and gradually integrated into this world. Moreover, as time passed, Fang Chen felt that he gradually fell in love with this world where strength was respected. Here, it was different from Earth. As long as you had strength, you would be respected by others. The strong spoke with their fists. Whoever had the biggest fist was the truth. For the entire day, all the disciples in the Divine Wind Sword Mansion were having fun. Of course, during this period of time, the upper echelons of the primary zone also praised many disciples. Among them, Fang Chen received the most praise. A new disciple who had just stepped into the Qi transformation realm defeated Dong Quinn. This shocked all the higher-ups in the primary area. As time passed, night gradually came and the banquet finally ended. The next day, all the warriors were in high spirits as they gathered in the square. On the square of the primary area, all the disciples stood together. At the front of the rostrum stood a few old men. They were the higher-ups of the primary area. "A new year, a new beginning. I hope that you will gain a lot in the Tingguang secret realm," said one of the old men, who looked very dignified. "The Tingguang secret realm is very dangerous. You must be careful. Although it is dangerous, there are also many opportunities. Once you obtain them, you will soar to the sky." The Tingguang secret realm is divided into 3 areas: the primary area, the intermediate area, and the advanced area. As primary disciples, you can only enter the primary area. You cannot enter other areas. Therefore, your opponents are all disciples in the primary area. There will not be any high-level disciples who will compete with you for opportunities. After a quarter of an hour, the higher-ups in the primary area finished introducing the Tingguang secret realm. Then, They joined forces to open the Tianguang secret realm. The Tianguang secret realm would be open for 3 months. When the time was up, the Tianguang secret realm would automatically close. At that time, all the disciples would be teleported out. Crash! The 7 powerhouses joined forces to form a complicated seal. In the next moment, a void stone gate appeared in the sky. The Tianguang secret realm has opened. You may enter, said one of the old men. Many of the primary disciples stepped into the void stone gate. Fang Chen was the last warrior to step into the void stone gate. Boom! After all the disciples entered the void stone gate, the stone gate closed. The 7 powerhouses withdrew their palms and smiled. At the same time, many of the disciples in the intermediate and advanced areas entered the Tianguang secret realm. Fang Chen felt a flash in front of his eyes. In the next moment, he appeared on an empty land. The land around him was very empty. Fang Chen looked around and realized that it was a wasteland. Have the other disciples spread out? Fang Chen asked curiously. In the Tianguang secret realm, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was very dense. Fang Chen greedily sucked in a mouthful of spiritual energy. At that moment, Fang Chen heard an angry roar in front of him. Demonic beasts! Fang Chen quickly rushed forward. In the wasteland, he saw 2 demonic beasts fighting fiercely. One of the demonic beasts had 2 horns on its head. It seemed to be an azure bull. The other demonic beast was a python. The 2 demonic beasts were in the Qi transformation 3rd realm. They were evenly matched. Fang Chen watched for a while and realized that the python was spitting out a mouthful of turbid air. In the next moment, the azure bull roared to the sky. Its horns were like the python's. It looks like the azure bull is going to lose, Fang Chen said in a low voice. Just as Fang Chen finished speaking, the sky green bull suddenly roared at the sky. Its huge body fell heavily to the ground and lost all signs of life. At the same time, the python seemed to be seriously injured. Its breath was very weak. With a thought, Fang Chen appeared in front of the python. The spiritual light sword appeared in his hand. He used the diffraction sword technique and stabbed the python's body. Whoosh! The python didn't even have time to dodge before it was stabbed to death by Fang Chen's sword. Crash! The 2 demonic beasts were stored in Fang Chen's spatial ring. He then turned and left. In the following time, Fang Chen wandered around the Tianguang secret realm. He wanted to find treasures or ancient inheritances, but one day, Fang Chen met a martial artist. He heard a piece of news that made him fly into a rage. Senior brother Fang Chen, Yan Hong is on a mountain peak in the northwest. He is surrounded by people, the disciple said. Hearing this, Fang Chen became anxious and rushed to the mountain peak in the northwest. Luckily, it wasn't far from the mountain. Fang Chen arrived at the foot of the mountain in a short while. At this time, Yan Hong was fighting with a disciple on the mountain peak. Suddenly, Yan Hong was hit by the disciple. He screamed and fell on the mountain peak. Humph! Of all people, you have to be so close to Fang Chen. You are courting death, one of the disciples sneered. Although Fang Chen defeated senior brother Dong Kuan, he won't be able to walk out of the Tianguang secret realm alive. As his lackey, we will kill you and bring your head to senior brother Long Jun for a reward, another disciple said. There were a total of 3 disciples. 2 of them were at the Qi transformation realm, and 1 was at the 2nd realm. Yan Hong was only at the Qi transformation realm. The reason why they persisted for so long was because they didn't want Yan Hong to die so easily. They wanted to torture him slowly. Puchi, a piece of flesh, was cut off from Yan Hong's arm. He screamed in pain. Seeing him in such dire straits, the 3 disciples' faces were full of smiles, and their hearts were filled with joy. Fang Chen will definitely kill you all, Yan Hong roared in anger. He was too unlucky. When he entered the Tianguang secret realm to search for treasures, He actually met these 3 disciples. They were from the dragon army. When they saw him, they immediately surrounded him and tortured him. Humph, Fang Qin can't even protect himself. You want to kill us? Dream on. One of the disciples sneered. However, just as the disciple finished speaking, a force of heaven and earth suddenly appeared on the mountain peak and enveloped the 3 of them. Are you talking about me? Fang Chen's icy voice directly drilled into the 3 people's ears. Hearing this, their faces changed. It's Fang Chen. How is this possible? Kacha! Under Fang Chen's control, the force of the sword pressed down on the 3 of them, causing their faces to turn pale. Senior brother Fang Chen, spare us! Senior brother Fang Chen, everything was ordered by the dragon army. It wasn't our intention. Fang Chen, we are all from the same sect. Spare us. The 3 disciples begged for mercy. They were very clear about Fang Chen's methods. Facing Fang Chen, their hearts were filled with fear. At this time, Yang Hong struggled to stand up. Enduring the pain, he grinned. I said, that Fang Chen will kill you. Seeing Yang Hong's battered and exhausted appearance, Fang Chen was furious. Chapter 91. In the end, Fang Chen still killed the 3 disciples. Although there was someone behind them, they should have known the consequences when they made a move against Yang Hong. In the Tianguang secret realm, it was normal for Kamikaze Kenbu's disciples to go missing or die. Every time the Tianguang secret realm opened, there would always be some greedy disciples who died in the secret realm. The Kamikaze Kenbu wouldn't know that Fang Chen had killed the 3 disciples. They wouldn't even investigate. This world was like this. The strong were respected and the weak were eliminated. The so-called natural selection. Survival of the fittest. Seeing Fang Chen kill the 3 disciples without hesitation, Yang Hong grinned. Fang Chen treated him as a friend. Otherwise, he wouldn't have killed Kamikaze Kenbu's disciples for him. Fang Chen, how did you know I was here? Yang Hong asked. Fang Chen nodded apologetically to Yang Hong and said, I heard it from the other disciples. I'm sorry, it's all because of me that I brought you trouble. What are you talking about? Yang Hong patted Fang Chen's shoulder and laughed. Seeing this, Fang Chen also nodded. Fang Chen, there are opportunities everywhere in the Tianguang secret realm. Do you want to come with me to explore? Yang Hong asked. Fang Chen shook his head. He wanted to go alone. After all, he could let others know about the 3 captains. Even Yang Hong could know about it. This concerned his future. If others knew that he was together with the 3 captains, they would definitely suspect him of colluding with the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect. At that time, there would be no place for him in the entire ancient Sword Continent. After Fang Chen made his decision, he bid farewell to Yang Hong and left the mountain peak. Fang Chen picked a direction and quickly moved forward. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. During this period of time, every disciple who had entered the Tianguang secret realm had gained a lot, including Fang Chen. In one of the valleys, Fang Chen found some spiritual herbs. After consuming them, his cultivation level reached the peak of the 1st tier of the Qi transformation realm. One day, Fang Chen was walking carefully in a mountain forest. Suddenly, a black shadow pounced on him. Then, Fang Chen felt a strong pressure. Being caught off guard, Fang Chen turned around and threw out a punch. He suddenly felt a huge pressure coming toward him, and his body involuntarily took a few steps back. When Fang Chen steadied himself, he suddenly realized that the person who had just attacked him was actually a warrior. How is this possible? Why are there human cultivators in the Skylight secret realm? Fang Chen exclaimed. The Skylight secret realm had always been under the control of the Kamikaze Kenbu. Apart from the disciples of the Kamikaze Kenbu, no one could enter the Skylight secret realm. The person in front of him was not a disciple of the Kamikaze Kenbu. How did he enter the Skylight secret realm? Anyone who steps into the mountain forest will be killed without mercy, the figure said hoarsely, a murderous look on his face. Fong Chun narrowed his eyes. He could feel the terrifying aura coming from this warrior. Could he be a middle or high disciple? Fong Chun thought to himself, but he immediately dismissed the idea, because under his observation, he found that the warrior's movements were very stiff. Besides the fierce look on his face, there was no other expression. Who is it? Just as Fong Chen was thinking, the warrior suddenly clenched his fist. In the next instant, a green fist appeared in the sky. The green fist contained an incomparably tyrannical power as it blasted toward Fong Chen. Fong Chen sensed the power of this fist light and directly released Bloody Skeleton and the other two to help him block this fist light. Bang! The combined attack of the three captains instantly dispelled the attack of the cyan fist light. "Capture him," ordered Fong Chen. In the next moment, the three captains joined forces and encircled the martial artist. Soon, the martial artist was captured by the three captains. It wasn't until now that Fong Chen was shocked to discover that this warrior didn't have the slightest trace of life. He was clearly just a puppet. Why would a puppet appear in the Skylight secret realm? Fong Chen was puzzled. Just who had refined this puppet? Puppets only listened to their master. It was impossible to question them. Fong Chen didn't want to bring trouble to himself, so he directly ordered the three captains to destroy this puppet. After destroying the puppet, Fong Chen prepared to enter the mountain forest to check out what was inside. With the three captains guarding him, Fong Chen carefully entered the depths of the mountain forest. Along the way, the mountain forest was very quiet. There wasn't a single monster beast. Fong Chen was surprised. Just where was this place? Why was it so strangely quiet? When Fong Chen reached the depths of the mountain forest, the Bloody Skeleton suddenly spoke. "Master, I sense the aura of a Yellow Spring sect disciple ahead," said the Bloody Skeleton. The aura of the Yellow Spring sect disciple was very concealed, but the three captains still caught it. Fong Chen was startled. Could there be a remnant of the Yellow Spring sect here? Those puppets just now were all kamikaze Kenbu disciples controlled by him. Thinking of this, Fong Chen ordered the three captains to go in and check it out first. When the three captains heard the order, they quickly rushed towards the depths of the mountain forest. There was a hidden cave in the depths of the mountain forest. That trace of weak aura was emitted from within the cave. Crash! The three captains pushed aside the grass around the cave and stepped directly into it. When the three captains entered the cave, a message instantly entered Fong Chen's mind. There was indeed a captain of the Yellow Spring sect in the cave. "Find an opportunity to join forces and capture him," Fong Chen ordered. At this moment, the cave was pitch black. The moment the Bloody Skeleton and the other captains entered the cave, a tyrannical aura immediately pressed down on them. "Captain Emo Tong, so you were hiding here," said Captain Sha Zhao. Hearing Captain Sha Zhao's words, the shadow hidden in the dark suddenly appeared. When he saw the three captains, his face was full of surprise. "Why are the three of you here?" Captain Emo Tong was pleasantly surprised. As soon as Captain Emo Tong finished speaking, he flicked his wrist. The pitch-black cave suddenly lit up, illuminating the entire cave. "We snuck in," said Captain Meng. Captain Emo Tong was only considered average among the 108 captains. He was also injured and had not recovered. Captain Emo Tong's cultivation was at the 6th realm of the Qi transformation realm. Just as Captain Emo Tong walked in front of the Bloody Skeleton and the other captains, the three of them attacked without warning. Bang! With a loud bang, Captain Emo Tong's body kept retreating. His eyes were full of anger. "You betrayed the Yellow Spring sect." In an instant, Captain Emo Tong fought with the Bloody Skeleton and the other captains. The three of them joined forces to form a large formation and trapped Captain Emo Tong. Then they surrounded and attacked Captain Emo Tong. After an hour, Fong Chen received news that Captain Emo Tong had been subdued. After that, Fangchen entered the cave and used his soul seed to subdue Captain Mo Tong. After subduing Captain Mo Tong, Fangchen was overjoyed. He did not expect to obtain such a tyrannical puppet as soon as he entered the Tianguang secret realm. However, when Fangchen saw the densely packed corpses on the ground of the cave, his expression changed slightly. These corpses belonged to the former disciples of the kamikaze Kenbu. After entering the Tianguang secret realm, they were killed by Captain Mo Tong. In addition to these rotten corpses, Fangchen also saw a few puppets. "You can be free now." Fangchen shook his wrist, and the spiritual light sword directly shattered the puppets. Looking around, Fangchen found that there was another world in this cave. Then his eyes lit up, and he said, "Could it be that there are ancient ruins here?" Fangchen was also a bold person. He brought the 4 great puppets and prepared to explore this cave. The cave was not too big. It was very flat inside. In the deepest part of the flat cave, there were 3 passageways. These 3 passageways led to 3 different places. Above the 3 passageways, there was a line of large words. Out of the 3 passageways, only one leads to life. Anyone who enters the other passageways will die. Fangchen carefully read this line of words. His expression changed slightly, and he immediately looked at the 3 identical passageways. Behind the passageways must be the place where an almighty person passed away. But the 3 passageways are exactly the same. How can I find a way out? Fangchen was puzzled. Fangchen even thought of letting the 4 great captains explore the passageways. However, in the end, he rejected this idea because the 4 great puppets were his trump cards. He could not afford to lose them. Forget it. Let's try one of them. Fangchen thought for a moment and immediately said. Fangchen glanced around and finally fixed his eyes on the passageway on the right. He then went in. The passageway was very long. Fangchen walked in the passageway and did not encounter anything along the way. An hour later, Fangchen came out of the passageway. After walking out of the passageway, Fangchen found himself in a palace. "What is this place?" Fangchen asked. Just as Fangchen was puzzled, a ray of light floated out of the palace. "Fated person, congratulations on being able to come here," said the ray of light. "Senior is?" Fangchen was puzzled. "I am Reverend Puyun of the kamikaze Kenbu. Back then, I fought against the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect and was heavily injured. I entered the Tianguang secret realm and passed away here," said the ray of light. Fangchen was startled, disbelief written all over his face. The kamikaze Kenbu had produced many peerless experts in the past. Several of them had stepped into the Chi-Hai realm, and some of them even stood at the peak of the divine Wind Nation. They possessed monstrous power. Reverend Puyun was one of them. Back then, Reverend Puyun's cultivation base was heaven-defying. He had fought against a branch of the Yellow Spring, sect by himself, and disappeared in the end. Little did they know that Reverend Puyun had passed away in the Tianguang secret realm. Chi-Hai realm expert. Fangchen's eyes shone with a golden light as he said, "Everyone knew that above the Qi transformation realm was the Chi-Hai realm. The Qi transformation realm was the formation of a true nucleus and the storage of heaven and earth's spiritual Qi for one's own use. The Chi-Hai realm expert's true nucleus was shattered and turned into a Qi sea. Reverend Puyun had reached the peak of the Chi-Hai realm and was comparable to the 72 Hall Masters of the Yellow Spring sect. However, after the battle with the Yellow Spring sect, Reverend Puyun disappeared from everyone's sight. Even now, no one knew whether Reverend Puyun was alive or dead. I've been dead for many years. I barely managed to leave behind a bit of my consciousness. I've been waiting for the fated person," said the ray of light. "A long time ago, there were disciples who came to this cave. Unfortunately, there was a remnant of the Yellow Spring sect blocking the entrance. Until now, no one has been able to enter," said the ray of light. "Then why didn't Senior kill the remnant of the Yellow Spring sect?" asked Fang Chen. Chapter 92. If Pu Yun's remnant consciousness could see everything outside, didn't that mean that Pu Yun had seen everything that he had just done? Thinking of this, Fang Chen's expression changed slightly. He didn't want others to know about the 4 captains. As if he had guessed Fang Chen's thoughts, Pu Yun smiled and said, "Fated person, I saw everything that happened outside very clearly. Although you controlled the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect, I don't agree with your actions. The remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect are very strong. If one day they break free from your control, the consequences will be unimaginable," Pu Yun said. "What you are doing is tantamount to nurturing a tiger." Hearing Pu Yun's words, Fang Chen frowned slightly and didn't say anything. "All right, let's not talk about this for now. Since you were able to come here so smoothly, it means that you are fated with me. I once reached the peak of the Qi High Realm and have a deep understanding of the martial Tao. I can pass this on to you," Pu Yun said. "Back then, I was in a hurry, so I didn't leave behind much. I only left behind my unique skill. I hope it can help you," Pu Yun said. "Of course. After you inherit my legacy, you have to help me take revenge. My enemy is the master of the underworld sect's Demon Hall. If he is still alive, I hope that you can help me take revenge. If he is dead, then everything will vanish like smoke." Pu Yun Jinren said once again, "Senior, if I have the conditions in the future, I will definitely help you take revenge," Fang Chen said. The hero who had fought against the Yellow Spring sect had now fallen to such a state. Who would still remember him? Fang Chen sighed. Would he become like Pu Yun one day, disappearing in front of the world and slowly dying? Fang Chen, who was letting his imagination run wild, suddenly felt a vigorous aura. In the next moment, Fang Chen realized that Pu Yun's remnant consciousness had instantly dissipated and turned into a majestic aura that directly merged into Fang Chen's body. At this moment, Fang Chen sat down cross-legged uncontrollably. The entire palace lit up and a magnificent light filled the entire place. Tai dispersing light sword. A sword skill appeared in Fang Chen's mind. At the same time, Fang Chen gradually fell unconscious. The sword force in his mind automatically revolved, and the chant of Tai dispersing light sword revolved around Fang Chen's mind. After an unknown amount of time, Fang Chen slowly opened his eyes. In an instant, Fang Chen felt a pain in his head. There seemed to be a lot of information in his head. "It hurts." Fang Chen rubbed his aching head and began to sort out the information in his head. Tai dispersing light sword. When Fang discovered this sword skill, his face was full of shock. Fang Chen was even more shocked when he carefully read the chants of the Tai diffraction sword. The first 3 chants of the Tai diffraction sword were exactly the same as the chants of the diffraction sword technique that he had practiced before. How can this be? Fang Chen was puzzled. Could it be that the Qingfeng sword sect also accidentally obtained the dispersing light sword? Thinking hard, Fang Chen couldn't figure out the reason. In the end, he stopped thinking about it. Ever since he started practicing the dispersing light sword, Fang Chen had been thinking about how to obtain the next chapter of the dispersing light sword. He didn't expect that he would accidentally obtain it in the Tianguang secret realm. So this sword skill is called Tai dispersing light sword. Fang Chen carefully observed the Tai dispersing light sword and said in a low voice, "The Tai dispersing light sword had a total of 9 levels. Fang Chen had already mastered the first 3 levels. He had yet to master the last 6 levels. The Tai dispersing light sword was accidentally obtained by Reverend Pu Yun. It was also the sword skill that made Reverend Pu Yun famous. It was very powerful. The Tai dispersing light sword could help a warrior reach the peak of the Qi High Realm. The perfect Tai dispersing light sword is definitely a skill that surpasses the 2nd rank. This is great." Fang Chen was very excited. With the Tai dispersing light sword, his strength would be even more powerful. Fang Chen had only been in the Tianguang secret realm for a few days, but he had already obtained Reverend Pu Yun's inheritance. Most importantly, he had obtained the Tai Dispersing Light Sword. After that, Fang Qin organized Reverend Pu Yun's inheritance, other than the Tai Dispersing Light Sword. Most of it was some sword comprehension. To Fang Qin, these weren't that important. Because of the Golden Heart, Fang Qin's sword comprehension wasn't something that ordinary people could compare with. Oh, there's a wooden sword here. Fang Qin suddenly discovered that a wooden sword had appeared where he was sitting. Fang Qin stretched out his hand and gently grasped the wooden sword. The moment he grasped the wooden sword, an old voice suddenly entered Fang Qin's ears. Fated One, when you see the wooden sword, you have already inherited my Tai Dispersing Light Sword. I hope you can bring this wooden sword back to Kamikaze Kenbu. Senior, I will not disappoint you. Fang Qin bowed 3 times in the direction where the light disappeared and said in a low voice. Finally, Fang Qin left the palace. When Fang Qin left the palace, a rumbling sound suddenly came from behind him. Fang Qin turned around and was shocked to find that the palace had collapsed. Fang Qin sighed and turned to leave. On a mountain peak in the Tianguang secret realm, a figure suddenly appeared. If Fang Qin was here, he would definitely recognize that this figure was Dong Kuan, who he had beaten up before. At this moment, Dong Kuan didn't show any signs of injury. His face was filled with a sinister smile, and his body was filled with a tyrannical aura. Even the heavens are helping me, Dong Kuan said sinisterly. I didn't expect to stumble into the tomb of an almighty and obtain the inheritance as soon as I entered the Tianguang secret realm. Now, not only have my cultivation reached the peak of the 3rd realm of the Qi transformation realm, but I have also comprehended an even more powerful sword technique, Dong Kuan said. Fang Qin, just wait for your death. As soon as Dong Kuan entered the Tianguang secret realm, he accidentally came to this mountain peak and triggered the mechanism. He then entered the tomb and obtained a cultivation skill called the Heavenly Thunder Sword skill. This cultivation skill was a rank 2 cultivation skill, and it was extremely powerful. After Dong Kuan received the senior's inheritance, he used 3 days to finish cultivating the Heavenly Thunder Sword art. Although it was only a small success, his overall strength had increased. He was confident that if he met Fang Qin again, he would definitely be able to kill Fang Qin. Fang Qin, you better pray that I don't meet you again, Dong Kuan said in a hoarse voice. After that, Dong Kuan left the mountain peak and disappeared into the wilderness. No one knew how Dong Kuan got the news and knew Fang Qin's exact location. 3 days later, Dong Kuan found Fang Qin. Fang Qin, I want you dead. Dong Kuan looked at Fang Qin in front of him, his heart filled with anger. I was able to beat you up in the past, and I can still beat you up now, Fang Qin said disapprovingly. Fang Qin, you're asking for it. When Dong Kuan heard Fang Qin mention that he was beaten up, he was furious. He waved the long sword in his hand and attacked Fang Qin directly. Child's play. Fang Qin used the Mercury sword technique. In the sky, the rippling water turned into a Mercury sword light and collided with Dong Kuan's sword light. Bang! Dong Kuan took a few steps back, his face dark. Sky, thunder sword technique. Dong Kuan directly used the Sky Thunder sword technique, not wanting to give Fang Qin any chance. When Dong Kuan used the Sky Thunder sword technique, the sky was filled with the sound of thunder. From the tip of Dong Kuan's sword, dense spiritual energy emerged. Under the control of the Sky Thunder sword technique, the spiritual energy turned into thunder dragons. Howl in an instant, 3 thunder dragons roared to the sky. They floated side by side in the sky, bearing their fangs and claws at Fang Qin. It seems that he has also received some inheritance. Fang Qin stared at the 3 thunder dragons in the sky and said in a low voice, the Sky Thunder sword technique was, after all, a 2nd grade cultivation technique. It was extremely powerful. Of course, Fong Chen was not afraid at all. After all, he had the more powerful Tai diffraction sword technique. Fong Chen, under my Sky Thunder sword technique, you will definitely die. Dong Kun roared. Since you're asking for it, don't blame me. Fong Chen said coldly. In the next moment, the Tai diffraction sword technique was suddenly used. Crash! In the sky, a ray of light suddenly appeared. This ray of light turned into 72 sword lights that pierced towards Dong Kun. Bang! Bang! The 72 sword lights collided with Dong Kun's thunder dragons, directly destroying 2 of them. But just as the 72 sword lights were about to destroy the 3rd thunder dragon, Dong Kun suddenly laughed. Dong Kun laughed sinisterly. This thunder dragon suddenly went berserk, releasing a destructive aura. It directly spat out a mouthful of dragon breath on the 72 sword lights. Kacha! The 72 sword lights were directly shattered. The thunder dragon easily destroyed Fong Chen's Tai diffraction sword technique. This sword technique has some skill. Fong Chen frowned and said in a low voice, Fong Chen, what else do you have? Dong Kun's face was filled with a bloodthirsty smile. It seems I'll still have to use the 4th level of the Tai diffraction sword technique. Fong Chen shook his head. Then Fong Chen used the 4th level of the Tai diffraction sword technique. After receiving Reverend Puyun's inheritance, Fong Chen had successfully cultivated the 4th level of the Tai diffraction sword technique. Swish! When the 4th level of the Tai diffraction sword technique appeared, the power of heaven and earth appeared around Fong Chen. An incomparably powerful sword energy merged into the Tai diffraction sword technique. It shot into the sky and instantly exploded. 108 sword lights instantly appeared. What kind of sword technique is this? Dong Kun's expression changed slightly. When Fong Chen executed this set of sword techniques, he actually felt a trace of palpitation. I don't believe you can defeat my heavenly lightning sword technique. Dong Kun furiously roared. He controlled the thunder dragon in the sky to collide with the 108 sword lights. Crack! The sound of sword lights shattering rang out. The thunder dragon was endlessly struggling against the sword lights. Rumble! At the start, the thunder dragon was still able to suppress the sword lights. But later, it was completely suppressed. No! Dong Kun hysterically cried out. Even after cultivating the heavenly lightning sword technique, he still wasn't able to kill Fong Chen? Crack! Fong Chen began his counterattack. The tyrannical Tai diffraction sword technique directly destroyed the thunder dragon and stabbed toward Dong Kun. Chapter 93. Dong Kun's anger soared to the heavens. He hated Reverend Tianlei to the core. He had accidentally obtained Reverend Tianlei's inheritance. According to the inheritance, when the heavenly lightning sword art was cultivated to the minor completion stage, he would be invincible within the same realm. If he could cultivate it to the great completion stage, or even the great completion stage, he would definitely be able to fight those of a higher realm. Using a few days, Dong Kun had cultivated the heavenly lightning sword art to the minor completion stage. He had thought that killing Fong Chen would be an easy task, but the reality made him despair. Fong Chen's sword art was too powerful. Even when he used the heavenly lightning sword art with all his might, he was still unable to block Fong Chen's attacks. Thus, at this critical moment, Dong Kun roared that Reverend Tianlei had lied to him. What Dong Kun didn't know was that Reverend Tianlei hadn't lied to him. It was just that he had met an even more abnormal Fong Chen. Back then, although Reverend Tianlei was a Qi Hai expert, his strength couldn't compare to Reverend Pu Yun's. The Tai diffraction sword art was Reverend Pu Yun's famous sword art. Its power was incomparably strong, and it had intimidated countless experts of the Divine Wind Nation. How could a mere heavenly lightning sword art block the power of the Tai diffraction sword art. Puchi the divine light sword in Fang Chen's hand directly pierced Dong Quin's chest. In the next moment, Dong Quin's body flew out and heavily fell to the ground. His body was constantly twitching, and he spat out blood. His face was extremely pale, and his aura was extremely weak. Why is it like this? Until his death, Dong Quin did not know why he had been defeated by Fang Chen time and time again. Fang Chen walked step by step towards Dong Quin. A trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes, and he slowly raised the divine light sword in his hand. Fang Chen, we're from the same sect. Please let me go. Dong Quin saw this and begged for mercy. Fang Chen shook his head and said, "If I can't beat you, will you let me go?" Hearing Fang Chen's words, Dong Quin was stunned. Soon after, his face darkened. It seemed that he wouldn't be able to leave this place alive today. When you want to kill others, you have to be prepared to be killed, Fang said softly. Dong Quin's face was gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. Just as Fang Chen approached Dong Quin suddenly roared. A dagger suddenly appeared in his hand. He activated all the strength in his body and poured it into the dagger. Then, he viciously stabbed it toward Fang Chen. Because the distance was too close, Fang Chen didn't even have time to dodge. Puchi the pitch-black dagger directly pierced Fang Chen's arm. Suddenly, a chill invaded Fang Chen's body, courting death. Fang Chen roared as the spiritual light sword in his hand pierced Dong Quin's body once again. Then, with a flick of his wrist, Dong Quin's body was directly split into two halves and lost all signs of life. Cough, cough. After killing Dong Quin, Fang Chen coughed softly. He felt that the pitch-black dagger was a little strange. The coldness that entered his body from the dagger seemed to be eroding his mind. What is this? Fang Chen urged the spiritual qi in his dantian's true nucleus to quickly enter his mind. He wanted to expel the coldness in his mind, but as soon as the spiritual qi entered his mind, it was swallowed up by the coldness. As the coldness surrounded Fang Chen's mind, Fang Chen felt dizzy and sleepy. How could this be? Fang Chen struggled to pull out the dagger. The moment he pulled out the dagger, there was an explosion in his mind. In the next moment, he lost consciousness. When Fang Chen lost consciousness, the pitch-black dagger in his hand emitted a trace of coldness that quickly drilled into Fang Chen's body. After an unknown amount of time, Fang Chen slowly opened his eyes. He felt very weak and his head was in pain. When Fang Chen opened his eyes, he found that he was still in the place where he had fought before. Next to him was Dong Quin's corpse. I was too careless. Anyone who is forced into a corner will do something desperate, Fang Chen said through gritted teeth. If he had been able to kill Dong Quin in one breath, he would not have been ambushed by Dong Quin. He did not know what kind of dagger this pitch-black dagger was, but it made Fang Chen lose consciousness. After Fang Chen woke up, he slowly sat up. His body was very weak and he could not stand up. He still held the dagger in his hand. Fang Chen carefully looked at the dagger and saw two small words on it. Soul Devourer. Soul Devourer dagger. Fang Chen cried out involuntarily. He had heard of the Soul Devourer dagger before. It was a very vicious weapon. Under normal circumstances, only some evil warriors would use the Soul Devourer dagger. The Soul Devourer dagger contained a strong coldness. This coldness could erode the newly formed soul in a warrior's mind. When a warrior reached the Qi transformation realm, the soul in their mind would begin to take shape. The soul was the most important part of a warrior, and it was very fragile. The Soul Devourer dagger was a vicious weapon that targeted the soul of a warrior. Once a warrior was stabbed by the Soul Devourer dagger, the coldness in it would drill into the warrior's body and finally enter the soul, beginning to erode it. It's actually the Soul Devourer dagger. Fang Chen was a little speechless. He originally had the absolute advantage, but he did not expect to be stabbed by the Soul Devourer dagger. The coldness had already invaded his body. He had to think of a way to dispel the coldness. Otherwise, the coldness would definitely erode his soul. Once his soul was injured, his life would be in danger. Fang Chen glanced at the Soul Devourer dagger and put it into his interspatial ring. He began to think of a way to dispel the coldness of the Soul Devourer dagger. After a long time, Fang Chen could not think of a way, so he could only ask the bloody skeleton, "Do you know about the Soul Devourer dagger?" Fang Chen asked, "Master, the Soul Devourer dagger is a vicious weapon that targets the soul of a warrior. In the past, our Yellow Spring sect had the Soul Devourer dagger," said the bloody skeleton. "However, the Soul Devourer dagger is only effective against Qi Transformation Realm warriors. Once a warrior reaches the Qi Sea realm, the Soul Devourer dagger will be ineffective," said Captain Sha Zhao. Fang Chen nodded and said, "After being stabbed by the Soul Devourer dagger, the coldness will invade. How can I dispel the coldness?" Hearing Fang Chen's words, the bloody skeleton asked, "Master, were you stabbed by the Soul Devourer dagger?" Fang Chen nodded. The bloody skeleton continued, "Actually, dispelling the coldness of the Soul Devourer dagger is not impossible. You just need to find a portion of heavenly crystal, holy water to dispel the coldness." Heavenly crystal, holy water? Hearing this, Fang Chen did not frown. He had also heard of heavenly crystal, holy water. It was a very precious water, and it was very difficult to obtain. "Is there a way to temporarily suppress the coldness?" asked Fang Chen. "There is." The bloody skeleton told Fang Chen a method to temporarily suppress the coldness. Fang Chen began experimenting. Hiss! Fang Chen's palms formed complicated seals. Countless seals appeared above his head. These seals merged together and entered Fang Chen's mind. When these seals entered his head, the Soul Devourer dagger's coldness was constantly resisting, trying to expel them. Fang Chen's head was in pain. The intense battle between the Soul Devourer dagger's coldness and the seals caused his soul to hurt. However, at this moment, the golden heart that had been motionless all this time began to rapidly beat. In the next moment, a clear stream of energy came out of the golden heart and entered Fang Chen's soul. Crash! When this clear stream of energy entered his soul, the Soul Devourer dagger's coldness and seals were instantly suppressed. Yes, it suppressed. Fang Chen opened his eyes wide and said softly as he watched the scene. It was also at this moment that the seals began to slowly wrap around the Soul Devourer dagger's coldness. At this time, Fang Chen also felt that the Soul Devourer dagger's coldness had been temporarily suppressed. "I still have to rely on the golden heart," said Fang Chen. No matter what, the Soul Devourer dagger's coldness had been temporarily suppressed. There was no danger for the time being. In the following time, Fang Chen had to work hard to find the heavenly crystal, holy water. After recovering slightly from his injuries, Fang Chen directly began to search for the heavenly crystal, holy water. It was very difficult to find the heavenly crystal holy water in the vast Tingguang secret realm. Fang Chen even wondered if there was any heavenly crystal holy water in the Tingguang secret realm. One day, Fang Chen arrived in front of an abyss. In front of the abyss was a barren plain. At the end of the plain was a bottomless abyss. "There's actually an abyss here," said Fang Chen doubtfully. This abyss was very strange. It was bottomless, but he could feel that rich spiritual energy was constantly escaping from the abyss. Just as Fang Chen was thinking, a figure suddenly appeared in the distance. The number 1 junior disciple was Long Jun. He had been in the Tianguang secret realm for many days and had some gains. Today he was preparing to go deeper into the Tianguang secret realm. Unexpectedly, he found Fang Chen halfway. This discovery made Long Jun laugh maniacally. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. "Fang Chen, I've searched high and low for you, only to find you by chance." "Ha ha ha! I didn't expect to meet you here," Long Jun said coldly. Fang Chen also noticed Long Jun. His face was gloomy, but he did not speak. Fang Qin, I said that I would make sure you die without a burial place after entering the Tingguang's secret realm. It's time now, said Long Jun as he walked towards Fang Qin. Fang Qin took out the divine light sword and prepared for battle. Do you think you can withstand my attack? Said Long Jun with a sinister smile. When you kill others, you'd better be prepared to bear the consequences, said Fang Qin. Fang Qin, no matter what you say, you will definitely die today. As soon as Long Jun finished speaking, he suddenly brandished the long sword in his hand. Swoosh! A sword light suddenly appeared in the sky and attacked Fang Qin. It was the Tai dispersing sword. Fang Qin used the Tai dispersing sword and collided directly with the sword light. However, just as Fang Qin was about to activate the spiritual energy in his true core to fight back, the cold energy in his mind suddenly struggled, causing him great pain. Bang! The two sword lights collided and exploded instantly. Fang Qin's body quickly retreated. Seeming to have noticed Fang Qin's abnormality, Long Jun's eyes were filled with a playful smile. At this time, Fang Qin's face was filled with pain. Although the cold energy in the soul-devouring dagger was temporarily suppressed, as long as he used the spiritual energy in his true core, it would cause the cold energy to corrode. Damn it! Fang Qin couldn't help but curse. Ha ha ha, Fang Qin, you seem to be injured, but this is good. It will be easier for me to kill you. After Long Jun finished speaking, he once again used his strongest swordsmanship and fought with Fang Qin. Bang, bang, bang in a flash. The two sword lights fiercely collided. At this time, Long Jun noticed that Fang Qin's face was a little pale. He tapped his toes and quickly appeared in front of Fang Qin. Then he directly stabbed with the long sword in his hand. At the same time, his left fist violently blasted towards Fang Qin. Bang! Although Fang Qin's spiritual light sword blocked the attack of Long Jun's long sword, it couldn't block the attack of Long Jun's fist. After being hit by Long Jun's fist, Fang Qin's body was directly blasted into the sky above the abyss. In the next moment, Fang Qin's body fell directly into the bottomless abyss at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Seeing this scene, Long Jun laughed sinisterly. Chapter 94. Fang Qin took a full blow from him and fell into the bottomless abyss. Long Jun believed that Fang Qin was dead for sure. After killing Fang Qin, Long Jun was particularly happy. In your next life, be careful not to offend people you can't afford to offend, Long Jun said coldly, then turned and left. Fang Qin was thrown into the abyss by Long Jun's punch. His body involuntarily began to fall. His face was full of anger. Damn it! The cold energy of the soul-devouring dagger has been suppressed, but it can still affect my strength. Fang Qin couldn't help but curse. If it weren't for the cold energy of the soul-devouring dagger, he wouldn't have been suppressed by Long Jun and wouldn't have fallen into the abyss. Fang Qin didn't know how deep the abyss was. He only knew that he was quickly falling into the abyss. Fang Qin's falling speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he couldn't see the sky above. Fang Qin tried to urge the spiritual qi in his true nucleus, but every time he did so, the cold energy in his mind would struggle, causing Fang Qin's head to hurt. If this continues, even if I don't die, I'll be seriously injured. His body was falling quickly, but Fang Qin's mind was surprisingly calm. He quickly thought about how to stop his body. Let's try using the spiritual light sword. Fang Qin's mind suddenly flashed, and the spiritual light sword appeared in his hand. In the next moment, the spiritual light sword appeared in Fang Qin's hand and directly stabbed into the cliff in front of him. Kacha! The spiritual light sword was, after all, a high-grade mortal weapon. It easily pierced into the cliff. Fang Qin tried to hold the spiritual light sword, trying to stop his body from falling. However, the spiritual light sword continued to slide down the cliff. Pieces of gravel fell out from the place where the spiritual light sword was inserted. Damn it! Fang Qin cursed. His hand once again exerted force, and the spiritual light sword was completely inserted into the cliff. His falling momentum slowed down a little. It's working. Fang Chen used all of his strength and tightly held the spirit light sword. However, the spirit light sword was still sliding down, and the gravel continued to fall down. Just as Fang Chen's foot was about to step on the cliff, a clanging sound suddenly came from the cliff. Then, Fang Chen felt that the spiritual light sword had unexpectedly shattered. Crack, the high-grade mortal weapon was directly shattered. Fang Chen focused his gaze and discovered that there was a piece of unknown metal on the wall. This piece of metal was able to shatter even the high-grade mortal weapon. When the spirit light sword shattered, Fang Chen's falling speed increased. Fang Chen was filled with helplessness. After falling for an unknown period of time, Fang Chen suddenly heard a cracking sound. He felt pain all over his body, and then he felt his body stop falling. And what's going on? Fang Chen was a little puzzled as he looked around. He discovered that his body was at the edge of the cliff and had stopped falling. However, when Fang Chen saw the bottom of his body, he instantly understood. It turned out that his body was stuck on a big tree above the cliff. This big tree was very lush, but even so, Fang Chen's body had crushed many branches of the big tree. It hurts. Fang Chen gently moved his body and discovered that his whole body was in pain. He had suffered a serious injury. Fortunately, this big tree was not too far from the abyss. Let's heal first. Fang Chen closed his eyes slightly and slowly absorbed the spiritual qi of heaven and earth to heal his injuries. At this time, Fang Chen was lying on a branch, unable to move. 3 days later, Fang Chen's external injuries had finally healed. However, his internal injuries had not healed, but it did not affect him much. Fang Chen slowly stood up and stabilized his body. His body slowly climbed on the cliff and swept down to the bottom of the abyss. As expected of the bottomless abyss, it's really terrible. Fang Chen could not help but sigh. If he had not fallen on a big tree, he would have fallen to the bottom of the abyss. Even if he did not die, he would have been seriously injured. Fortunately, his body was fine now. Although he had some internal injuries, his life was not in danger. It took Fang Chen half an hour to safely descend to the bottom of the abyss. Looking up, Fang Chen could only see a piece of blue sky. He could not see anything else clearly. Looking around, he discovered that there were towering ancient trees all around. There were even some spider webs on the big trees. It seems that no one has come here for a long time. Fang Chen said in a low voice, "Under normal circumstances, no one would come to this abyss. He was able to come here because of the dragon army." Thinking of the dragon army, Fang Chen's heart was burning with anger. "As long as I have the chance, I will definitely kill you." Fang Chen thought to himself, he would never let go of the person who wanted to kill him. However, at the moment he needed to find a way out. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if he was trapped here. The abyss was very spacious and surrounded by steep cliffs. Fang Chen looked around carefully and discovered a cave at the bottom of a cliff. "There is a cave here. Could it be that it leads to the outside world?" Fang Chen whispered. After thinking for a moment, he immediately walked straight into the cave. The cave was not big, just big enough to accommodate one person. After entering the cave, Fang Chen discovered that it was actually a passage. Fang Chen walked along the passage. After walking for about an hour, they finally reached the end of the passage. At the end of the passage was a mysterious valley. "There is a valley here." Fang Chen was puzzled. As soon as he arrived, he felt a strong aura rush towards him. Just as Fang Chen was thinking, the roar of a beast suddenly entered Fang Chen's ears. In the next moment, Fang Chen discovered that a 6-horned beast had appeared in the valley. The beast was huge, like a black bear, but there were 6 horns on its head. "Roar!" The beast stood at the edge of the valley and roared at Fang Chen, as if it wanted to tear Fang Chen to pieces. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes. He could sense that the beast's strength was at least at the fourth realm of the Qi transformation realm. "There is a beast guarding it," Fang Qin said in a low voice. After observing for a long time, Fang Qin finally discovered that although the beast was strong, it could not leave the valley. After learning this, the confusion on Fang Qin's face deepened. Where is this place? Why is there a beast guarding it? And why can't it leave the valley? Fang Qin muttered. After thinking for a while, Fang Qin could not think of anything. In the end, he summoned the 4 captains. Get rid of it. After receiving Fang Qin's order, the 4 captains worked together to kill the beast. In an instant, the beast was killed by the 4 captains. After the beast was killed, Fang Qin entered the valley under the protection of the 4 captains. As soon as he entered the valley, Fang Qin was shocked to discover that the entire valley had changed in an instant. How can this be? Fang Qin was shocked. When he was outside, it did not look like this. Why did it change after entering the valley? Could it be that I have entered an illusion? Fang Qin's mind raced. At this moment, Fang Qin noticed that the golden heart was beating rapidly. What could cause the golden heart to beat? Fang Qin was shocked. Roar! Fang Qin tried to walk forward. Suddenly, a large number of beasts appeared around him. These beasts were very strong. Kill them, Fang Qin ordered. The 4 captains attacked continuously. The scene was very bloody. Fortunately, the strongest of these beasts was only at the 5th realm of the Qi transformation realm. The 4 captains were able to handle them. After an hour, all the beasts were killed. Fang Qin's surroundings changed again. As expected, I was in an illusion. Fang Qin was even more convinced that he had entered an illusion. The valley revealed its true appearance. Fang Qin felt a mysterious aura. Why is the golden heart beating faster and faster? Fang Qin was very surprised. The 4 captains surrounded Fang Qin to protect him. Fang Qin searched carefully. All of a sudden, Fang Qin cried out because he saw something that shocked him greatly. Chapter 95. Why is there a broken sword on the black altar? Fang Qin was shocked. When Fang Qin discovered the broken sword, the golden heart began to beat even faster. Fang Qin was certain that the broken sword on the black altar was the thing that had attracted the golden heart. Fang Qin carefully walked towards the black altar step by step. In just a moment, Fang Qin appeared below the black altar. The closer he got to the black altar, the more Fang Qin felt a heavy aura coming from the black altar. Is there something sealed within the altar? Fang Qin was puzzled. However, just as Fang Qin approached the black altar, his body uncontrollably walked onto the altar. What's going on? Fang Qin cried out involuntarily, but in the next moment, he discovered that this was all because of the golden heart. He saw that the golden heart was constantly emitting clear streams of energy. These clear streams controlled Fang Qin to walk onto the black altar. When he reached the broken sword, Fang Qin's body stopped. No. Fang Qin suddenly felt that his hand was trying to grab the broken sword. He cried out involuntarily. There must be some powerful creature sealed under the black altar. Once he pulled out the broken sword, he might break the altar and release the sealed creature. No. Fang Qin shouted, but the golden heart seemed to need the broken sword. It forcibly controlled his hand and held onto the broken sword. Creak when Fang Qin's hand grasped the broken sword. A tyrannical aura suddenly came from the broken sword. It almost made Fang Qin retreat. However, the golden heart also reacted. A clear stream surged out and directly dissolved this tyrannical aura. Ancient. Fang Qin's eyes saw that there was a blurry ancient character on the broken sword. Ancient what? Fang Qin asked, puzzled. At this moment, the broken sword emitted a scorching light. In the next moment, Fang Qin was horrified to discover that there was a power within the broken sword. It passed through his hand and drilled into the golden heart. Hiss! The golden heart was actually absorbing the broken sword's power. This made Fang Chen very aghast. The current Fang Chen was simply unable to move. He could only allow the golden heart to absorb the broken sword's power. Time slowly passed. Fang Chen discovered that as the golden heart absorbed the broken sword's power, the broken sword's body was gradually shrinking. After the broken sword's power drilled into the golden heart, Fang Chen discovered that the golden heart was happily beating. Could it be that it needs the broken sword's power? Fang Chen asked. At this point, there was nothing Fang Chen could do. He could only watch as the golden heart absorbed the broken sword's power. This situation continued for a full 2 hours. When Fang Chen felt that the broken sword in his hand had disappeared, the golden heart finally stopped absorbing. The broken sword has disappeared. Fang Chen's body regained its freedom. He looked at the place where the broken sword had been and discovered that there was nothing there. Roar! At this moment, an intimidating roar suddenly came from below the black altar. Fang Chen's scalp went numb. Just what is below the altar? Fang Chen was terrified. He could feel that once the mysterious life form below the altar came out, he would immediately kill it. It wouldn't even have the slightest chance to resist. Ayo! The roar from below the altar grew louder and louder. Fang Chen could even feel an intense struggle coming from it. However, just as Fang Chen was about to leave, the golden heart suddenly began to rapidly beat. Then a burst of energy stealthily appeared. In the end, it transformed into a speck of light that directly entered the place where the broken sword had been. However, Fang Chen was completely unaware of this. Dong! The black altar shook for a moment before it regained its calmness. The cry also disappeared in an instant. It was as if nothing had happened in the valley. It was so quiet that it made one's scalp go numb. There must be a mysterious life form below the black altar. Just what happened here? Asked Fang Chen. Fang Chen's heart was filled with lingering fear. This is a dangerous place. I can't stay here for long. Fang Chen wanted to leave. However, at this moment, Fang Chen was shocked to discover that the golden heart had become much stronger after absorbing the broken sword's power. How is this possible? It was only at this moment that Fang Chen noticed his own body. He realized that, unknowingly, his cultivation had already broken through to the second tier of the Qi transformation realm. Could it be because the golden heart has become stronger? Fang Chen was puzzled. That must be it. Otherwise, how could I have silently broken through to the second tier of the Qi transformation realm? Thinking of this, Fang Chen grinned. Although the valley had been dangerous, the rewards had also been great. After reaching the second tier of the Qi transformation realm, Fang Chen's strength had increased in all aspects. Let's leave this place first, Fang Chen said in a low voice. Immediately, he hurried towards the depths of the valley. In the center of the valley, the black altar had existed since time immemorial. It was as if it had never changed. The only difference was that the broken sword had disappeared. After hurrying for 2 hours, Fang Chen finally reached the depths of the valley. After reaching the depths of the valley, Fang Chen discovered that there was an exit. He immediately jumped into the exit. After a while, Fang Chen walked out of the abyss. Taking a deep breath of fresh air, Fang Chen sighed. No wonder no one has entered the abyss for so many years. This place is too hidden. Fang Chen was now in a very hidden place. Under normal circumstances, no one would discover him. I'm finally out, Fang Chen said. Fang Chen put the 4 captains into a special space ring and quickly left. In a stream somewhere in the middle area of the Tingguang secret realm, a head suddenly popped out of the water. Ha ha ha! I, Yuan Batian, actually received such an inheritance. The heavens are really helping me. Yuan Batian laughed heartily. Ever since Yuan Batian entered Kamikaze Kenbo, he had been the pride of the heavens. His talent in the way of the sword had reached the terrifying 4th grade. Although Fang Qin had also reached the 4th grade in the way of the sword, Yuan Baixian's brilliance completely overshadowed Fang Chen's. In the following period of time, Yuan Batian did not disappoint. He advanced triumphantly, defeated Long Jun, and became the first in the beginner area. Then, he stepped into the 4th realm of the Qi transformation realm and became an intermediate disciple of Kamikaze Kenbu. Now, not long after entering the Tianguang secret realm, Yuan Batian accidentally entered a place of inheritance. This place of inheritance was not to be taken lightly. After half a month, Yuan Batian completed the inheritance. Now he was finally out. Now his cultivation had reached the 5th realm of the Qi transformation realm. Even among the intermediate disciples, he was considered quite good. With this inheritance, it won't be long before I become an advanced disciple, Yuan Batian said. There were many disciples like Yuan Batian. The Tianguang secret realm was full of opportunities. Of course, opportunities came with danger. Many disciples obtained opportunities, but there were also disciples who died at the hands of monsters. In short, some were happy while others were sad. After returning, Fang Chen prepared to find a place to stabilize his cultivation. But just as he walked out of the wasteland, he suddenly encountered a monster. This monster was emitting a terrifying aura. A monster of the 4th realm of the Qi transformation realm. Fang Chen was puzzled. Why would a monster of the 4th realm appear in the beginner area? This demonic beast did not say a word and directly clashed with Fang Chen. If it was the previous Fang Chen, it would have been difficult to fight a monster of the 4th realm. But now that he had broken through to the 2nd realm of the Qi transformation realm, his strength had skyrocketed. It was very easy to deal with the monster. Tai Diffraction Blade. Whoosh! Fang Chen executed the Tai Diffraction Sword and directly suppressed the demonic beast. In just a moment, Fang Chen had killed the demonic beast. My strength has increased a lot. Fang Chen grinned and put the monster's body into his spatial ring. But just as Fang Chen was about to leave, a figure appeared in the distance. When Fang Chen saw the figure clearly, his heart was filled with astonishment. His face was filled with disbelief. Chapter 96. Seeing the person in the distance, Fang Chen's eyes were filled with shock. What's going on? Fang Chen cried out. He was clearly in the primary area of the Tianguang secret realm. Why was he in the intermediate area now? Before entering the Tianguang secret realm, Fang Chen already knew that the Tianguang secret realm was divided into 3 major areas, corresponding to the 3 different levels of disciples in the Kamikaze Kenbu. The disciples in each area were unable to enter another area. However, Fang Chen was in the intermediate area now. This was because the person in the distance was an intermediate disciple in the Kamikaze Kenbu. If it had been any other disciple, Fang Chen would not have recognized him. However, Fang Chen had seen this disciple once before, so he had a deep impression of him. Yang, who was in the 5th realm of the Qi transformation realm, seemed to have known Yuan Batian for a long time. When Yuan Batian had first entered the Kamikaze Kenbu, Yang had come to the primary area to look for Yuan Batian. Could the exit of the bottomless abyss be in the intermediate area? Fang Chen wondered. At this moment, Yang, who was walking from afar, also noticed Fang Chen. He did not know Fang Chen, but when he saw that there was someone here, he frowned. When Yang walked in front of Fang Chen, his eyes flashed. He asked in a low voice, "What are you doing here?" Hearing Yang's question, Fang Chen nodded and said, "I came here by accident." "It's dangerous here." "Hurry up and leave," Yang said. Fang Chen nodded and turned to leave. However, the moment Fang Chen turned to leave, he suddenly felt a strong force behind him. Not good. Fang Chen cried out. He immediately gathered all the strength in his body and gathered it in his fist. He turned around and punched Yang. Bang! After a loud bang, Fang Chen's body was pushed back. He finally stabilized himself and looked coldly at Yang. At this moment, Yang's expression was ferocious as an evil smile appeared on his face. "Brat, I don't care how you got here. You're going to stay here forever, because only the dead can keep secrets forever, Hyang said in a sinister tone. I have no enmity with you. Why are you attacking me? Besides, I didn't discover the secret you spoke of, Fangchen said coldly. Humph. Since you've come here, it means that you should be wary of that secret. I can't let you go so you can die. As soon as Hyang finished speaking, he unleashed the power of a Qi transformation, fifth realm cultivator, and attacked Fangchen. Seeing that Hyang wanted to kill him, Fangchen's face turned completely cold. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless, Fangchen said in a low voice. As soon as he finished speaking, the four captains instantly appeared around him. The next moment, the four captains received his order to attack Hyang with all their might. Bang! Hyang's attack was blocked by the four captains. In the next moment, Hyang's body was pushed back. After stabilizing himself, Hyang's face was filled with fear. How is this possible? How can there be four Qi transformation, fifth realm warriors? Hyang cried out. He had thought that he could easily kill Fangchen, but he did not expect that there would be four Qi transformation, fifth realm warriors. This made Hyang's heart tremble. Damn it! Hyang cursed. His body flashed as he prepared to escape. Kill him, Fangchen ordered. The four captains joined forces and attacked Hyang. Hyang tapped the ground with the tip of his foot, and his body instantly disappeared into the distance. At the same time, a pitch-black metal ball appeared in his hand. He threw it violently, and the metal ball smashed into the ground. Boom! With a loud bang, the metal ball hit the ground and exploded. Thick smoke appeared, blocking the vision of the four captains. Although it was only for a moment, when the smoke dissipated, Hyang had already disappeared. What was that? Why is it so powerful? Fangchen was puzzled. If the four captains had not blocked in front of him, he would definitely have been injured by the power of the explosion. It should be some kind of hidden weapon, Fangchen said. No wonder he's a middle disciple. He actually has such a hidden weapon. Since Hyang had escaped, Fangchen did not plan to pursue. After all, the four captains could not be seen in public. In the middle disciple area, there were many strong disciples. If they were discovered, it would be terrible. Let him escape. He doesn't know who he is anyway, Fangchen said. Then, Fangchen thought of what Hyang had said to him. It seemed that there were some secrets here. What secrets are there? Fangchen muttered to himself. In the following time, Fangchen began to search. This area was very wide, but Fangchen searched through it piece by piece. An hour later, Fangchen was finally certain that there was something different in a certain corner. Could there be an inheritance here? Fangchen was puzzled. This was the foot of a mountain. The surroundings were filled with dense forests. Fangchen carefully walked to this place. However, just as Fangchen was about to investigate, the blood-colored skeleton suddenly spoke. Master, there's the aura of a yellow spring, sect disciple. Fangchen frowned slightly when he heard the bloody skeleton's words. He immediately said, The four of you go and take a look. The four captains obeyed and walked to the hidden area at the foot of the mountain. They flipped through the branches and found several skeletons. These corpses don't seem to belong to the Yellow Spring sect. Could they be disciples of the Kamikaze Kenbu? Fangchen walked over and whispered. Looking at the corpses, there was a cultivator sitting cross-legged in the innermost hidden area. This cultivator was surrounded by a scarlet aura. His eyes were closed as if he was cultivating. Captain Tianhong, the four captains said in unison. Captain of the Yellow Spring sect. Fangchen asked, Master, he is indeed Captain Tianhong. But there seems to be something wrong, said the blood-colored skeleton. Just as they were speaking, Captain Tianhong suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with bloodthirsty ferocity. Not good, he's being controlled, shouted the blood-colored skeleton. At the next moment, Captain Tianhong stood up abruptly, activating all the strength in his body. He launched an attack at the four of them. Bang! Bang! Fang Chen was shocked and kept retreating. As for the four captains, they worked together to surround Captain Tianhong. 15 minutes later, Captain Tianhong was subdued by the four captains, but he was still struggling. Controlled by someone? Who is controlling him? Fang Chen asked as he looked at the struggling Captain Tianhong. Suddenly, Fang Chen thought of something. Could he be controlled by Yang? Thinking of this, Fang Chen was even more certain that Captain Tianhong was being controlled by Yang. I really didn't expect that there would be someone in the kamikaze Kenbu like me controlling the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect, whispered Fang Chen. Master, what should we do about Captain Tianhong? Asked the blood-colored skeleton. All of you, suppress him. After Fang Chen finished speaking, he closed his eyes slightly and unleashed his soul seed. Immediately, an invisible aura appeared in Fang Chen's mind and drilled into Captain Tianhong's mind. Since Captain Tianhong was being controlled by someone else, Fang Chen had to squeeze out the control of the other party if he wanted to control Captain Tianhong. Hiss! In Captain Tianhong's mind, two formless auras clashed continuously. Time passed bit by bit. Finally, after 15 minutes, Fang Chen successfully occupied Captain Tianhong's mind and controlled him. Fang Chen was very satisfied after controlling Captain Tianhong. Another puppet, Fang Chen said in a low voice. At this moment, in a hidden place, He Yang's face was filled with anger. He was in a sorry state. Damn it, it must be that bastard who has taken control of my puppet, He Yang roared angrily. Brat, just you wait. I'll definitely kill you, said He Yang. Of course. Fang Chen didn't know any of this. After controlling the puppet, Fang Chen put the 5 captains into a special spatial ring and began to search for the inheritance. Of course, the most important thing right now was to find a portion of sky crystal holy water to expel the soul-devouring dagger's cold chi. Only then could Fang Chen's strength completely recover. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, the Skylight secret realm had been open for more than 2 months. Ever since Fang Chen entered the intermediate area of the Skylight secret realm, he had been searching for the sky crystal holy water, but to no avail. In the beginner area, the dragon army's strength became more and more tyrannical. They could almost sweep the entire beginner area. In the intermediate area, Yuan Batian became more and more courageous as he fought. He had been fighting with the other disciples for the inheritance treasure. Every time the Skylight secret realm opened, it would remain open for 3 months. Once the 3 months were up, all the disciples would be transported out. Now, more than 2 months had passed, but Fang Chen still hadn't found the sky crystal holy water. However, Fang Chen's gains were not small. In these 2 months, Fang Chen had cultivated the Tai diffraction soared to the 6th level. His cultivation had now reached the peak of the 2nd realm of the Qi transformation realm. With the Tai diffraction sword, Fang Chen was confident that he could easily defeat a warrior of the 4th realm of the Qi transformation realm. He could even challenge a warrior of the 5th realm. In the intermediate area, there was a central area. Before the Skylight secret realm closed, all the disciples would go to the central area. Only the disciples who safely reached the central area would be transported out of the Skylight secret realm safely. On this day, Fang Chen also rushed to the central area of the intermediate area. It took Fang Chen 3 days to reach the central area. However, before Fang Chen could step into the central area, he was bounced back by a force. In the next moment, Fang Chen's body disappeared into thin air. In the next moment, Fang Chen found himself in the beginner area. Could it be that the central area can measure my strength? Fang Chen asked, puzzled. After thinking for a while, he couldn't figure out the mystery, so he stopped thinking about it. Chapter 97. As soon as he returned to the primary area, Fang Chen heard that the dragon army had obtained a large number of treasures in an ancient relic. There was even the celestial crystal holy water. Fang Chen's eyes lit up when he heard the words, celestial crystal, holy water. I didn't expect the dragon army to obtain the celestial crystal holy water, Fang Chen said in a low voice. Fang Chen gritted his teeth when he thought of how the dragon army had dealt with him in the bottomless abyss. If he hadn't been so lucky, he would have died at the hands of the dragon army. He had to take revenge. And now, the celestial crystal holy water had appeared in the hands of the dragon army. Fang Chen was determined to obtain it. The dragon army is on the Black Dragon Mountain in the central area, Fang Chen said in a low voice. Then he tapped his foot and flew toward the Black Dragon Mountain. As the Tianguang secret realm was about to close, all the primary disciples headed toward the Black Dragon Mountain. But none of them dared to touch the treasures that the dragon army had obtained. At this time, the dragon army stood alone on the Black Dragon Mountain. His face was full of a sinister smile. In front of him was a pool of water. If one didn't pay attention, they wouldn't have noticed that in the center of the pool, there was a small dot of water. That was the legendary celestial crystal holy water. There was news in the primary area that the dragon army had obtained the inherited treasure and the celestial crystal holy water. But they didn't know that the dragon army had only discovered the celestial crystal holy water. Damn it! Why is the celestial crystal holy water so difficult to obtain? The dragon army said in a low voice. Just like that, the dragon army thought of a way. 3 days passed. The primary disciples stood at the foot of the Black Dragon Mountain. They were all whispering about the dragon army on the mountain peak. The dragon army is too overbearing. He used his strength to monopolize the inherited treasure. How shameless! The dragon army is the #1 primary disciple. Not long ago, he broke through to the 4th realm of the Qi transformation realm. As long as he leaves the Tianguang secret realm, he will be an intermediate disciple. Yeah, there are so many treasures on the Black Dragon Mountain. The other disciples don't dare to say anything. We can only watch. After all, the dragon army is too strong. Many disciples were divided. In the face of the dragon army, they dared not say anything. After 3 days, the dragon army still couldn't find a way to collect the heavenly crystal, holy water. However, at a certain moment, the sound of something breaking through the air came from afar. Then, everyone realized that Fang Chen had arrived. Fang Chen's appearance caused many disciples to exclaim in surprise. Look, it's Fang Chen. He climbed the Black Dragon Mountain. Is Fang Chen courting death? How dare he try to get his hands on the dragon army's things? Maybe Fang Chen can defeat the dragon army. Don't forget that Fang Chen is a level 4 swordsman. That's right. If Fang Chen fights with the dragon army, we might be able to fish in troubled waters. Fang Chen's speed was very fast, and it didn't take long for him to ascend the Black Dragon Mountain. Dragon army, who was racking his brains, suddenly noticed that someone was climbing the mountain. But when he saw that it was Fang Chen, his face was full of surprise. Immediately, the surprise disappeared and was replaced by anger. Bastard, you didn't die from falling into the abyss, said Dragon Army coldly. Dragon Army, I've disappointed you. I'm still alive, said Fang Chen with a faint smile. Is that so? You'll die sooner or later, said Dragon Army. Fang Chen glanced at the pool and saw the heavenly crystal, holy water. Dragon Army noticed Fang Chen's gaze and sneered. You dare to covet my heavenly crystal holy water in front of me? You're courting death. The heavenly crystal holy water doesn't belong to the Dragon Army. The moment Fang Chen spoke, he pushed off with his feet and stepped on the pool water, appearing directly above the heavenly crystal holy water. You're courting death. Long Jun roared angrily as he swung the long sword in his hand. Immediately, a ray of sword light pierced towards Fang Chen. Tai dispersing sword. Fang Chen didn't hesitate to use the Tai dispersing sword. With a bang, the two sword lights collided in the sky. Bang! Fang Chen's body retreated and fell into the water with a splash. Damn the cold chi. Fang Qin couldn't help but curse. Because of the cold chi of the soul-devouring dagger in his mind, he couldn't use the spiritual chi in his true nucleus. Therefore, he couldn't use his full strength. Fang Qin, you were lucky to survive last time. Let's see who will save you this time, said Dragon Army sinisterly when he saw this scene. Seeing Dragon Army walking towards him step by step, Fang Qin was about to counterattack when he suddenly noticed the heavenly crystal holy water beside him. Absorb the heavenly crystal holy water first, said Fang Qin. It's very difficult to take the heavenly crystal holy water away, so I'll try to absorb it. Thinking of this, Fang Qin slid his body and came to the side of the heavenly crystal holy water. He gently touched the heavenly crystal holy water with his finger and began to absorb it. As soon as he touched the heavenly crystal holy water, Fang Qin felt a piercing coldness. It's so cold! Fang Qin cried out involuntarily. At this moment, Dragon Army was furious when he saw this scene. Fang Qin, you're courting death! Dragon Army roared angrily and waved the long sword in his hand again. The sword light suddenly appeared and formed a vortex in the sky, piercing directly towards Fang Qin. At this moment, at the foot of Black Dragon Mountain, many disciples shook their heads when they saw the scene. It seemed that Dragon Army wanted to kill Fang Qin and wanted to kill Fang Qin. Hiss! Hiss! At first, the heavenly crystal holy water gave Fang Qin a bone-piercing cold. However, in an instant, the golden heart began to beat rapidly, helping Fang Qin absorb the heavenly crystal holy water. The heavenly crystal holy water began to enter Fang Qin's mind through his fingers. The cold chi of the soul-devouring dagger was also gradually expelled by the heavenly crystal holy water. At this moment, the sword chi vortex in the sky suddenly slashed down from the sky and hit Fang Qin heavily. Boom! With a loud sound, Fang Qin spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was extremely pale, but he was still absorbing the heavenly crystal holy water. How is this possible? Dragon Army cried out involuntarily in the sky. His all-out attack was actually blocked by Fang Qin. Of course, what Long Jun did not know was that Fang Qin was able to block his attack because of the celestial crystal holy water and the golden heart. After being hit by Dragon Army, Fang Qin's speed of absorbing the heavenly crystal holy water became faster and faster. In a short while, the heavenly crystal holy water was completely absorbed by Fang Qin. When the heavenly crystal holy water completely entered Fang Qin's mind, the cold chi of the soul-devouring dagger continued to struggle. Hiss! Finally, under the tyrannical power of the heavenly crystal holy water, the cold chi of the soul-devouring dagger was completely eliminated. The corners of Fang Qin's mouth rose, revealing a smile. Splash! Fang Qin came out of the pool and landed on the ground. He gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and coldly looked at Dragon Army. Fang Qin, you stole my heavenly crystal holy water. I'm going to kill you. Dragon Army roared angrily. With the cold chi of the soul-devouring dagger expelled, Fang Qin's strength had recovered. He was naturally not afraid of Dragon Army. Very well. Even if you don't cause trouble for me, I'll still settle our old scores with you, Fang Qin said with a grin. Bloodthirsty swordplay. Dragon Army roared. The strength of the fourth realm of the Qi transformation realm exploded instantly. He directly used the bloodthirsty swordplay, wanting to kill Fang Qin in one fell swoop. Fang Qin is in danger. He's really bold to steal the heavenly crystal, holy water from the tiger's mouth. Yeah, Fang Qin stole the heavenly crystal holy water and completely angered Dragon Army. Dragon Army wants to kill him. I don't know how Fang Qin will block it this time. The power of the bloodthirsty swordplay is not to be trifled with. Seeing Dragon Army use the bloodthirsty swordplay, many disciples at the foot of the Black Dragon Mountain believed that Fang Qin would not be able to defeat Dragon Army. However, at this time on the Black Dragon Mountain, Fang Chen's long robe fluttered without any wind. A strange smile appeared on his face. Tai Dispersing Sword, level 6. Seeing Dragon Army use the bloodthirsty swordplay, Fang Chen said softly. In the next moment, sword light crisscrossed around Fang Chen's body. A terrifying aura erupted from the spiritual light sword. A tyrannical sword force also emanated from Fang Chen's body and integrated into the crisscrossing sword light. What kind of swordplay is this? Dragon Army, who was attacking, noticed Fang Chen's swordplay and thought to himself. However, although Fang Chen's swordplay was beyond Dragon Army's expectations, he still used the bloodthirsty swordplay. He was confident that he could kill Fang Chen. Rumble. In the sky, the sword light crisscrossed and fiercely collided with each other. Fang Chen, I'm going to kill you. Dragon Army roared angrily. However, it seemed that he had no chance. When the two long swords collided, a cracking sound was heard. Everyone looked over in surprise and found that the high-level ordinary weapon in Dragon Army's hand was actually broken into 2 pieces. At the same time, the Tai Dispersing Sword exploded in the sky. Countless sword lights collided with each other and emitted a wild force. The entire Black Dragon Mountain was shaking. The water on the mountain peak was split by the sword. One could imagine how powerful Fang Chen's swordplay was. Pucci! Under everyone's stunned gaze, the spiritual light sword in Fang Chen's hand pierced into Dragon Army's chest. Ah! Dragon Army screamed miserably and immediately threw a punch at Fang Chen. Fang Chen shook his wrist and pulled out the spiritual light sword to block Dragon Army's attack. Bang! With a loud bang, Dragon Army's body fell to the ground. Fang Chen, I'm going to kill you. Dragon Army could not imagine how he, who had reached the 4th realm of the Qi transformation realm, could be defeated so easily by Fang Chen. Seeing Dragon Army's hysterical screams, Fang Chen sneered. From the beginning, Fang Chen did not treat Dragon Army as an opponent because he was not worthy. Do you still have the ability to kill me now? Fang Chen said indifferently. Seeing this scene, the entire Black Dragon Mountain was shocked. Everyone gasped and could not help but sigh. No wonder he was a martial artist with a 4th level sword Dao talent. This kind of potential was too terrifying. I did not expect Fang Chen to grow to such a level, someone said. Chapter 98. Fang Chen walked towards the Dragon Army step by step. His face was filled with murderous intent. None of the disciples at the foot of Black Dragon Mountain noticed that there were cracks on the light sword in Fang Chen's hand. Fang Chen's light sword had been shattered when he was on the cliff of the bottomless abyss. Now, he could only use the low-level mortal weapon, the light sword. The reason why he had been able to destroy Long Jun's high-level mortal weapon was because of the power of the Tai Diffraction Sword. However, although he had destroyed Long Jun's high-level mortal weapon, the light sword had also suffered a heavy blow. Fang Chen felt the light sword shaking in his hand as if it was about to fall apart. However, even if it fell apart, he had to kill Long Jun. Fang Chen, what are you doing? Long Jun's face changed drastically as he looked at Fang Chen and asked in a low voice, "What do you think I'm doing?" Fang Chen sneered. "You have tried to kill me time and time again. In front of the bottomless abyss, you almost caused me to lose my life. How can I let you go?" Fang Chen. Long Jun roared Long Jun. However, Fang Chen did not care about Long Jun's roar. Holding light sword, he stabbed towards Long Jun. At this moment, there was a sudden clap of thunder in the sky above the Tianguang secret realm. In the next moment, dark clouds covered the sky. The Tianguang secret realm has opened. All disciples will be teleported out. A majestic voice spread throughout the Tianguang secret realm. Fang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. His eyes were full of murderous intent. He wanted to kill Long Jun. However, just as his light sword was about to stab Long Jun, the Tianguang secret realm suddenly trembled. Crash! All the disciples came out of the Tianguang secret realm. The entrance of the Tianguang secret realm closed again. Long June. Fang Qin steadied himself and found himself in the square. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the dragon army. At this moment, the dragon army no longer had the dignity of an expert. They panicked and tried to escape. "Give me your life." Fang Chen let out a low roar. He tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and instantly brandished the light sword in his hand. A sword light pierced straight towards the dragon army. "Elder, save me." Sensing the sword radiance coming from Fang Chen's attack, Long Jun's face turned pale as he cried out miserably. Just as everyone thought that Long Jun would not be able to withstand this sword light, a figure suddenly appeared behind Long Jun. With a gentle wave of his hand, the frightening sword light immediately dissipated. Crack! It was at this moment that the agile sword in Fang Chen's hand started to shatter inch by inch. In the end, only the hilt remained. "Fang Chen, this is kamikaze Kenbu. How dare you attempt to kill a fellow disciple?" The figure shouted coldly. "Elder, you must seek justice for me," Long Jun said as he hid behind the third elder. The third elder glanced at the battered and exhausted dragon army and asked in a deep voice, "What exactly happened?" At this moment, the second elder also appeared. "Fang Chen, why did you attack Long Jun?" After the second elder appeared, he did not ask any questions and directly questioned Long Jun. However, after the second elder asked this question, he suddenly thought of something and his expression changed slightly. He looked at Long Jun and said in a daze, "Long Jun, why are you in such a sorry state? Could it be that you were beaten to this state by Fang Chen?" Fang Chen's eyes were cold as he said, "The two elders did not ask any questions and assumed that this matter was my fault. Fang Chen, you still dare to talk back. Kamikaze Kenbo prohibits disciples from killing each other. Do you think that just because you are strong, you can kill your fellow disciples without any scruples?" The third elder questioned. "That's right. Fang Chen, you have already violated the Kamikaze Kenbo's rules. You must be dealt with severely," the second elder said. "What a joke. When Long Jun tried to kill me, where were you? Now that I want to kill him, you come out to stop me." Fang Chen sneered and retorted, "That's just a one-sided story. How can we believe it? As for the matter of you wanting to kill Long Jun, we saw it with our own eyes. If the third elder did not appear in time, Long Jun would have been killed by you," the second elder said sternly. "Long Jun, tell me, did Fang Chen use a trick to seriously injure you and then chase after you?" The third elder looked at Long Jun and asked. Long Jun was recognized as the #1 person in the primary area. His strength was extremely tyrannical. It was impossible for Fang Chen to defeat Long Jun directly. Therefore, the two elders believed that there must be something hidden. The only explanation was that Fang Chen used a trick to injure Long Jun. At this moment, all the disciples in the square were watching this scene. Some disciples wanted to say a few words for Fang Chen, but they did not dare to offend Long Jun, so they could only watch. "Third elder, I found the celestial crystal holy water on Black Dragon Mountain. Unexpectedly, Fang Chen actually came to steal it. He used a trick to injure me and steal my celestial crystal holy water. He even wanted to kill me," Long Jun said slowly. Hearing Long Jun's words, the two elders became even angrier. "Fang Chen, you heard it, right? Do you know your crime?" The second elder shouted. "What I said was just a one-sided story. You believe what Long Jun said. I've never seen two elders who are so partial to their disciples," Fang Chen said coldly. "Fang Chen, you," the third elder said angrily, "are the primary disciples now so arrogant?" After saying that, the third elder was about to attack. However, Fang Chen's following words caused the third elder to stop. "Long Jun, you said I used a trick to defeat you. Then do you dare to accept my challenge?" Fang Chen said coldly, "A battle to the death." Humph, Long June is seriously injured right now. You want him to accept the challenge? Isn't that clearly taking advantage of him? Said the third elder. That's right. Long June is injured right now. He's no match for you. How about this? 1 month. At that time, Long June will have a battle to the death with you, said the second elder. Elders. Long June wanted to say something, but he was stopped by the 2 elders. Elders, can we trust your words? Asked Fong Chen. How dare you doubt our words? Said the second elder angrily. Fong Chen nodded. In that case, we'll meet in 1 month on the life and death stage. With that, Fong Chen turned and left. Although Fong Chen wanted to kill Long June on the spot, there was no way he could do it with the 2 elders around. He could only wait until 1 month later. All the disciples shook their heads when they heard the news, but no one said anything. After Fong Chen left, the farce was over for the time being. All the disciples returned to their own residences. Long June's eyes flashed with coldness. Elders, I've reached the 4th realm of the Qi transformation realm, said Long June softly. What? You've reached the 4th realm of the Qi transformation realm? Haha. I told you that you would definitely break through during this trip to the Tianguang secret realm. The second elder laughed. That's great. Once you reach the 4th realm of the Qi transformation realm, you can enter the middle division. The treatment in the middle division is incomparable to that in the primary division. I'll go tell the elders in the middle division. Third elder was very happy. On the 2nd day after the trip to the Tianguang secret realm, the news of Long June becoming an intermediate disciple spread throughout the entire primary area. Everyone had expected Long June to become an intermediate disciple. After all, Long June was already a 4th realm Qi transformation realm warrior in the Tianguang secret realm. What people did not know was that Long June had come looking for Fong Chen before entering the intermediate area. Fong Chen, I've already become an intermediate disciple, and you're only a primary disciple. You're no longer qualified for me to fight in the death match in 1 month, unless you also become an intermediate disciple, said Long June with a sinister smile. He knew how strong Fong Chen was, but he was confident that when Fong Chen entered the intermediate area, he would be able to suppress Fong Chen completely. You want to fight me? No way, said Long June arrogantly as he left. Kamikaze Kenbo had a clear rule. Primary disciples were not allowed to fight intermediate disciples in the death match. This was why Long June was so arrogant. Now that he had become an intermediate disciple, it meant that the death match in 1 month was invalid. After returning from the Tianguang secret realm, Fong Chen rested for a few days. In the secret realm, the light sword and the spiritual light sword had been shattered. Now, Fong Chen did not have a weapon. Therefore, Fong Chen needed to find a weapon. As everyone knew, the grades of weapons ranged from ordinary weapons to ordinary weapons, and then to yuan weapons. If one wanted to refine ordinary weapons, an ordinary blacksmith could do it. However, if one wanted to refine yuan weapons, one had to be a blacksmith master. There were very few blacksmiths in the Shenfeng nation. The power of a yuan weapon was many times stronger than that of an ordinary weapon. In a battle between experts, the outcome of the battle could be determined by techniques or weapons. A good weapon was enough to give a warrior a slight advantage over an opponent of the same level. One day, Fong Chen arrived at the weapon hall in the primary area. There were many weapons in the weapon hall. Fong Chen glanced around and saw that most of them were ordinary weapons. There were very few high-level ordinary weapons. Are there any yuan weapons? Fong Chen asked. The staff next to him shook his head and said, We don't have any yuan weapons in the primary area. Only the intermediate area has them. Hearing this, Fong Chen shook his head and left the weapon hall. After leaving the weapon hall, Fong Chen went to find the first elder in the primary area. In the primary area, only the great elder was the one with real power. First elder, Disciple Fong Chen has a request. Fong Chen came to the first elder's courtyard and said, respectfully, "Oh, Fong Chen, you are the warrior with a 4th-grade sword talent." The first elder was slightly surprised and asked. Fong Chen nodded and said, "Yes, I am." Hearing that, the great elder's face revealed a trace of a smile. Disciples with rank 4 sword Dao talent were rare in the Divine Wind Sword Mansion. Those who had rank 4 sword Dao talent would definitely have great achievements in the future. When Fong Chen heard this, he wondered if the first elder would be so shocked that he would be speechless if he told him that his talent in the sword Dao was off the charts. Of course, this was his own secret, and Fong Chen would not say it out loud. "Why have you come to find me?" the first elder asked. Chapter 99. "I want to enter the intermediate area," Fong Chen said. Hearing Fong Chen's words, the first elder was slightly taken aback. "You are a beginner disciple. Logically speaking, you should not be able to enter the intermediate area." "I want to become an intermediate disciple," Fong Chen said again. The first elder frowned slightly, a hint of displeasure appearing between his brows. When Fong Chen had first joined the Kamikaze Kenbo, he had already known that Fong Chen was a martial artist with a level 4 sword Dao talent. All this time, he had been paying close attention to Fong Chen and Yuan Batian. The latter had not disappointed him and had entered the intermediate area as quickly as possible, while Fong Chen was still in the beginner area. Although he had high hopes for Fong Chen, he felt that Fong Chen was a little too conceited. The first elder could see Fong Chen's strength at a glance. How could a mere Qi transformation, 2nd realm martial artist become an intermediate disciple? The first elder shook his head and said, "The Kamikaze Kenbo has a rule that only disciples of the Qi transformation 4th realm and above can become an intermediate disciple. You are not qualified. Do I have to have a high enough cultivation level to be eligible?" Fong Chen asked. The first elder said, "In the history of the Kamikaze Kenbo, there have been some amazing disciples. Although they did not reach the Qi transformation 4th realm, their true strength was stronger than some of the intermediate disciples. They were specially recruited to enter the intermediate area." Fong Chen heard this and nodded. In the end, the first elder did not think that he was qualified to be compared to those monstrous geniuses. Since that was the case, then he would show the first elder his potential and strength. "First elder, can you come with me?" Fong Chen asked seriously. "Where?" the first elder asked. "The testing square." After Fong Chen finished speaking, he turned around and left. The first elder appeared to be deep in thought. Soon after, he took a step forward and followed Fong Chen. Not long after, the two of them arrived at the testing square. Usually, no disciples would come to the testing square. When they arrived at the testing square, the great elder asked, "Fong Chen, you want to show me your talent in the sword Dao. Is your talent higher than level 4? Fong Chen smiled when he heard this. He did not say anything and directly walked to the front of the talent stone tablet, after which he closed his eyes and gently placed his palm on the talent stone tablet. In an instant, the spirit qi in Fong Chen's dantian gushed into the talent steel. Immediately after, a powerful sword force appeared in Fong Chen's mind and gushed into the talent steel. Hiss, hiss, hiss. At first, there was no movement on the talent stone tablet. However, after the sword force surged in, the numbers on it began to change. 1, 2, 3, 4. When the number reached 4, the great elder paused for a moment and stared at the stone tablet. In the next moment, the number 4 on the testing stone steel turned into 5. This scene caused the first elder to be extremely shocked. How can he have a level 5 sword Dao talent? The first elder cried out involuntarily. In the history of Kamikaze Kenbo, the strongest sword Dao talent was only at level 4. He did not expect Fong Chen to have reached level 5. The first elder naturally did not suspect that the talent steel was damaged. He knew very well that the talent steel would never be wrong. Level 5 sword Dao talent. He actually has a level 5 sword Dao talent. This kid's talent in the sword Dao is really terrifying, the first elder exclaimed. When Fang Chen mentioned that he wanted to become a middle disciple, the first elder thought that Fang Chen only had talent but was too conceited. He was a little unhappy. However, at this moment, the first elder realized how naive he was. It was not an exaggeration to say that if the Sword Mansion's higher-ups knew about a level 5 Sword Dao talent, they would definitely do their best to nurture him. Even if a level 5 Sword Dao talent did not train hard, he would definitely be able to break through the Qi High realm and reach the legendary Condensing Reality realm. Of course, this was under the premise that he did not train hard. If Kamikaze Kenbo gave him all the resources, he might even surpass the Condensing Reality realm. A warrior surpassing the Condensing Reality realm was an existence that the first elder did not even dare to think about. If such a person stomped his foot, the entire Wind Nation would tremble. At this moment, the first elder was extremely excited. However, what happened next made the first elder so excited that he was speechless. When the number on the talent stele turned to 5, it paused for a moment. Since I want to let the first elder know about my talent, then there is no need to hold back. Fang Chen thought to himself. In the next moment, a dazzling light flashed on the talent stele. Then, the number on the talent stele disappeared. The talent stele looked as if it was about to explode. The dazzling light made the first elder's heart palpitate. Explosive! How is this possible? The first elder cried out involuntarily. A level 5 Sword Dao talent was already enough to shock the first elder. He did not expect Fang Chen's Sword Dao talent to surpass level 5. When the powerful people of Kamikaze Kenbo built the talent stele, they said that a warrior who could reach level 5 Sword Dao talent was already considered a rare existence in the Sword Dao. And a warrior who could make the talent stele explode was definitely an existence that could surpass gold. The number on the talent stele disappeared. This was a sign of exploding. The first elder was petrified on the spot. He did not wake up from the shock for a long time. When his Sword Dao talent exploded, Fang Chen finally stopped the test. At this moment, in the depths of Kamikaze Kenbo, in a secluded place, there was a soft sound of surprise. Then it returned to silence. First elder, do I have the qualifications to become a middle disciple? Fang Chen asked with a smile. Ah. The first elder was shocked. He was awakened by Fang Chen and did not know what to do. After calming down a little, the great elder said slowly, Fang Chen, your talent in the way of the sword is the strongest I have ever seen. With your Sword Dao talent, you are qualified to become a middle disciple. I will submit an application for you to become a middle disciple, the first elder said. Thank you very much, first elder. Fang Chen cupped his hands and said, Fang Chen, your Sword Dao talent is too shocking. It is best not to tell anyone that your Sword Dao talent is off the charts. Otherwise, it will bring you unnecessary trouble, the first elder reminded him. Fang Chen nodded. He naturally would not tell anyone about this. Looking at Fang Chen's back as he left, the first elder swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Soon after, a smile appeared on his face. If this boy grows up, the Kamikaze Kenbo will definitely be able to suppress the 10 great sects of the Shenfeng Nation, the first elder said softly. After Fang Chen returned, he waited for the news. He had to admit that the first elder was indeed the first elder. He was very efficient. The next morning, Fang Chen received news that his application had been approved. Fang Chen had officially become a middle disciple. When Fang Chen heard the news, a smile appeared on his face. However, Fang Chen did not plan to report to the middle disciple area just yet. It would not be too late to wait until the death match. Just like that, time passed little by little. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Fang Chen's cultivation had reached the peak of the second realm of the Qi transformation realm. There seemed to be a bottleneck that he could not break through. However, during this time, Fang Chen's cultivation of the Tai dispersing sword technique was very smooth. "It's time to report to the middle disciple area," Fangchen said as he stopped cultivating and opened his eyes. The Kamikaze Kenbu's middle disciple area was located on a nameless mountain peak. The entire middle disciple area was sealed off. Apart from the middle disciples, no one could enter the middle disciple area. On this day, Fangchen arrived at the middle disciple area's mountain gate. "This is the Kamikaze Kenbu's middle disciple area." "Halt," the guard said coldly. "I am here to report to the middle disciple area," Fangchen said. "Oh, what's your name?" the guard asked. "Fangchen." Hearing Fangchen's name, the guard nodded and allowed Fangchen to enter. After entering the middle disciple area, Fangchen headed straight for the elder's area. The first elder had already told him to go to the middle disciple area and look for Elder He. He also had some say in the middle disciple area. The first elder had already spoken to Elder He and arranged for Fangchen to go to the elders' assembly. Fangchen found Elder He and revealed his identity. He looked at Fangchen carefully and said, "You're Fangchen, the one whom the first elder strongly recommended to enter the middle disciple area." "Yes, I am," Fangchen said. "4th grade, sword, principal talent. You're qualified to enter the middle disciple area." He nodded and said, "The first elder has already informed me. Let's go. I'll take you to your residence." After a while, He made arrangements for Fangchen and explained some rules of the middle disciple area to Fangchen before leaving. On the 3rd day after Fangchen entered the middle level area, which was also the 1-month deadline to join the dragon army, Fangchen found the 2nd elder and the 3rd elder in the primary area. "Elders, do you still remember the 1-month agreement with Dragon Army?" Fangchen asked. "Fangchen, although we had a 1-month agreement, Dragon Army is now an intermediate disciple, and you're a primary disciple. You're not qualified to challenge him. So the 1-month agreement is invalid," the 2nd elder said. "Yes, you should look in the mirror. How dare you have a life-and-death battle with an intermediate disciple? How ignorant," the 3rd elder said disdainfully. Fangchen did not speak. He turned his hand, and a token appeared in his palm. "Am I qualified to have a life-and-death battle with an intermediate disciple now?" Fangchen asked. "Yes, an intermediate disciple token. How did you get it?" the 3rd elder hurriedly asked when he saw the token. "I forgot to tell you that 3 days ago I was specially approved to enter the middle disciple area and became an intermediate disciple," Fangchen said with a smile. Hearing this, the 2 elders' faces were full of coldness. "He's getting more and more unruly." The 1st elder actually let him become an intermediate disciple. "I'll go and ask him for an explanation," the 2nd elder said. The 2nd elder and the 3rd elder left and came back not long after. The 1st elder followed them back. "Fangchen is qualified to become an intermediate disciple. Don't talk about this anymore," the 1st elder said in a deep voice with unquestionable dignity. Chapter 100. The 1st elder's expression was unprecedentedly serious. He was well aware of how terrifying Fangchen's potential was. After Fangchen had displayed his talent, the 1st elder knew that Fangchen's true strength was enough to kill a martial artist in the 4th realm of the Qi transformation realm. Giving up the dragon army for Fangchen was nothing. The 1st elder's words were unquestionable. "Fangchen's 1-month agreement with the dragon army will be carried out as scheduled," the 1st elder said in a low voice. Fangchen grinned. The 1st elder knew that he wanted to kill the dragon army. If it had been in the beginning, the 1st elder would not have allowed it. However, after Fangchen displayed his extraordinary talent and strength, the 1st elder tacitly agreed to it. This was a world where the strong were respected. As long as you were strong enough, there would be many people willing to turn a blind eye and even spare no effort to help you. 1st elder. The 2 elders wanted to say something, but the 1st elder stopped them. The news of Fangchen challenging the Battle Dragon Army spread quickly in the intermediate district. When the Dragon Army heard the news, his first reaction was that Fangchen had no right to challenge him. But when he heard that Fong Qin had become an intermediate disciple, he was filled with doubts. How could Fong Qin have become an intermediate disciple? Damn it, he actually became an intermediate disciple, the Dragon Army said coldly. Besides the Dragon Army, Yuan Batian was also a little surprised. He did not expect Fong Qin to enter the intermediate district earlier than he had expected. Even if you enter the intermediate district, you are still no match for me, Yuan Batian said confidently. The other intermediate disciples were used to this kind of thing. They did not know Fong Qin and did not know how strong Fong Qin was. They only thought that Fong Qin had entered the intermediate district because his cultivation had reached a certain level. Fong Qin did not care about the death match. Dragon Army was no match for him. If he wanted to kill him, it would be too easy. Right now, he needed to find Yuan soldiers. Fong Qin went to the weapon hall in the intermediate zone to purchase Yuan soldiers. Aside from ordinary soldiers, there were also some Yuan soldiers in the weapon hall of the intermediate area. However, they were all very expensive. Silver Dragon Sword, 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. Golden Piercing Sword, 2 million mid-grade spirit stones. Fong Qin did a rough check. Most of the Yuan soldiers were worth more than 1 million medial-grade spirit stones. He was flabbergasted. Yuan soldiers were too precious. However, just as Fong Qin was casually looking around, he discovered a dust-covered sword in a corner of the weapon hall. This sword attracted Fong Qin's attention. Rather than saying that it attracted Fong Qin, it was more accurate to say that it attracted the Golden Heart. When Fong Qin discovered the long sword, the Golden Heart slightly jumped. Fong Qin's face was overjoyed, but he calmly walked to a corner and carefully looked at the long sword. "Is this sword a Yuan dynasty weapon?" Fong Qin asked. "This sword is a defective product refined by Master Zhongyan. It's not a Yuan dynasty weapon," the staff said. Fong Qin frowned slightly and immediately said, "What's his price?" "Are you sure you want to buy it? This sword has been here for many years. No one is willing to spend a large amount of spirit stones to buy a defective product," the staff reminded. "His price is very cheap. 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones." Fong Qin pondered for a moment and decided to trust the Golden Heart. "All right, I'll take this sword," Fong Qin said. The staff's face was filled with disbelief. However, since Fong Qin was willing to buy it, he couldn't say anything. In the end, he packed up the sword for Fong Qin. After paying the 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones, Fong Qin took the long sword away. After returning to the courtyard, Fong Qin took out the long sword and began to carefully look at it. "It can cause the Golden Heart to shake slightly. It shouldn't be simple," Fong Qin said softly. Then Fong Qin began to look at the sword. On the hilt of the sword, there were 2 small characters. "Qingyun. It should be called Qingyun sword," Fong Qin said. Then Fong Qin discovered some azure clouds on the sword. He nodded slightly. It seemed this Qingyun sword had indeed been refined by Master Zhongyan. Master Zhongyan was an extremely famous refining grandmaster within the Divine Wind Nation. He was able to refine Yuan dynasty weapons. Any sect within the Divine Wind Nation that wanted Yuan dynasty weapons had to buy them from him. I wonder why a defective product refined by Master Zhongyan would end up in Kamikaze Kenbu. Fong Qin was a bit puzzled. However, no one knew about this matter, so he didn't think too much about it. Fong Qin held the Qingyun sword and gently waved it around. He discovered that although it was a defective product, its power was still equivalent to a high-grade mortal weapon. There should be something special about this Qingyun sword. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to attract the Golden Heart. Fong Qin was puzzled. However, just as Fong Qin held the Qingyun sword in his hand and was puzzled, the Golden Heart suddenly started beating rapidly. A clear stream of energy appeared and flowed through Fong Qin's palm into the Qingyun sword. Crack! The body of the green cloud sword emitted a sword cry. In the next moment, all the rust on the green cloud sword fell off. In just a moment, a brand new Qingyun sword appeared in front of Fang Qin. Fang Qin was a bit startled, but in the next moment, Fang Qin became excited. How is this possible? Fang Qin was incomparably excited. He was already incoherent. At this moment, Fang Qin discovered that the defective Qingyun sword had become a Yuan dynasty weapon. It must be the Golden Heart, concluded Fang Qin, to be able to turn a defective Qingyun sword into a Yuan dynasty weapon, even if it was only a low-grade one, was enough to prove how mysterious the Golden Heart was. So that's how it is. Fang Qin was incomparably excited. This was probably the reason why the Golden Heart had told him to choose the Qingyun sword. 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones for a low-grade Yuan dynasty weapon. What a great deal, laughed Fang Qin. The defective Qingyun sword had been in the weapon hall for many years without anyone asking about it. Now that it was in Fang Qin's hands, it instantly became a low-grade Yuan dynasty weapon. With the Qingyun sword, I'll definitely be able to easily kill Long Jun, Fang Qin said. A day later, Fang Qin arrived at the Middle Zone's life and death arena as scheduled and waited for Long Jun. There were also a few disciples in the Middle Zone who had come to watch the two of them fight to the death. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, 15 minutes had passed. Finally, the dragon army arrived while they were waiting. Long Jun's eyes were filled with rage. Fang Qin, are you in such a hurry to die? Asked Long Jun coldly as he stepped onto the life and death arena. Are you so confident that you can kill me? Fang Qin sneered. If it weren't for the two elders protecting you, you would have died a month ago. Hearing Fang Qin's words, Long Jun was even more furious. There weren't many disciples who came to watch the fight, but Yuan Batian was among them. He looked at Fang Qin thoughtfully and didn't say anything. On the rostrum, the primary zone's first elder had also arrived, along with the second and third elders. Of course, there was also an elder from the middle zone. You should know the rules of the fight to the death. I won't say much. Let the fight begin, said an elder. Long Jun, I've let you live for another month. Now it's time for you to die. As soon as Fang Qin finished speaking, the Qingyun sword suddenly appeared in his hand. In the next moment, the Tai dispersing sword was instantly executed. The 6th level of the Tai dispersing sword was extremely powerful. The current Fang Qin was much stronger than he had been a month ago. Although he was only at the 2nd realm of the Qi transformation realm, he had no problem dealing with Long Jun, who was at the 4th realm of the Qi transformation realm. When Fang Qin activated the power of the 2nd realm of the Qi transformation realm, some of the disciples below the life and death arena were displeased. He's only at the 2nd realm of the Qi transformation realm, yet he's able to become a middle zone disciple. That's right. How could someone like him enter the middle zone? Did he pull some strings? How shameless. It's one thing for a 2nd realm of the Qi transformation realm to enter the middle zone, but he's so high profile. He's really looking for death. I'd like to see what he's capable of to enter the middle zone. Many disciples were dissatisfied with Fang Qin's entry into the middle zone. The middle zone elders on the rostrum also noticed this and turned to look at the first elder. Old Mo, the disciple I recommended won't have any problems. Just watch and see, the first elder said confidently. The elder called Old Mo nodded slightly and turned to continue watching the battle. Fang Qin, you'll regret your decision, Long Jun roared angrily. He used the bloodthirsty swordsmanship again. The current Long Jun was much stronger than he had been a month ago. Bloodthirsty swordsmanship. After the dragon army entered the intermediate region, they bought a Yuan soldier. However, it was a low-grade Yuan soldier. Bang! The Qingyun sword collided with the long sword of the dragon army, producing a deafening sound. Long Jun's body kept retreating. He thought that he could suppress Fang Qin with weapons, but he didn't expect him to have a low-grade common weapon. Damn it! The dragon army roared and engaged in a fierce battle with Fang Qin once again. However, in the following battle, Fong Qin gradually gained the upper hand and began to suppress Long Jun. After a while, Fong Chen completely suppressed Long Jun, leaving him with no way to resist. On the rostrum, the first elder smiled and said, "Old Mo, what do you think? I didn't lie to you, right?" Old Mo nodded, acknowledging Fong Qin for the first time. At this time, countless disciples below the survival ring had gone from disdain to surprise. A second realm of the Qi transformation realm disciple could suppress Long Jun. "This kid has some strength, but Long Jun is too weak," someone said. Bang, bang, bang. After Fong Qin gained the upper hand in the survival ring, he didn't want to waste any time. He immediately used the 6th level of the Tai dispersing sword and activated the sword force. The tyrannical sword light pierced towards Long Jun. Chapter 101. Seeing Fong Chen's tyrannical attack, Long Jun let out an angry roar and tried his best to block it. But the Qingyun sword hummed, and a monstrous sword Qi soared into the sky. The 6th level of the Tai dispersing sword technique combined with the sword force was too overbearing. Puchi! While the crowd was still in shock, the Qingyun sword pierced Long Jun's body. At the moment, Long Jun wanted to pull out his sword, but his body seemed to be imprisoned. Bang! Fong Chen's wrist shook, and the Qingyun sword was pulled out. In the next moment, Long Jun's body fell heavily on the combat ring. Seeing this scene, the second elder and third elder on the rostrum cried out involuntarily. Fong Qin ignored the crowd's cries and walked towards Long Jun step by step. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. This time, no matter what, he had to kill Long Jun. This was Fong Chen's obsession. Fong Qin, have mercy. The second elder could not sit still any longer. He stood up suddenly and shouted. At the same time, the third elder also stood up quickly. He had the urge to stop Fong Qin, but when he heard the first elder snort, he suppressed his impulse. Show mercy. If it was my Long Jun who lost today, I'm afraid he wouldn't show mercy either. Hearing this, Fong Qin sneered. Soon after, he raised the Qingyun sword high up. With a kacha sound, it pierced into Long Jun's head. Blood splattered everywhere. Long Jun was dead. In an instant, the entire life and death ring fell into a dead silence. All the disciples stared at Fong Qin in astonishment. How could a disciple of the second realm of the Qi transformation realm be so strong? He could easily kill Long Jun, who was a 4th realm disciple. Long Jun actually died at the hands of Fong Qin. How is this possible? Long Jun couldn't defeat Fong Qin. What's so strange about this kid? Why is he so strong? It must be his sword technique. It's too strong. After a short moment of silence, there was another uproar below the life and death ring. Countless disciples were discussing the matter of Fong Qin killing Long Jun. Of course, there were also some warriors who were wondering if Fong Chen's talent would be a threat to them in the future. The one with the most complicated feelings was none other than Yuan Batian. He personally came to watch this life and death battle. He thought that Fong Qin would be killed by the dragon army, but the result was beyond his expectations. The dragon army was dead, and Fong Qin was still alive. He's stronger than I thought, but there's still a huge gap between him and me, said Yuan Batian in the crowd. Yuan Batian was now at the peak of the 5th realm of the Qi transformation realm. He was only one step away from breaking through to the 6th realm. Yuan Batian did not believe that Fong Qin could catch up to him in a short period of time. He was very confident in himself. The dragon army is really useless. He couldn't even kill Fong Qin, who is at the 2nd realm of the Qi transformation realm. Yuan Batian thought to himself, since you can't die even like this, I'll have to play with you next. Yuan Batian laughed sinisterly. On the platform, the 2nd elder and the 3rd elder saw the death of the dragon army. They were furious, but they did not dare to show their anger. Humph! In the end, the 2nd elder and the 3rd elder snorted and left in a huff. As for the 1st elder, his face was full of smiles. He had high hopes for Fong Qin. For Fang Chen, the dragon army was nothing. Fang Chen's talent in the way of the sword was off the charts. In the entire Kamikaze Kenbo, no one was more talented in the way of the sword than him. Even the 4 heavenly kings and the 8 kings could not compare to Fang Chen in terms of talent. This was also why the first elder supported Fang Chen's death match with the dragon army. The other elders did not know. They only thought that Fang Chen was a little too heaven-defying. First elder, you have a good eye. Old Amo smiled slightly. In the Kamikaze Kenbo, the competition between the disciples was very cruel. Moreover, the Kamikaze Kenbo encouraged the disciples to fight to the death. For the Kamikaze Kenbo, the death of 1 or 2 disciples did not affect them at all. Moreover, the disciples who died were not recognized by the world. They were disciples who had been eliminated. It was better not to have such disciples. Therefore, in the long run, the Kamikaze Kenbo's strength would only grow stronger. Although the Kamikaze Kenbo was not one of the 10 great sects of the Shangfeng nation, even the 10 great sects did not dare to underestimate the strength of the Kamikaze Kenbo. Since the death match is over, we should leave. After old Emo finished speaking, he bid farewell to the first elder and turned to leave. The first elder looked at Fang Chen. His eyes were filled with gratification. He nodded and turned to leave. After killing Dragon Army, he had achieved his goal. Naturally, he would not stay here any longer. After Fang Chen left, the entire combat ring was in an uproar. Countless disciples were shocked by Fang Chen's strength. A day after Fang Chen killed Dragon Army, the news spread throughout the entire intermediate area. Even some of the top disciples in the intermediate area heard about it. Of course, the top disciples in the 6th realm of the Qi transformation realm did not pay attention to such trivial matters. When Fang Chen entered the intermediate area, he shocked countless disciples. Originally, there were some disciples who were unhappy that Fang Chen had entered the intermediate area with a 2nd realm of the Qi transformation realm cultivation. But after seeing Fang Chen's battle with Dragon Army, they did not dare to mention it anymore. Being able to kill a warrior in the 4th realm of the Qi transformation realm at the 2nd realm of the Qi transformation realm was a monstrous talent. He was comparable to the top disciples. Time passed by bit. In the remaining time, Fang Chen had been working hard on his cultivation. The treatment in the intermediate area was much better than the primary area. The spiritual qi was also denser. It was very suitable for cultivation. Unknowingly, a month had passed. In that month, Fang Chen's incident was gradually forgotten. One day, Fang Chen stopped cultivating and prepared to go out for a walk. But just as he stopped cultivating, a disciple in the 5th realm of the Qi transformation realm appeared in front of his courtyard. Fang Chen, I was in seclusion when you fought with Dragon Army, so I did not see it. But I heard that you killed Dragon Army in the 4th realm of the Qi transformation realm with your 2nd realm cultivation. Is that true? Jinghong asked. Jinghong, an intermediate area disciple, was at the 5th realm of the Qi transformation realm. He was a martial arts fanatic. What does it have to do with whether it is true or not? Fang Chen asked. Looks like what they said is true. If that's the case, I want to fight with you, Jinghong said. Fang Chen frowned slightly and said, My swordsmanship is used to kill people. With that, Fang Chen turned and left. Looking at Fang Chen's back, Jinghong's eyes were thoughtful. He seemed to be thinking about what Fang Chen had just said. After a month of cultivation, Fang Chen's cultivation had reached a bottleneck. He needed to go out more. This time, Fang Chen's destination was the Forest of Swords. In the intermediate area, there was a very mysterious place called the Forest of Swords. In the Forest of Swords, there were countless long swords. Some of these long swords had been passed down since ancient times. In short, as time passed, the Forest of Swords was formed. The Forest of Swords was filled with dense sword qi. Disciples in the intermediate area who wanted to practice their sword skills would enter the Forest of Swords. When Fong Chen arrived in front of the Forest of Swords, he found many disciples there. Among them was Yuan Batian. When Yuan Batian saw Fong Chen, a strange smile appeared in his eyes. I can feel the strong sword qi from so far away. As expected of the Forest of Swords, Fong Chen said. The entrance to the Forest of Swords was very narrow. Only one person could enter at a time. Only when one disciple came out could another enter. Looking from the outside, there were countless long swords in the Forest of Swords. Some of these long swords were broken, while others were decayed. However, no one dared to underestimate the long swords in the Forest of Swords. These long swords, after the baptism of time, seemed to have developed a bit of spirituality, Fong Chen said with a sigh. Just as Fong Chen was looking at the Forest of Swords, a figure suddenly appeared in the Forest of Swords. His face was very ugly. Luwen, how far did you go? A disciple asked. This disciple named Lu Wen was only at the 4th realm of the Qi transformation realm. His strength was very low. I'm ashamed. I can't go any further after 3 meters, Lu Wen said with a bitter smile on his face. In the Forest of Swords, the stronger one was the deeper one's understanding of the way of the sword would be, and the further they could go. However, once they felt that they had reached their limit, they could not go any further. Otherwise, they would suffer a backlash. After Lu Wen came out, Yuan Batian entered the Forest of Swords. Look, it's Yuan Batian. He's a 4th realm of the way of the sword. I wonder how far he can go in the Forest of Swords. I think Yuan Batian can go at least 10 meters. That's right. Yuan Batian's cultivation has already reached the peak of the 5th realm of the Qi transformation realm. He's only a step away from the 6th realm. 10 meters shouldn't be a problem for him. TCH, you guys are underestimating Yuan Batian. A 4th realm of the way of the sword isn't someone you can fathom. Last time, Yuan Batian was able to go 13 meters in the Forest of Swords. This time, he'll definitely be able to go beyond 20 meters. Hearing this, the surrounding disciples exclaimed. They did not expect Yuan Batian to have already gone 13 meters in the Forest of Swords. What a terrifying talent, a disciple exclaimed. After about 15 minutes, Yuan Batian reappeared from the Forest of Swords with a smile on his face. Senior brother Yuan, how far did you go? A disciple asked. 25 meters, Yuan Batian said as he looked at Fong Chen. Hearing this, many disciples exclaimed. Yuan Batian was too powerful. He had actually walked 25 meters in the Forest of Swords. As expected of senior brother Yuan, this talent is admirable, a disciple said with a smile. Yeah, senior brother Yuan, your talent is considered top-notch even in the Kamikaze Kenbo, another disciple said. Chapter 102. Hearing Yuan Batian's words, many disciples were puzzled. However, when they followed Yuan Batian's gaze, they discovered that Yuan Batian was staring at Fong Chen with narrowed eyes. Senior apprentice brother Yuan, the 4th rank sword Dao talent you spoke of is Fong Chen, right? Asked a disciple. Some disciples were aware that Fong Chen was a 4th rank sword Dao talent. Correct, said Yuan Batian. Hearing Yuan Batian's words, a disciple sneered and said, Brother Yuan, you think too highly of Fong Chen. He only killed Long Jun. It's not a big deal. Although he's also a level 4 sword Dao talent, he's far from you. That's right. It's impossible for someone with a 4th rank sword Dao talent to go far in the sword forest without strength. Even if he enters the sword forest, he won't be able to surpass senior apprentice brother Yuan's record. Some disciples began to support Yuan Batian and belittle Fong Chen. Yuan Batian narrowed his eyes and looked at Fong Chen. Fong Chen, do you dare to make a bet with me? Hearing Yuan Batian's words, Fong Chen raised his eyebrows and asked, What bet? He would never forget the humiliation Yuan Batian had given him in the elementary region. Today's humiliation would be returned 100 times in the future. At that time, Fong Chen's strength had been inferior to Yuan Batian's. But as time passed, his strength gradually caught up. We're both 4th rank Sword Dao talents. Our talent is the same. Then let's make a bet. Let's see if you can surpass me in the Sword Forest, laughed Yuan Batian. What's the bet? Asked Fang Qin coldly. Although he didn't know how far he could go in the Sword Forest, he couldn't lose in terms of momentum. It's just a small bet. How about 1,000,000 middle-grade spirit stones? Laughed Yuan Batian. All right. With that, Fang Qin turned around and disappeared into the forest of swords. Yuan Batian's eyes flashed with killing intent as he watched Fang Qin's back. The reason he made the bet with Fang Qin was to provoke Fang Qin into going further away. Once he exceeded his limit, he would definitely suffer a backlash from the forest of swords. At that time, even if he didn't die, he would be severely injured. Senior brother Yuan, there's no way Fang Qin can beat you. That's right. Although we are both 4th grade swordsmen, Fang Qin is really not as good as you. If Fang Qin goes further than senior apprentice brother Yuan, I'll just kill myself. Many disciples didn't believe that Fang Qin could win this bet. However, as soon as Fang Qin stepped into the sword forest, he sensed an ancient aura. The Sword Dao aura is very dense. Fang Qin looked around. The entire sword forest was filled with long swords stabbed into the ground. There were broken swords, and there were also rusty swords. In short, the sword forest was made up of long swords. I wonder what happened here in ancient times. Why would such a strange sword forest be formed? Wondered Fang Qin. After stepping into the sword forest, Fang Qin felt the pressure of the sword qi coming from all directions. These sword qi constantly surrounded his body. Fang Qin took one step at a time. With every step he took, he could feel the pressure increasing. Fortunately, Fang Qin's understanding of the Sword Dao was not something an ordinary person could compare with. So in the beginning, Fang Qin's progress was very smooth. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In just a moment, Fang Qin had advanced 5 meters. His speed wasn't affected in the slightest. If the disciples outside knew of this, their jaws would definitely drop. It doesn't seem that difficult. Fang Qin thought to himself as he continued forward. 6 meters, 7 meters, 8 meters, 10 meters. In the blink of an eye, Fang Qin had covered a distance of 10 meters. At this moment, Fang Qin finally felt the pressure. Moreover, his speed had also slowed down. If I were to cultivate here, I would definitely be able to complete the Tai dispersing sword in the shortest time possible, said Fang Qin. Warriors couldn't stay in the sword forest for too long. So Fang Qin stopped thinking and continued forward. When Fang Qin advanced 20 meters, his whole body was suppressed by the sword qi. He couldn't move forward at all. Damn it, am I really going to lose? Fang Qin roared unwillingly. In the sword forest, sword qi surged. It was as if one could hear the cries of experts from ancient times. Fang Qin's body seemed to be imprisoned in the air. He couldn't move at all. I've reached my limit. If I continue, I'll definitely suffer a backlash, thought Fang Qin. However, if he gave up just like that, he would completely lose the bet with Yuan Batian. No, I can't lose to Yuan Batian. Suddenly, Fang Qin shouted in his heart. At this moment, the golden heart in his body began to beat rapidly. In the next moment, a strange scene happened. The sword qi in the sword forest was constantly being absorbed by the golden heart. Fang Qin instantly felt relaxed. It's the golden heart. Fang Qin felt the changes in his surroundings. He was overjoyed. He immediately took a step forward and continued forward. The golden heart wildly absorbed the sword qi in the sword forest. Fang Qin moved forward with ease. However, Fang Qin did notice something. While the golden heart was beating rapidly, the swords that were stuck in the ground of the forest of swords seemed to move. The bodies of the swords were slightly tilted towards Fang Qin, as if they were worshipping him. Unfortunately, Fang Qin didn't notice this subtle movement at all. I wonder what's going on with this golden heart, Fang Qin whispered as he walked. With the help of the golden heart, Fang Qin felt that his speed had reached an extreme. In a short while, Fang Qin surpassed Yuan Beishan's record. However, Fang Qin still didn't stop. In the sword forest, countless sword qi constantly crowded towards Fang Qin. Fang Qin was moving forward quickly. Finally, after an hour, Fang Qin came to a stop. This was because Fang Qin had reached the end of the sword forest. Reaching the end of the sword forest was something that had never happened in the history of kamikaze kenbu. If the disciples in the outside world knew about this, they would definitely be shocked. At this moment, many disciples in the outside world were puzzled. Fang Qin had entered the sword forest for an hour. Why hadn't he come out yet? It's been an hour. Logically speaking, he should have come out by now. Could he have died in the sword forest? He must be trying to surpass senior brother Yuan. However, he couldn't and was trapped in the sword forest. Trash like him wants to surpass senior brother Yuan? What a joke. Many disciples were discussing. As for Yuan Batian, his face was calm. There was a complicated look in his eyes, as if he was thinking about something. However, just as everyone was discussing, a figure suddenly appeared at the entrance of the sword forest. Everyone looked over and realized that it was Fang Qin. Fang Qin is out, a disciple shouted. The other disciples looked at Fang Qin with ridicule. They wanted to know just how many meters Fang Qin had advanced. Fang Qin, I thought you died in the sword forest. Yuan Batian was the first to speak. If you haven't died, how could I have died? Fang Qin retorted. How many meters did you walk? Asked Yuan Batian. Not more, not less. 26 meters. Fang Qin smiled. Hearing Fang Qin's words, Yuan Beishan's expression changed. He didn't believe that Fang Qin could advance 26 meters. He had to be lying. You're lying. With your strength, how could you have advanced 26 meters? Yuan Batian coldly said, Fang Qin, don't tell me that you're just spouting nonsense because you're afraid of losing. If you can advance 26 meters, I can definitely advance 30 meters. That's right. Fang Qin, you really have a problem with your character. A loss is a loss. Why would you lie? I don't want to be associated with such people. Fang Qin, a loss is a loss. 1,000,000 middle grade spirit stones. That's what you owe senior, apprentice brother Yuan. Hearing so many disciples defending Yuan Batian, a trace of ridicule appeared on Fang Qin's face. What proof do you have that I haven't reached 26 meters? Everyone was startled. Saying that Fang Qin hadn't reached 26 meters was just their guess. They had no proof. Although we don't have proof, you also can't prove that you've advanced 26 meters, said a disciple. Fang Qin ignored the surrounding disciples. He looked at Yuan Batian and asked, Do you also think so? Yuan Batian faintly said, Since we've made a bet, then we have to determine a winner. I was careless at the beginning, causing me to be unable to prove your result. After a pause, Yuan Batian continued, Every meter there's a long sword stabbed into the ground, and where the long swords are, there are some spirit herbs. I'll go in and take one to prove my result. Then you can go in. Hearing Yuan Beishan's words, the disciples all nodded. This was the best method so far. All right. Fang Qin nodded. Yuan Batian quickly entered the forest of swords and came out not long later. When he came out, he was holding a purple spirit herb, the violet soul grass. This is the violet soul grass. It can only be found 25 meters away. This should be enough to prove my result. Yuan Batian grinned. Fang Qin didn't say anything and also entered the forest of swords. A moment later, Fang Qin also came out of the forest of swords, but in his hand was a withered grass, yellow cloud grass. Fang Qin took out the withered grass and said, Senior apprentice brother Yuan, is this a spirit herb from 26 meters away? Asked a disciple. They were weak and hadn't reached 25 meters, so they couldn't see what was going on. So they asked Yuan Batian. When he saw the withered grass in Fong Chen's hand, Yuan Batian's expression sank. His heart was filled with unwillingness. "Impossible!" cried Yuan Batian. Hearing Yuan Batian's words, many disciples were shocked. Did Fong Chen really reach 26 meters in the Sword Forest and surpass Yuan Batian? Thinking of this, they all sucked in a cold breath and looked at Fong Chen. Chapter 103. The Forest of Swords was extremely dangerous. Normal martial artists would not be able to advance much. At first, Yuan Batian could not believe that Fong Chen could advance 26 meters. But when he saw the withered grass in Fong Chen's hand, he was filled with dissatisfaction. Although he was dissatisfied, a loss was a loss in front of everyone. Yuan Batian was not a sore loser. Crash! Yuan Batian took out 1,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones and handed them to Fong Chen. "Fong Chen, don't be so smug. The Forest of Swords relies on the feeling of the sword, not strength. If you have the guts, fight me to the death," Yuan Batian said coldly. Fong Chen put away the 1,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones and looked at Yuan Batian as if he was a monster. "Is there something wrong with your head?" The crowd was stunned, not knowing what Fong Chen was talking about. "I'm obviously not as strong as you, and you want me to fight you to the death? Is there something wrong with your head?" Fong Chen mocked. He was now at the peak of the second realm of the Qi transformation realm. At most, he could deal with disciples at the early fifth realm. It would be difficult for him to deal with Yuan Batian, who was at the peak of the fifth realm. Therefore, Fong Chen would not fight Yuan Batian to the death at this time. Hearing Fong Chen's words, Yuan Batian's face darkened. I'll wait for the day we fight to the death. I hope it won't be too far away," Yuan Batian said coldly and turned to leave. After losing the bet, Yuan Batian was furious. 1,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones was equivalent to a low-level Yuan soldier. He felt a little heartache. Fong Chen, you won't live for long," Yuan Batian thought to himself. After Yuan Batian left the Forest of Swords, Fong Chen also left. Many disciples were whispering among themselves. However, just as Fong Chen left, a disciple came from afar. Fong Chen did not notice this disciple, but this disciple noticed Fong Chen. How could it be him? He Yang's face was full of doubt as he asked. In the Tianguang secret realm, He Yang had met Fong Chen by chance. He was afraid that Fong Chen would ruin his plan, so he wanted to kill Fong Chen. However, he hadn't expected that Fong Chen would have 4 puppets. Not only had he failed to kill Fong Chen, but he had also nearly died in the Skylight secret realm. After that, He Yang realized that the puppet he had obtained with great difficulty had lost its connection to him. He Yang concluded that this matter must have been done by Fong Chen. Therefore, he hated Fong Chen very much, but he didn't know Fong Chen. After returning from the Skylight secret realm, He Yang had been searching for Fong Chen in the intermediate area. However, no matter how hard he searched, he could not find Fong Chen. After that, he stopped searching. However, he didn't expect to meet Fong Chen at this time. Damn it! He Yang roared angrily in his heart. But on the surface, he looked at Fong Chen calmly. Looking at Fong Chen's back, He Yang walked to the front of the Sword Forest and asked, "What is the name of the disciple who just left?" "Senior brother He Yang, you don't even know him? His name is Fong Chen. He is a new disciple, but he is very arrogant. As soon as he entered the intermediate area, he fought with Long Jun and killed him. When he fought with Senior Brother Yuan in the Sword Forest, he also suppressed Senior Brother Yuan and caused Senior Brother Yuan to lose 1,000,000 medium spirit stones. This kid is a monster. He has a rank 4 Sword Dao talent." Many disciples were talking. Hearing this, He Yang nodded slightly and made a mental note of Fong Chen's name. "Fong Chen, you stole everything from me. I will definitely take it back. Moreover, I will make you suffer." He Yang thought to himself. After killing Yuan Batian, Fong Chen was also very happy. "Yuan Batian, just you wait. One day I will surpass you," Fong Chen thought to himself. The reason why Fong Qin said that he had advanced 26 meters in the sword forest was to anger Yuan Batian. No more, no less. It was exactly 1 meter more than him. In fact, Fong Qin had already reached the end of the sword forest. If this news were to spread, the shock would be no less than his talent being off the charts. After all, in the history of kamikaze kenbo, no one had been able to reach the end of the sword forest. Of course, Fong Qin knew that it was all because of the mysterious golden heart. If it wasn't for the golden heart, he definitely wouldn't have reached the end of the sword forest. If Yuan Batian knew that Fong Qin had actually reached the end of the sword forest, he would definitely be shocked. In the following days, Fong Qin would go to the sword forest from time to comprehend. Sometimes he would also go to the cultivation tower to cultivate. In short, the days passed by quickly. However, Fong Qin's cultivation seemed to have stagnated. He was unable to break through to the Qi transformation third realm. This made Fong Qin feel helpless. Finally, after a lot of research, Fong Qin found out about a kind of elixir that could allow him to break through his bottleneck. The Qi transformation elixir was a low-tier origin level elixir. Only an alchemy master could refine it. The elixir hall in Kamikaze Kenbo didn't have such an elixir. Fong Qin planned to go to the imperial capital to take a look and also visit the king. Fong Qin packed up his things and left Kamikaze Kenbo. The disciples of Kamikaze Kenbo were relatively free and could go out to train at any time. He entered the Holy Wind mountain range with ease and quickly rushed out of the mountain range. Fong Qin originally wanted to reach the imperial capital as soon as possible, but the world was unpredictable. He didn't expect to meet a group of mounted bandits in the Holy Wind mountain range. There were a total of 10 mounted bandits. Basically, they were all at the Qi transformation, fourth realm. In the outside world, they could be considered a rather tyrannical, mounted bandit group. "Kid, leave your things behind, and we can leave your corpse intact," said the leader of the mounted bandits. Fong Qin frowned slightly and said, "You even dare to rob a disciple of Kamikaze Kenbo." "Humph, so what if you're a disciple of Kamikaze Kenbo? Even if I kill you, no one will know. So you better cooperate obediently." The leader of the mounted bandits sneered. "Kid, hurry up and hand over your things." "What if I don't cooperate?" asked Fong Qin. "If you don't cooperate, are you courting death?" The leader of the mounted bandits shouted sternly. "You're wrong. You're the ones courting death." As soon as Fong Qin finished speaking, the Qingyun sword in his hand suddenly displayed the Tai dispersing sword. After this period of cultivation, Fong Qin's Tai dispersing sword had been cultivated to the 7th level. The 7th level of the Tai dispersing sword was even more tyrannical. Puchiwen Fong Qin displayed the Tai dispersing sword. Wherever the sword light passed, the mounted bandits fell into a pool of blood. "Kid, you dare to kill our people? You're courting death," the leader of the mounted bandits said angrily. In an instant, all the mounted bandits joined forces to surround Fong Qin. However, they still underestimated Fong Qin's strength. A month ago, Fong Qin was already able to kill Long Jun, who was at the Qi transformation 4th realm. In Fong Qin's eyes, these mounted bandits were nothing to be afraid of. Pucci with a stab of the sword, a mounted bandit died. In a short while, half of the 10 mounted bandits were dead. D***, they're too tough. Let's go. At this moment, the leader of the mounted bandits realized Fong Qin's tyrannical strength and wanted to escape. However, Fong Qin was not willing to give them the chance. "Stay." Fong Qin growled and displayed the Tai dispersing sword. The tyrannical sword force was activated. Suddenly, the sword light filled the sky and pierced the bodies of the mounted bandits. Pucci in a short while, the mounted bandits, including the leader of the mounted bandits, were all dead. Fong Qin looked at the mounted bandits, lying in a pool of blood, and shook his head slightly. His principle was that if people did not offend him, he would not offend them. If people offended him, he would retaliate. After killing the mounted bandits, Fong Qin checked the spatial rings of the 10 mounted bandits. He found that there was nothing in the spatial rings of the 9 mounted bandits. They were all worthless items. As for the mounted bandit leader's spatial ring, there was a huge amount of wealth. Fong Qin estimated that there was around 2 million middle-grade spirit stones in there. No wonder you want to be mounted bandits. Money comes too quickly. Fong Qin sighed. Then Fong Qin turned and left. The moment Fong Qin left, a figure appeared from a hidden place. Damn it! How is Fong Qin so strong? Hyang couldn't help cursing. When he had discovered Fong Qin, Hyang had been secretly paying attention to Fong Qin. After learning more about Fong Qin, Hyang found that Fong Qin's strength had exceeded his imagination. Furthermore, Fong Qin still had several puppets in his hands. If Hyang wanted to rely on his own strength to kill Fong Qin, there was not the slightest possibility of that happening. It seems I can only rely on others, Hyang sinisterly said, and then disappeared from the Divine Wind Mountain Range. After leaving the Divine Wind Mountain Range, Fong Qin quickly rushed back to the imperial capital. By the time he reached the imperial capital, it was already noon. Fong Qin first went to find a merchant association and stated his purpose for coming. He wanted to buy a qi transformation pill. But contrary to Fong Qin's expectations, their merchant association's qi transformation pills had all been purchased yesterday. If he wanted to buy more, he would have to wait for the next batch. Within their merchant association, there was an alchemy grandmaster refining pills. There's no other way. I can only wait, Fong Qin faintly said. Then Fong Qin turned and left. He went to the Hu King's residence. Can I trouble you to announce that Fong Qin requests an audience with the Hu King? Fong Qin said to the guard in front of the Hu King's residence. Wait here. After the guard finished speaking, he went into the mansion to report the matter. A moment later, the guard returned. He nodded to Fong Qin and said, "You can go in." Fong Qin entered the Hu King's residence. After learning that the Hu King was in his study, he went to the study. Uncle Wen. Fong Qin cupped his hands in greeting when he saw the Hu King once more. Fong Qin, you've come. The Hu King softly said when he saw Fong Qin. Fong Qin noticed that the Hu King's expression was ugly. It seemed his mood wasn't too good. Furthermore, Fong Qin saw that the Hu King wasn't drinking tea. There wasn't a teacup on the table. Normally, the Hu King liked to drink tea when he was reading, but now he was clearly in a very bad mood. Uncle Wen, what happened? Why is your expression so ugly? Fong Qin worriedly asked. Chapter 104. Hearing the Protector King sigh, Fong Qin was even more certain that something must have happened. Otherwise, the Protector King would not have reacted this way. Uncle Wen, what exactly happened? Can I help you? Fong Qin asked. Fong Qin naturally remembered Duan Muin's great kindness to him. If not for Duan Muin, he would not have been able to join the Kamikaze Kenbu. It's a long story. Duan Muin nodded slightly when he heard this and replied. Then Duan Muin began to explain slowly, and Fong Qin listened attentively. After a while, Fong Qin finally understood the ins and outs of the matter. This was what had happened. In one of the prefectures of the Shengfeng nation, an evil organization had appeared. They were killing ordinary people without restraint. This news had shocked the entire royal family. Finally, the royal family had gathered all sorts of detailed information and prepared to send out the younger generation of the various royal manors to eradicate this evil organization and train the younger generation at the same time. The best of the younger generation of the Protector King's manors had joined the 10 Great Sect. Therefore, the remaining disciples in the royal manors were all martial artists who were not very strong. The strongest was only at the 4th realm of the Qi transformation realm. The royal family required that the leader of each royal mansion must be at least at the 5th realm of the Qi transformation realm. This made the Protector King frown. If the Protector King's manners were unable to find a disciple at the 5th realm of the Qi transformation realm, they would definitely become the laughingstock of the other royal manners. The Protector King would definitely not allow such a thing to happen. However, in the royal manners, there were no disciples above the 5th realm of the Qi transformation realm. The Protector King had even sent a message to the disciples of the 10 Great sect to see if they could rush back. However, the message he received was that it would take at least 10 days for them to rush back. Therefore, this method was not very effective. The other royal manners all have disciples above the 5th realm of the Qi transformation realm. Feng Chen asked. Protector King Duan Muin nodded slightly and said, Back then, in order to strengthen the Protector King's manners and train the younger generation, I sent those who were slightly more talented to the 10 Great sect. Now, those who are left are all disciples who are not very talented. They cannot compare to the other royal manners. Feng Chen nodded slightly. Shortly after, he asked, When will the imperial family's mission be carried out? 3 days later, gather at the plaza of the imperial capital. After that, we'll head out to carry out the mission, Duan Muin said. Feng Chen's eyes lit up as he said, Uncle Wen, this matter is not as bad as you think. Oh, Feng Chen, do you have any ideas? Duan Muin hurriedly asked. Feng Chen said, Although my current cultivation level is at the 2nd realm of the Qi transformation realm, my true strength has long since reached the 5th realm. I wonder if I can take the Protector King's place on this mission? Upon hearing Feng Chen's words, Duan Muin's face was filled with doubt. When he had recommended Feng Chen to join the Kamikaze Kenbo, Feng Chen's cultivation had not yet reached the Qi transformation realm. His true strength was only at the 1st tier of the Qi transformation realm. How long had it been? And Feng Chen was already saying that he had reached the 5th tier of the Qi transformation realm. Feng Chen, have you really reached the 5th tier of the Qi transformation realm? Duan Muin asked. Crash! Feng Chen did not say anything. He used his actions to prove it to Duan Muin. Suddenly, the Qingyun sword appeared in Feng Chen's hand. In the next moment, a monstrous sword aura appeared. Immediately after, the 7th level of the Tai dispersing sword was displayed. A powerful aura shot out from the Qingyun sword. Seeing this, Duan Muin's eyes lit up. He said excitedly, The aura is strong. Your strength has definitely reached the 5th tier of the Qi transformation realm. Feng Chen, I did not expect you to reach the 5th tier of the Qi transformation realm in such a short time. You're really amazing. Duan Muin could not help but praise. Feng Chen slowly put away the Qingyun sword and smiled. Uncle Wen, I hope that I can help you solve your problems. Hearing Feng Chen's words, a knowing smile appeared on Duan Muin's face. Good. This time you will lead the team. Ha ha ha. Duan Muin was very happy. On this day, the Duanmu Palace was very lively. Duan Muin had set up a banquet to welcome Feng Chen, not for anything else, but for Feng Chen's heaven-defying potential. It was worth it to protect the king. After a night of silence, Feng Chen went to the Chamber of Commerce early in the morning to ask about the Qi transformation pill. However, he was told that the Qi transformation pill had not been refined yet. I wonder if I can meet the alchemy master of your Chamber of Commerce? Feng Chen asked. The staff member shook his head. Master Tianhe does not meet strangers. Feng Chen secretly passed some mid-tier spirit stones to the staff member. Then he said, Help me out. The staff member took the spirit stones and nodded slightly. I can only let you know. As for whether Master Tianhe will meet you, it is hard to say. After a while, the staff came back with a smile on his face. You're in luck. Grandmaster Tianhe is resting. You can go in now. The staff member led Feng Chen along a small path and into a secluded courtyard. The courtyard was surrounded by bamboos. When Feng Chen entered the courtyard, he saw a white-haired old man sitting on a stool in the middle of the courtyard. Master Tianhe, I have brought him here." After saying that, the staff member turned and left. Fang Chen looked at Master Tianhe. The latter was also sizing him up. After a long while, Master Tianhe spoke. "Do you want to learn alchemy?" asked Master Tianhe. Fang Chen shook his head slightly. "Master Tianhe, I came here to ask for a favor." Every day, countless disciples wanted to be apprenticed to Master Tianhe. However, under normal circumstances, Master Tianhe would not accept disciples. Today, Master Tianhe happened to be resting. When the staff member told him, he thought that Fang Chen wanted to learn alchemy. Since he was free, he wanted to see if there were any outstanding warriors. When Master Tianhe saw Fang Chen for the first time, he felt that Fang Chen was a good seedling to learn alchemy. "Oh, I see." Master Tianhe frowned slightly. With Master Tianhe's status in Xinfeng Nation, he would not help at all. However, Fang Chen had piqued his interest. "I need a transforming energy pill. I hope Master Tianhe can help me refine it," said Fang Chen. "If you want a transforming energy pill, just wait in line," said Master Tianhe. Every few days, Master Tianhe would refine a furnace of elixirs for the Chamber of Commerce to sell. The last batch of transforming energy pills had been sold out. However, he would not refine it unless it was time. "Master Tianhe, I have an urgent matter. I can't wait. I hope Master Tianhe can help me," said Fang Chen hurriedly. Great Master Tianhe's face slightly changed, and he said coldly, "Humph, it's not up to you to tell me when to refine pills. If it wasn't for the fact that you're a disciple of Divine Wind Swordmansion, I wouldn't even bother talking to you." When Fang Chen entered the courtyard, Master Tianhe noticed the symbol on Fang Chen's clothes. He was a disciple of Kamikaze Kenbu. "Master Tianhe, if you can help me refine a transforming energy pill, I am willing to pay any price," said Fang Chen, unwilling to give up. "Humph, you can leave now." Master Tianhe waved his hand and ignored Fang Chen. Seeing Master Tianhe's expression, Fang Chen grinned bitterly and immediately took out a piece of paper. "Master Tianhe, this is an elixir recipe that I accidentally found while exploring a ruin. I have studied it carefully. This elixir recipe should have been passed down from ancient times. If you can help me refine a transforming energy pill, I am willing to give this elixir recipe to you," said Fang Chen slowly while holding the paper. Hearing the words elixir recipe, Master Tianhe, who had closed his eyes, opened his eyes slightly and immediately looked at Fang Chen. "The elixir recipe depends on whether it is valuable," said Master Tianhe. As an alchemy master, Master Tianhe did not care about ordinary elixir recipes, unless they were long-lost elixir recipes or elixir recipes passed down from ancient times. Fang Chen handed the elixir recipe to Master Tianhe and let him take a look. Master Tianhe picked up the elixir recipe and looked at it carefully. At first, Master Tianhe's expression was very indifferent, but after looking at it for a while, his expression suddenly became serious. In the end, Master Tianhe's breathing became a little rapid. After a long while, Master Tianhe's eyes were full of passion. He held the elixir recipe in his hand and said excitedly, "If my guess is right, this elixir recipe is definitely passed down from ancient times." "Master Tianhe, what about the elixir recipe?" asked Fang Chen. "Okay, no problem. I will refine the elixir for you now." Master Tianhe readily agreed and let Fang Chen watch him refine the elixir. Fang Chen nodded slightly with a smile on his face. In fact, this elixir recipe was not obtained from the ruin, as he said, but from the Scarlet Skeleton. After all, the Yellow Spring sect was very prosperous back then and must have collected a lot of elixir recipes. Fang Chen just asked casually, and the Scarlet Skeleton took out such an elixir recipe. At first, Fang Chen was not sure whether this elixir recipe could move Master Tianhe. Now it seemed that this elixir recipe was much more attractive than he thought. Master Tianhe put away the elixir recipe and began refining the elixir in front of Fang Chen without saying a word. Tell everyone that I will be refining elixir in seclusion for the next 2 days. No one is to disturb me." Master Tianhe ordered his servant. After everything was arranged, Master Tianhe began refining the elixir while Feng Chen watched in the courtyard. Although the process of refining the elixir was not slow, it was not fast either. Feng Chen watched Master Tianhe refining the elixir. From time to time, Master Tianhe would enter a state of epiphany, which made Feng Chen very happy. The great Tao is simple. All paths lead to the same destination. Even though the Tao of alchemy is different from the Tao of martial arts, there are still similarities between them. Feng Chen thought to himself, if he could often watch Master Tianhe refining elixir, his cultivation might be faster. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. Since Master Tianhe was refining elixir in batches, it took a long time. During this time, Feng Chen had been waiting. What Feng Chen did not know was that the outside world was in an uproar because Master Tianhe was refining elixir in seclusion. In the past, Master Tianhe had a rule. When he was refining elixir, he would allow a warrior to watch. Whoever paid the most spirit stones could watch. At this time, there were many warriors in the Chamber of Commerce. Their faces were full of anger. I paid the most spirit stones. Why can't I go in when Master Tianhe is refining elixir? A man with a ferocious face asked coldly. Someone is already watching Master Tianhe refining elixir. You can't go in, the staff said. Why is there no registration if someone went in? The rule was set by you. Now you don't follow the rule. What is the meaning of this? Master Tianhe once said that whoever pays the most spirit stones can watch him refine elixir. Why is it not allowed this time? There must be a conspiracy. Chapter 105. In the Chamber of Commerce, a group of people were making a fuss. They thought that there must be a conspiracy behind this. They were not convinced. The warriors who could come here to spend spirit stones to watch Master Tianhe refine pills were either rich or noble. Ordinary people couldn't afford to offend them at all. They didn't listen to the staff's explanation. In the end, they didn't listen to the staff's advice and forced their way to Master Tianhe's courtyard. The staff wanted to stop them, but it was already too late. At this time in Master Tianhe's courtyard, Feng Chen was watching Master Tianhe refine pills. Suddenly there was a loud noise. Then Feng Chen found that Master Tianhe was forming a complicated seal. The next moment, the medicine cauldron was opened. Master Tianhe waved his hand gently, and suddenly a large number of pills appeared in front of him. Crash! These pills were all put into a bottle by Master Tianhe. Is the refining done? Feng Chen asked. Yes, it's done. There are a total of 100 pills. After Master Tianhe finished speaking, he walked to Feng Chen and handed the bottle to Feng Chen. The pill formula you gave me is too precious. Once the pills are refined, it will definitely cause a sensation in the alchemy world of the entire Xinfeng nation. These 100 pills are for you. Master Tianhe said. Feng Chen was a little surprised when he heard this. He didn't know much about alchemy, so he didn't know how precious the pill formula given by the bloody skeleton was. Well, Feng Chen pondered for a moment and said, Feng Chen, you don't have to refuse. I have something to tell you. Master Tianhe stopped Feng Chen and said with a smile. Just as Master Tianhe was about to speak, there was a sudden noise outside the courtyard. Master Tianhe raised his eyebrows slightly, and there was a hint of displeasure between his eyebrows. Bang! The gate of the courtyard was opened, and a group of people squeezed into Master Tianhe's courtyard. I'm sorry, Master Tianhe. They insisted on coming in. I couldn't stop them. The staff said aggrievedly. Master Tianhe nodded slightly and said, It's not your fault. Master Tianhe, we are all abiding by your rules. Why can this kid come here to watch you refine pills? On the contrary, we who bid so much can't watch. Someone asked. Yes, Master Tianhe, we want an explanation. Master Tianhe snorted and said, "Although the previous rules were set by me, this pill refining is not a public matter. Of Master Tianhe." Since Great Master Tianhe had explained, they didn't dare to pester him anymore. They just glared at Fang Qin. Was refining. "Master Tianhe, I wonder if you can sell me some qi transforming pills." "I've been waiting in line," someone said. Great Master Tianhe said, "I have just given all the refined qi transformation pills to this little brother." Everyone's expression changed slightly. They didn't dare to be angry with Master Tianhe, but they dared to be angry with Fang Qin. Damn it! Someone in the crowd couldn't help but curse. However, they didn't dare to be angry in front of Master Tianhe. In the end, they left helplessly. After everyone left, Master Tianhe and Fang Qin sat on the stone bench together. Master Tianhe smiled and said, "Fang Qin, do you have a similar pill formula?" Fang Qin was a little confused, but when Master Tianhe saw Fang Qin's puzzled expression, he hurriedly explained, "You provide the pill formula and I refine the pill. We share the profits. With the pill formula you provided, once the pill is refined, it will definitely attract the entire pill industry of the Shenfeng nation. The wealth will definitely be beyond your imagination," Master Tianhe added. Fang Qin nodded. It turned out that Master Tianhe was interested in his pill formula. Although the Heavenly Pill Hall occupies a place in the pill industry of the Shenfeng nation, the competition in this industry is too fierce. "If we don't have good pills, we can't survive at all," Master Tianhe said. "Your pill formula gives me hope for the Heavenly Pill Hall to rise again." Hearing Master Tianhe's words, Fang Qin pondered for a moment before saying, "I do have another pill formula. I wonder how much profit Master Tianhe can give me?" 50%. How about we split it 50-50? Master Tianhe asked. "Don't underestimate this 50%. The profit will definitely be beyond your imagination," Master Tianhe added. Fang Qin thought carefully and then said, "Okay, deal." On the path of martial arts, cultivation would require a lot of spiritual stones. Therefore, Fang Qin naturally wouldn't let go of a way to make money. Anyway, the pill formula was provided by the bloody skeleton. He didn't have to do anything and could enjoy 50% of the profit. Okay. From now on, you will be a consecrator of the Heavenly Pill Hall," Master Tianhe said. After that, Fang Qin gave the other pill formula to Master Tianhe and then left. After Fang Qin returned to the Lord Hu King's residence, he said goodbye to the Lord Hu King and went into seclusion. Tomorrow was the day to carry out the mission, so he had to break through to the third LV of the Qi transformation realm today. Half a day later, Fang Qin successfully broke through to the third LV of the Qi transformation realm after swallowing the Qi transformation pill. After reaching the third LV of the Qi transformation realm, Fang Qin's strength was even more powerful. While Fang Qin was cultivating, Master Tianhe also began to get busy. He issued a series of orders and had all the staff go out to buy materials. The next day, which was also the day of departure, the Lord Hu King, Duan Muin, found Fang Qin. "Fang Qin, let's go. I will take you to the Imperial Capital Square," the Lord Hu King said. Behind the Lord Hu King were 5 disciples. Among the 5 disciples, the strongest was only at the 4th LV of the Qi transformation realm. They had already heard about Fang Qin's strength from the Lord Hu King and were very respectful of Fang Qin. "This time we will send 6 people from the Lord Hu King's residence. When we reach the mission location, you have to take care of the 5 of them," the Lord Hu King said on the way. Fang Qin nodded in agreement. After a while, the group arrived at the square. At this time, the square was packed. The disciples of the various Lord Hu King's residences had all arrived at the square. Even the royal family had sent a prince to participate in this mission. When the Lord Hu King arrived, some of the lords who were on good terms with the Lord Hu King greeted him. Of course, there were also some lords who were enemies of the Lord Hu King. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent. After everyone had arrived, the martial artist in charge of this mission from the royal family appeared at the front of the square. Everyone, I believe you know that this mission location is in the Golden Creek County. This time, the 8th Prince, who is at the 8th LV of the Chi Transformation Realm, will be leading you there. First, it is to exterminate the rebels. Second, it is to train you, the martial artist said loudly. During the mission, you must obey the 8th Prince's orders. Everyone nodded. In the Shangfeng Nation, there were many lords. Each lord who king's residence sent 5 or 6 people. In total, there were more than 100 people. Next, it was the 8th Prince's turn to speak. The 8th Prince was very young, but his aura was very strong. Everyone, you are all disciples of the various lord who king's residences. Normally, you are the ones giving orders. But this time, I hope that you can cooperate with me to exterminate the rebels. Many people responded to the 8th Prince's words. It seemed that the 8th Prince was very popular in the imperial capital. Fong Qin looked around. Among the 100 people, most of them were at the 5th LV of the Chi Transformation Realm and above. Only a few were below the 5th LV. Besides the 8th Prince, who was the strongest, the rest were only at the 7th LV of the Chi Transformation Realm. All right, the 8th Prince will tell you the details of the mission in the Golden Creek County. Now, let's go. With a loud roar, the 8th Prince led the 100 disciples down the streets of the imperial capital in an orderly fashion, attracting countless onlookers. Chapter 106. The Golden Creek County was very far from the imperial city. It would take at least 3 days to get there. A day after Fong Qin and the rest left, Grandmaster Tian, his wild laughter could be heard from a hidden courtyard in the Heavenly Pill Palace. At this time, in a hidden courtyard, Great Master Tianhe was holding a green pill in his hand. His face was full of excitement. It's a success! It's a success! Grandmaster Tian, he said excitedly. This was the first pill that Fong Qin had given him. It was called the Spirit Tempering Pill. It was a very precious pill that could refine a warrior's soul. He was well aware of the value of the elixir refined by Grandmaster Tianhe. Once the elixir was put on sale, it would definitely attract a lot of attention. In the following days, Great Master Tianhe began to refine another pill according to the pill formula. It took him an entire day before he finally succeeded in refining another pill. With the experience of refining, Master Tianhe began to refine. After another day, Master Tianhe's batch refining was finally successful. The first batch consisted of 100 spirit tempering pills and 100 spirit concentrating pills. The spirit tempering pill can refine a warrior's soul below the 6th level of the Qi realm. The spirit concentrating pill is of a higher level and can refine a warrior's soul above the 6th level of the Qi realm. Grandmaster Tian, he looked at the pills in his hand and laughed. Next, it was time to sell the pills to the public. The spirit tempering pill was a low-tier yuan level pill. It was priced at 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The spirit concentrating pill was a mid-tier yuan level pill. It was priced at 50,000 mid-grade spirit stones. When the Heavenly Pill Palace put these 2 pills up for sale, the entire alchemy world was shocked. Have you heard? Grandmaster Tian, he from the Heavenly Pill Palace, recently developed 2 pills that can refine a person's soul. What? There are pills that can refine a person's soul? Let's go take a look. The Spirit Tempering Pill and the Spirit Concentrating Pill can refine a Qi Realm warrior's soul. It's not expensive either. Let's see how effective it is. After a series of announcements by the Heavenly Pill Palace, all the warriors in the Imperial City knew that the Heavenly Pill Palace had developed 2 pills that could refine a person's soul. The soul was the weakest part of a warrior's body. It was very difficult to obtain a soul cultivation method. Even if ordinary martial artists had enough spirit stones, they wouldn't be able to purchase a soul cultivation method. At this time, the medicinal effects of the soul condensing pill and the soul tempering pill directly attracted a large number of martial artists. After a few days of fermenting, the entire alchemy world was shaken 3 days later. All the martial artists believed that the effects of the soul-condensing pill and the soul-tempering pill were very good. They lined up in front of the heavenly pill palace to buy them. However, because it was the first batch, Master Tianhe only refined 100 pills each. In just 2 hours, all 200 pills were sold out. The entire heavenly pill hall was still bustling with activity. Are there any more soul-concentrating pills? I want 10. I want 100 soul-concentrating pills. The effect of the soul-tempering pill is too good, I need it. In the heavenly pill palace, such shouts could be heard everywhere. The staff members were also very happy to see such a bustling scene. However, there were no more pills left. In the end, they had no choice but to invite Grandmaster Tianhe to show up. Everyone, please be quiet. After Master Tianhe appeared, a smile appeared on his face. He immediately said, "Since these 2 pills are newly developed by us, the first batch of pills produced is limited. But don't worry, we have begun to refine the second batch urgently. If nothing goes wrong, the second batch of pills will be available in 3 days." When they heard what Grandmaster Tianhe said, many of the martial artists cheered. Some of them even paid a deposit in advance. Just as Grandmaster Tianhe said, the Heavenly Pill Palace released some more pills 3 days later. However, the number of pills this time was much higher than the first batch. There were 500 pills for each type. However, in less than 2 hours after they were released, they were all sold out. This speed shocked the staff members. Even so, there were still martial artists waiting at the entrance of the Heavenly Pill Palace, hoping that they would be able to buy the next batch of pills. In just a few days, the spiritual stones that the Heavenly Pill Palace earned had exceeded everyone's imagination. Because of these 2 pills, the Heavenly Pill Palace had started to dominate the alchemy world. Looking at the powerful Heavenly Pill Palace, some of the other forces in the alchemy world felt helpless. In the imperial capital, there was a tall pavilion that reached the clouds. This pavilion was very famous in the imperial capital, as it was called the Elixir Pavilion. The Elixir Pavilion was an alchemy organization in the Divine Wind Nation. This organization was much more powerful than the Heavenly Pill Palace. In the past, the Heavenly Pill Palace had only occupied a small portion of the Divine Wind Nation's alchemy market. If it were not for Grandmaster Tianhe, they would not have been able to survive in the Divine Wind Nation's alchemy market. The Elixir Pavilion had never taken the Heavenly Pill Palace seriously. However, the Elixir Pavilion had no choice but to take the Heavenly Pill Palace seriously now. The Elixir Pavilion had even called for a high-level meeting. At the top floor of the Elixir Pavilion, other than the high-level members of the Elixir Pavilion, no one else could enter. In the meeting hall, many high-level members of the Elixir Pavilion were sitting. Even the pavilion master of the Elixir Pavilion was alarmed. The atmosphere in the meeting hall was very solemn. The pavilion master of the Elixir Pavilion was the first to speak. His face was solemn as he said in a low voice, "Who can tell me what is going on? How can the Heavenly Pill Palace steal our business?" Hearing the pavilion master's words, one of the elders said, "Pavilion master, the Heavenly Pill Palace has recently developed 2 types of soul-tempering pills. The prices are not considered expensive. Once they were put on sale, they were sold out immediately. Because of these 2 types of pills, they quickly occupied the alchemy market." That's right. Now, in the Heavenly Pill Palace, there is a sea of people waiting in line for the pills every day. Even some of our long-term customers have gone to the Heavenly Pill Palace, said another elder. "What kind of pills are they? Why are they so attractive?" asked the pavilion master. At this moment, an elder handed 2 pills to the pavilion master and said, "These 2 pills. The one on the left is called the Soul Concentrating Pill, and the one on the right is called the Soul Tempering Pill." The pavilion master picked up the 2 pills and carefully observed them. At first, he did not think much of them. However, after carefully observing them, his face was filled with shock. How could the Heavenly Pill Palace develop such pills? Exclaimed the pavilion master. Although he had never tried them before, with his eyesight, he could see that these two pills were not simple. Pavilion master, what should we do now? Asked one of the elders. They have soul-tempering pills, but so do we. Increase our production. Even if we lose money, we have to take back our business, said the pavilion master. The imperial capital was in an uproar because of Fong Chen's two-pill formulas. As for the main character, Fong Chen, he followed a large group of people to the Golden Creek Prefecture. After arriving, the eighth prince said that he wanted to understand the situation first. It just so happened that before they entered the city, they encountered a human martial artist covered in injuries. They walked over and started asking questions. Brother, I am a prince of the imperial family. We are here to help you. Can you tell us about the current situation in the Golden Creek Prefecture? Asked the eighth prince with a smile. Hearing the eighth prince's words, the martial artist's face revealed a trace of pleasant surprise. He immediately said, recently a group of rebels appeared out of nowhere in the Golden Creek Prefecture. They are tyrannical and are constantly killing civilians. The entire Golden Creek Prefecture is in chaos. If you didn't come, we wouldn't have been able to survive. Aside from Golden Creek City, has everyone else fallen? Asked the eighth prince. The martial artist nodded and said, they haven't attacked Golden Creek City yet. Once they come, Golden Creek City will definitely fall. At that time, the entire Golden Creek Prefecture will fall. After a while, the eighth prince learned more about the situation in the Golden Creek Prefecture and began speaking. Everyone, the situation in the Golden Creek Prefecture is not optimistic. However, according to the information we received, the strongest person among the rebels is only at the Qi transformation, 7th realm. Therefore, we still have the advantage, said the eighth prince. There are a total of 10 cities in the Golden Creek Prefecture. We have more than 100 people here. Next, I will divide you into 10 groups and go rescue the 10 cities, added the eighth prince. Immediately, the eighth prince began to divide the groups. After a while, the groups were divided. In Fong Chen's group, other than the few people from the Protector King's palace, there were 4 people from the Heaven Fiend Palace. When they found out that Fong Chen would be carrying out a mission with the Heaven Fiend Palace, one of the disciples whispered to him, Brother Fong Chen, you have to be careful of the Heaven Fiend Palace's disciples. They have a grudge with our Protector King's palace. Hearing this, Fong Chen nodded. From the corner of his eye, he sized up the 4 people from the Heaven Fiend Palace and found that they were filled with a murderous aura. All right, everyone is divided. Go quickly and return quickly. Be careful not to hurt the civilians, said the eighth prince. I will wait for your good news in Golden Creek City. Under the eighth prince's command, the 10 groups began to move. The target of Fong Chen's group was a city called Sky Cliff City. This city was at the border of the Golden Creek Prefecture and bordered another country. The Golden Creek Prefecture was at the border of the Shangfeng country, and Sky Cliff City was at the border of the Golden Creek Prefecture. Because this city was at the border of the 2 countries, it was often mixed with good people and bad people. However, Fong Chen did not care about this and quickly headed towards Sky Cliff City. How unlucky. Why are we with the Protector King's palace? Yeah, the Protector King's palace doesn't even have a 5th realm disciple. They will definitely drag us down. Not only do they not have a 5th realm disciple, but they also have a 3rd realm disciple. Are they looking for death? Do they think this is a game? Why do you care so much? The overall strength of the rebels is not strong. With the strength of the 4 of us, it is enough to destroy the rebels and take back the city, said the last disciple of the Sky Fiend Palace coldly. Other than the weakest disciple of the Sky Fiend Palace, who was at the 5th realm, the other 3 disciples were at the 6th realm. They already had a grudge against the Protector King's palace. Now that they saw the weak disciples of the Protector King's palace, they looked down on them even more. Let me tell you first, during the battle, we will not care about your life or death. You better not drag us down, said one of the disciples of the Sky Fiend Palace coldly. Humph, we of the Protector King's palace will not drag you down. One of the disciples of the Protector King's palace could not stand the mockery of the disciples of the Sky Fiend Palace and retorted. His retaliation angered the 4 disciples of the Sky Fiend Palace. However, at this moment, they were stopped by Fong Chen. We are here to complete a mission, not to quarrel, Fong Chen said in a low voice. Chapter 107. The rebels that had appeared in the Golden Creek County were organized and premeditated. Based on the information he had gathered, Fong Chen felt that their goal wasn't to occupy the Golden Creek County, but something else. Since he couldn't figure it out, he stopped thinking about it. In the Sky Cliff City, all the martialists had fled. Only the weak commoners were left. They had been chased to the public square by the rebels. Kill them all at noon, the leader of the rebels ordered. Boss, we have received news that the Divine Wind Nation has already sent some martialists to the Golden Creek County. It is exactly as the higher-ups have guessed. They have sent some disciples from the royal palaces, the subordinate said softly. According to the information, there is already a team of 10 people heading towards the Sky Cliff City. As long as they dare to come, we will make sure they do not return, the leader of the rebels said coldly. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, it was already noon. At this time, Fong Chen and the others appeared in the vicinity of the Sky Cliff City. The Sky Cliff City is right in front of us, Fong Chen said softly as he stopped in his tracks. Let's charge in directly, one of the disciples from the Sky Fiend Palace said. The other 3 disciples nodded. Fong Chen wanted to stop them, but they didn't listen to Fong Chen's advice. We still haven't figured out the situation inside. It is very dangerous to charge in without permission. If you are afraid of danger, then don't follow us in. The disciples from the Sky Fiend Palace sneered. Then, the 4 of them rushed into the Sky Cliff City. As the 4 of them disappeared into the distance, the disciple from the royal palace asked, Brother Fong Chen, what should we do now? Let's find a higher place to observe the situation in the Sky Cliff City, Fong Chen said. The 4 disciples of the Sky Fiend Palace had charged into the Sky Cliff City without any scruples. When they saw the rebels massacring the commoners, they roared angrily, Rebels, your time of death has come. With a roar, the 4 disciples began to fight with the rebels. When the leader of the rebels saw the 4 of them, his face changed slightly. He said sinisterly, Ignorant, kill them. As soon as the rebel finished speaking, countless rebels appeared from every corner of the city. Although these rebels were not very strong, there were too many of them. Bang, bang, bang in just a short while. The 4 disciples of the Heaven Fiend King Palace were unable to hold on any longer. Boss, if this continues, we're all going to die here, someone asked. Charge out, the boss said in a deep voice. He regretted it now. If he had known this would happen, they would have listened to Fong Chen's advice. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. You want to leave? The bandit leader sneered when he saw the 4 of them trying to escape. A quarter of an hour later, the 4 disciples were captured by the rebels. These 4 people are disciples of the Heaven Fiend Mansion. Lock them up properly, the rebel leader said. When the 4 disciples were captured, their faces were pale. When they came out, they swore that they would be able to complete the mission. But when they arrived at Sky Cliff City, they were captured by the rebels. Damn it! It's all because of the disciples of the Hu King's mansion. If they had come, we wouldn't have been captured. The 4 disciples vented their anger on the disciples of the Hu King's mansion. They hated the disciples of the Hu King's mansion. If they had the chance, they would have killed all of them. At the moment, Fong Chen was standing on a mountain peak outside Sky Cliff City. He could clearly see everything that was happening there. As expected, Fong Chen pondered and said, There are too many of them. If we go there rashly, we will definitely alert them. The 4 of them have been captured. What should we do? asked the disciple of the Hu King's mansion. Fang Qin pondered for a moment before replying, "Allow me to think about it." Although the 4 disciples of the Heaven Fiend King Palace did not force the rebel leader to make a move, Fang Qin could guess that the rebel leader's cultivation was not too high. At most, he was in the Qi transformation, 6th realm. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, night had arrived. At this moment, in Golden Creek City, the 8th prince, who was overseeing Golden Creek City, was constantly receiving urgent reports. Damn it! After the 8th prince heard the report, his face was full of dignified expression. He was very clear about the imperial family's intelligence agency. The intelligence agency had investigated in detail and said that the rebels in Golden Creek City were not too strong. Therefore, the disciples of the various king's mansions were allowed to go and train. But now, the situation was completely different from what the intelligence report had said. In just half a day, the news that he had received was that 5 groups had been wiped out. This made the 8th prince even angrier. However, he could only be anxious. There was nothing he could do. He could only wait. If the losses were too severe, he would ask the imperial family to send troops. At night, Skycliff City was pitch black. There was not a single person on the streets. Suddenly, a black figure appeared on the quiet street. This black figure looked around and confirmed that there was no one around before quickly disappearing into the darkness. Fang Qin pondered for an entire afternoon and finally came up with a plan. To catch bandits, first catch the leader. The first thing he had to do was to rescue the 4 disciples of the Sky Fiend Mansion and then take back the city. In order to achieve this goal, he had to capture the leader of the rebels. With the 4 captains, Fang Qin was confident that he would be able to silently capture the leader of the rebels. After much difficulty, Fang Qin found a place to sneak into Heavenly Cliff City. Then he quickly headed for the location of the rebels. The leader of the rebels lived in the city, Lord's Mansion. Fang Qin had already figured out the situation in the city, Lord's Mansion. There were no guards at the entrance of the city, Lord's Mansion. Fang Qin easily entered the city, Lord's Mansion. After entering, Fang Qin began to look for the leader of the rebels. In a short while, Fang Qin found the leader of the rebels. "I have to kill him in one strike. Otherwise, I will alert the enemy." Fang Qin thought to himself. Fang Qin secretly released the 4 captains. In this period of time, Captain Tianhong had also begun to practice the combined attack formation. When the 4 captains worked together to set up the formation, even a martial artist of the 7th level of the Qi transformation realm would not be able to break it. "Set up the formation." Fang Qin growled. Immediately, the 4 captains worked together to set up the formation. In the blink of an eye, the formation was completed. When the formation was completed, the 4 captains each stood in a corner and maintained the formation. Fang Qin silently entered the formation. This formation was huge and covered an entire pavilion. When Fang Qin entered the formation, the rebels were finally alerted. "Who is it?" the leader of the rebels asked in a low voice. Fang Qin knew that he had been discovered. He simply said, "You have been trapped in my formation. Be a good boy and surrender." Hearing Fang Qin's words, the rebel tried to sense it. His expression changed. What kind of formation was this? Why couldn't he sense it at all? "You're asking for it." The rebel was furious. He unleashed a fierce attack and began to attack Fang Qin. Because Fang Qin was familiar with the formation, he was able to easily dodge the rebels' attacks. Moreover, Fang Qin's prediction was correct. The rebels' cultivation level was at the 6th level of the Qi transformation realm. Bang, bang, bang. In this period of time, Fang Qin dodged the rebels' attacks while using the Tai Diffraction sword to attack the rebel. Damn it! What kind of formation is this? The rebel was trapped in the formation. It was impossible for him to inform his subordinates. He only had one thought in his mind, and that was to kill Fang Qin. Unfortunately, Fang Qin could come and go without a trace in the formation. He couldn't attack him at all. After attacking for a while, Fang Qin felt that it was about time. He said in a low voice, "All of you come in." Crash! As soon as Fang Qin finished speaking, the four captains entered the formation and began to attack fiercely. They began to surround the rebel leader. Back at the Azure Edge Sword Sect, the three captains were able to trap a martial artist at the 7th level of the Qi transformation realm when they worked together. After a while, the rebel leader was finally stopped by the four captains. After capturing the rebel leader, the first thing Fang Qin did was to cripple the rebel leader's cultivation level. Then he had the four captains remove the formation, pass down the order. "Have them bring the 4 martial artists they captured during the day here," Fang Qin said coldly. The rebel leader had no choice but to follow Fang Qin's orders. After a while, the 4 disciples of the Sky Fiend Palace were brought to the pavilion. Then, the rebel leader ordered his subordinates to leave. "Why is it you?" When the 4 disciples of the Sky Fiend Palace entered the pavilion, they were shocked to see Fang Qin sitting beside the rebel leader. "Damn it! The Sky Fiend Palace colluded with the enemy," one of the disciples said. "Do you want to die?" "It wasn't easy for me to subdue the rebel leader and force him to release you," Fang Qin said coldly. "What? You subdued the rebel leader?" The disciples of the Sky Fiend Palace asked curiously. In the end, they realized that the rebel leader had lost his cultivation level and finally believed Fang Qin's words. "Fang Qin, what should we do next?" The 4 disciples of the Sky Fiend Palace asked. Although they hated Fang Qin, they still had to listen to Fang Qin. They had to leave this place first. The situation in Sky Cliff City is beyond our expectations. With our strength, we won't be able to take over the city. Therefore, we need to retreat, Fang Qin said. "Okay, we'll listen to you." The 4 disciples of the Sky Fiend Palace instantly reached a consensus and listened to Fang Qin. After a while, the rebel leader led Fang Qin and the rest out of the Sky Cliff City Lord's Mansion. "Bring us out of Sky Cliff City," Fang Qin said coldly. The rebel leader's cultivation level had been crippled, so he could only submit. When they reached the city gates, the guard asked, "Leader, why are you going out so late?" "Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and open the gates," the rebel leader said coldly. "Okay." The guard didn't ask any more questions and directly opened the gates. The rebel leader and the rest calmly left Sky Cliff City. When they were far away from Sky Cliff City, the people from the Sky Cliff City met up with Fang Qin and the rest. "Escort him back to Golden Creek City," Fang Qin said. Hearing Fang Qin's words, the 4 disciples of the Sky Fiend Palace nodded. However, a trace of killing intent flashed in their eyes. Chapter 108. Golden Creek City, within the governor's mansion. The 8th prince was in charge of the governor's mansion, but his heart was burning with anxiety. 9 groups have failed. There is only 1 group left. I have already made a request to the imperial family. They will send troops over as soon as possible, the 8th prince said in a low voice. He, the 8th prince, had vowed that he would be able to eliminate the rebels and restore peace to the Golden Creek region. But now, in just a few days, 9 out of 10 groups had already failed. There was only 1 group left, and the 8th prince felt extremely humiliated. This matter would affect his position among the princes, but there was nothing he could do now. "I wonder what happened to the last group," the 8th prince said softly. At this moment, Fang Qin and the others in the last group were escorting the leader of the rebels and rushing towards the Golden Creek City. After a night of walking, they finally passed through a mountain range. Once they were out of the mountain range, they would be able to see the Golden Creek City. At this moment, Fang Qin and the others were walking in front, while the 4 disciples of the Sky Fiend Palace followed behind them. The 4 disciples of the Sky Fiend King Mansion looked at each other and nodded their heads. In the next moment, the 4 disciples suddenly launched a powerful attack. The 4 people's attacks all gathered on Fang Qin's body. Rumble with a loud sound. Fang Qin was caught off guard and was sent flying by the combined attacks of the 4 disciples. Cough, cough! Fang Qin fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. The 5 disciples of the Protector King's mansion reacted instantly. Their faces were filled with anger, and they wanted to speak, but it was too late. Kill them all. The 4 disciples of the Sky Fiend Palace said coldly. Immediately, the 4 of them exploded with tyrannical strength. 3 disciples of the 6th level of the Chi Transformation Realm and 1 disciple of the 5th level of the Chi Transformation Realm killed the 5 disciples of the Protector King's mansion in an instant. I hate you. The disciples of the Protector King's mansion were furious before they died. They did not expect that there would be a traitor among them. Crack! When the last disciple of the Protector King's mansion was killed, they turned to look at Fong Chen's body. They wanted to confirm whether or not Fong Chen was dead. However, to their surprise, there was not even a shadow on the ground. There was only some blood. Damn it, he can't have escaped far. Let's chase after him. The 4 disciples of the Heaven Fiend Royal Palace said sternly. One of the disciples guarded the rebel leader, while the other 3 chased after Fong Chen. At that moment, Fong Chen's heart was filled with rage. However, he was severely injured and had no way of fighting against the 4 disciples of the Heaven Fiend Mansion. Even if he released the 4 captains, they might not be a match for them. Hence, Fong Chen decisively chose to escape. Whoosh! Whoosh! Although Fong Chen was injured, his speed was very fast. In a short while, he had escaped far away. However, Fong Chen did not relax and continued to move forward quickly. After a while, Fong Chen discovered that the disciples of the Heaven Fiend Royal Palace were chasing after him. He increased his speed again. However, at that moment, Fong Chen discovered that a valley had appeared in front of him. This valley was filled with demonic beasts. Run! Fong Chen did not hesitate and rushed into the valley. Suddenly, the demonic beasts roared in the valley. When the disciples of the Heaven Fiend Royal Palace arrived, they discovered that the demonic beasts were enraged. Fong Chen has entered the valley. One of the disciples said, "That must be it. He must have angered the demonic beasts. He must have been killed by them. Should we go in and take a look?" In the end, the 3 disciples chose to leave because they discovered that there were Chi Transformation 7th Realm demonic beasts in the valley. They felt a sense of danger. Fong Chen has entered the valley. He will definitely die, the disciples of the Heaven Fiend Royal Palace said. When they returned, they met up with another disciple and escorted the leader of the rebels back to Golden Creek City. When the 8th prince found out that the 4 of them had returned to Golden Creek City, he personally came to welcome them. 8th prince, the information was wrong. The strength of the rebels in Sky Cliff City exceeded our expectations. However, we still managed to capture the leader of the rebels. The disciple of the Heaven Fiend Royal Palace said. Hearing this, the 8th prince's face finally revealed a trace of a smile. Good, very good. I did not expect you to actually capture the leader of the rebels. The 8th prince's face was full of smiles. When we return to the imperial capital, I will definitely reward you handsomely. The 8th prince said. Out of the 10 groups, 9 had been destroyed. Only their group had not been destroyed and had even captured the leader of the rebels. This made the 8th prince very happy. The 8th prince did not even ask about the situation of the others. He only praised the 4 disciples of the Heaven Fiend Royal Palace. 3 days after receiving the news from the 8th prince, the imperial family of Shenfeng Country sent an army to Golden Creek County. The first thing they did when they arrived at Golden Creek County was to exterminate the rebels. The strength of the army was too strong. Everywhere they went, the rebels in the cities were all killed. In just 1 day's time, all 10 cities had been taken back. The rebels this time had infuriated the royal family. Therefore, the experts that were sent out this time were very tyrannical. The only regrettable thing was that some of the disciples of the various royal palaces were completely annihilated. The imperial family had successfully taken control of Golden Creek County. The 8th prince returned to the imperial capital under the protection of many guards. At this moment, at the border between Shenfeng country and another country, there was a thatched cottage in a dark forest. Outside the thatched cottage, a man with disheveled hair was sitting, cross-legged. Boss, Golden Creek County is under the control of the imperial family. Our men are all dead. A subordinate reminded him in a low voice. The man with disheveled hair nodded slightly and said in a hoarse voice, "Our current strength is not enough to fight against the imperial family. It is merely Golden Creek County. Our goal was never Golden Creek County in the first place." After saying that, the man with disheveled hair turned around and looked behind the thatched cottage. There were dozens of young cultivators in the open space behind the thatched cottage. They were the disciples of the various royal palaces who had followed the 8th prince here. With these hostages, we can negotiate with those so-called royal palaces. The man with disheveled hair laughed sinisterly. Everything in Golden Creek County was a conspiracy. The reason why they showed weakness was to make the imperial family lower their guard. This way, they would be able to capture so many young disciples. After the imperial family took control of Golden Creek County, the Iron Blood Legion protected Golden Creek County. The commoners of Golden Creek County cheered. In a valley not far from Golden Creek City, Fang Chen was lying on a large rock with injuries all over his body. He had almost died. Damn it! Fang Chen couldn't help cursing. After a few days of recovery, he could finally move his body. However, he still couldn't stand up. That day, Fang Chen resolutely entered the valley. Facing countless demonic beasts, Fang Chen was lucky. He found a very tall rock that was almost hanging in the air. Fang Chen asked the 4 captains to bring him to the rock. Although the demonic beasts in the valley were furious, they couldn't do anything about it. "Bastards of the Sky Fiend Royal Palace, I will not let you off," Fang Chen said coldly. What followed was a long period of recovery. After a month, Fang Chen's injuries had completely healed. After tossing and turning, he finally returned to the imperial capital. The first thing Fang Chen did when he returned to the imperial capital was to find the Heavenly Pill Hall. In a hidden courtyard in the Heavenly Pill Hall, Grandmaster Tianhe was chatting with Fang Chen. "Brother Fang, where have you been these days? I couldn't find you even if I wanted to." Grandmaster Tianhe's face was full of smiles. In more than a month, the Heavenly Pill Hall had successfully occupied the elixir market in the Divine Wind Nation. Even the elixir dispensary was helpless. Although the elixir dispensary had also launched a soul-tempering elixir, it was nothing compared to the 2 elixirs from the Heavenly Pill Hall. In the end, people still bought the elixirs from the Heavenly Pill Hall crazily and neglected the elixirs from the elixir dispensary. As a result, the elixir dispensary lost a lot of money. In the end, the higher-ups of the elixir dispensary made a decision to cooperate with the Heavenly Pill Hall. It wasn't just the elixir dispensary. Some other elixir organizations also sent their higher-ups to contact the Heavenly Pill Hall. In the end, a few elixir organizations reached an agreement and decided to cooperate. The Heavenly Pill Hall could provide 2 types of elixirs to the elixir dispensary and the other elixir organizations, but the profits had to be split in half. Although the Heavenly Pill Hall demanded an exorbitant price, the elixir dispensary and the other organizations had no choice but to agree. Because of the 2 types of soul-tempering elixirs, the Heavenly Pill Hall had already surpassed the elixir dispensary and become the strongest organization in the Divine Wind Nation's elixir industry. If Fang Chen had said this to Grandmaster Tianhe more than a month ago, Grandmaster Tianhe wouldn't have believed him. But now, everything had become a reality. "How's the elixir sales?" Fang Chen asked. "The sales of the soul-tempering pills and soul-concentrating pills are very high, and the supply can't meet the demand. In just 1 month, we've earned more spirit stones than we've earned in the past year. The entire elixir industry has gone crazy. Even a big force like the Elixir Pavilion has come to cooperate with us." Master Tianhe grinned. Then, Grandmaster Tianhe handed Fang Chen a space ring. "We agreed to split the profits 50-50. These are the spiritual stones that you deserve, Grandmaster Tianhe said. Fang Qin opened the space ring and casually checked its contents. He was instantly shocked. There were a total of 1 billion spiritual stones inside. Moreover, they were all spiritual stones of medium grade. How can there be so many? Fang Qin was shocked. These two types of elixirs are too popular. The profits during this time are too high. Grandmaster Tianhe explained the current situation of the Divine Wind Nation's elixir market to Fang Qin. Fang Qin finally understood. So that's how it is. Fang Qin put away the spiritual stones. 1 billion spiritual stones. An ordinary cultivator wouldn't be able to see that many spiritual stones in their lifetime. Chapter 109. Fang Qin was also shocked by the amount of medium spiritual stones. Even if it was converted to upper spiritual stones, it would be equivalent to 10 million. In the imperial capital, this was considered a huge sum. After recovering from his shock, Fang Qin calmed down. It was obvious that he had underestimated the spending power of martial artists. Brother Fang, these 2 elixir formulas of yours have allowed the Heavenly Elixir Hall to make a huge profit. Master Tianhe was very respectful towards Fang Qin. Although he was an alchemy master, he did not put on any airs in front of Fang Qin. He knew how terrifying this young man was. Master Tianhe was also afraid of offending Fang Qin. If he offended Fang Qin could give up on cooperating with the Heavenly Elixir Hall and work with other elixir organizations like the Elixir Dispensary. If that happened, the advantage that the Heavenly Elixir Hall had built up would be gone. Therefore, Fang Qin was a money tree that they had to hold tightly in their hands. Mutually beneficial. Fang Qin smiled. Master Tianhe and Fang Qin talked a lot about the Heavenly Elixir Hall. Master Tianhe even asked Fang Qin to invest in the Heavenly Elixir Hall. However, Fang Qin did not agree. Once he invested in the Heavenly Elixir Hall, he would be tied to the Heavenly Elixir Hall. That was not the outcome that he wanted. Therefore, mutually profiting from each other was the best choice. Suddenly, Fang Qin said, Grandmaster Tianhe, I have a request that I must make of you. Oh, Brother Fang, what is it? If I can help you, I will do my best to help you. Master, Tianhe said without hesitation, cut off all business with the Heavenly Fiend Palace. Do not sell any elixirs to the Heavenly Elixir Hall. Fang Qin said in a deep voice. Since the disciples of the Heavenly Fiend Palace wanted to kill him, he would not let them off easily. This was just the beginning. Moreover, the Heavenly Fiend Palace had a grudge against the Protector King's palace. Fang Qin could use the Heavenly Elixir Hall to attack the Heavenly Fiend Palace from the side. Does the Heaven Fiend Palace have a grudge with Brother Fang? Asked Great Master Tianhe. Fang Qin nodded. After receiving Fang Qin's confirmation, Great Master Tianhe said, All right, there is no problem. From now on, the Heavenly Elixir Hall will not provide any elixirs to the Heaven Emanations King Mansion. I will also inform the Elixir Pavilion and other organizations. Hearing Master Tianhe's words, Fang Qin nodded with satisfaction. After that, Fang Qin bid farewell to Great Master Tianhe and left the Heavenly Pill Hall. On the same day, Great Master Tianhe held a meeting with the higher-ups of the Heavenly Pill Palace. In the meeting hall, Grandmaster Tianhe was sitting at the head of the table. He was the strongest alchemist in the Heavenly Pill Palace and the only alchemist in the Heavenly Pill Palace. Of course, he was also the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pill Palace. Palace Master, why did you call for an emergency meeting? Asked one of the higher-ups. Under normal circumstances, the Heavenly Pill Palace would not call for such an emergency meeting unless there was an important matter. However, the Heavenly Pill Palace's momentum in the elixir market had been unstoppable recently. Logically speaking, nothing major should have happened. The other higher-ups also looked at Grandmaster Tianhe with puzzlement in their eyes. Great Master Tianhe looked around and said, From today onwards, the Heavenly Pill Palace will stop all business with the Heaven Emanations King Mansion. Furthermore, we will not provide any elixirs to the Heaven Emanations King Mansion in the future. Palace Master, if this is the case, the Heavenly Pill Palace will lose a big customer. That's right. Palace Master, the Heaven Emanations King Mansion, has a huge demand for elixirs. If we stop providing them with elixirs, they will definitely go to the Elixir Pavilion. Previously, we spent a lot of effort to snatch the Heaven Emanations King Mansion's business from the Elixir Pavilion. Palace Master, please reconsider. Many of the higher-ups reminded him. They did not want to lose such a big customer. This matter is settled. All you need to know is that if we continue to do business with the Heaven Emanations King Mansion, the Elixir Pavilion and other organizations will also get the elixir formulas for the Spirit Tempering Elixir and Spirit Concentrating Elixir. Great Master Tian, he said coldly. Upon hearing Great Master Tian's words, many of the higher-ups were shocked. They understood that this was not Great Master Tian's idea. It was the idea of the mysterious Almighty behind Great Master Tianhe. So what if they offended the Heaven Emanations King Mansion for a mysterious Almighty? I see. Rest assured, Palace Master. From today onwards, the Heavenly Pill Palace will cut off all business with the Heaven Emanations King Mansion. Many of the higher-ups said. They knew how much profit the Spirit Tempering Elixir and Spirit Concentrating Elixir could bring to them. Once the Elixir Pavilion got their hands on the elixir formulas, they would be able to refine the elixirs at a lower cost. At that time, the Elixir Pavilion would not cooperate with the Heavenly Pill Palace. Without the advantage, the Heavenly Pill Palace would not be able to compete with the Elixir Pavilion. At the thought of this, many of the higher-ups gasped. They could offend anyone but that Almighty. The Heavenly Pill Palace was extremely efficient. On the same day, they cut off all business with the Heaven Emanations King Mansion. When the Heaven Emanations King Mansion found out about this, they were furious. Humph. Even if they don't cooperate with us, there is still the Elixir Pavilion. A voice rang out from the Heaven Emanations King Mansion. The people from the Heaven Emanations King Mansion were furious. If the Heavenly Pill Palace had not promised to give them a huge discount, they would not have chosen the Heavenly Pill Palace. Now, the Heavenly Pill Palace wanted to cut off all business with them just because they had 2 elixirs. What a joke! Since the Heavenly Pill Palace does not want to cooperate with us, we will cooperate with the Elixir Pavilion. We will work with them to destroy the Heavenly Pill Palace. The people from the Heaven Emanations King Mansion said. Immediately, the Heaven Emanations King Mansion sent their younger disciples to the Elixir Pavilion. Because they had made great contributions in suppressing the bandits in the Golden Creek County, the 4 disciples of the Heaven Emanations King Mansion were heavily rewarded by the 8th Prince. Their status in the Heaven Emanations King Mansion also rose. The 4 of them could do whatever they wanted in the Sky Fiend King Palace. They were discussing a collaboration with the Elixir Dispensary. The fact that the Sky Fiend King Palace had sent the 4 of them to deal with such an important matter was enough to show how important this matter was to the Sky Fiend King Palace. The 4 of them staggered out of the Heaven Emanations King Mansion with wild smiles on their faces. At the same time, Fong Qin was hiding in a dark corner. His eyes were filled with killing intent. The 4 of you must die. Fong Qin thought to himself. He would find an opportunity to kill the 4 of them before returning to Kamikaze Kenbu. The 4 of them swaggered towards the Elixir Pavilion. Fong Qin followed closely behind them. However, there were too many people on the way, and Fong Qin did not have a chance to strike until the 4 of them entered the Elixir Pavilion. We are from the Heaven Emanations King Mansion, and we are here to discuss a cooperation. The moment they entered the Elixir Pavilion, the leader of the 4 announced loudly. Hearing the words Heaven Emanations King Mansion, all the staff members' faces changed. One of them said in a low voice, "I'm sorry. Our pavilion leader is busy and will not be out." "Humph! How dare you block my way? Are you courting death?" The second leader said coldly. Quickly report to your pavilion leader that the people from the Heaven Emanations King Mansion are here," the third leader said in a low voice. Right at that moment, a white-haired old man suddenly appeared in the hall of the Elixir Pavilion. His face was frosty as he said indifferently, "The four of you should return. From today onwards, the pavilion leader has already informed us that the Elixir Pavilion will not cooperate with the Heaven Emanations King Mansion." After speaking, the white-haired old man turned and left. When the four of them heard this, their faces changed. However, this was the Elixir Pavilion after all. They could not cause trouble here. "Let's go." After speaking, the four of them turned and left. For the entire afternoon, the four of them went to a few elixir shops. However, unexpectedly, none of them were willing to cooperate with the Heaven Emanations King Mansion. This made the four of them furious. "Damn it! Who is the one who is scheming against us?" The leader said coldly. "Let's go back first. This matter is unusual. We need to report it," the second leader said. After that, the four of them rushed towards the Heaven Emanations King Mansion. At this time it was already night time. Although the entire imperial city was brightly lit, there were fewer people on the streets. Feng Qin had been secretly watching the four of them. When the four of them walked to a slightly secluded street, Feng Qin finally decided to take action. Crash! The four captains appeared in an instant and set up a formation, trapping the four of them within. What's going on? The sudden change caused the faces of the four people to be filled with panic. However, after a slight panic, the four of them quickly calmed down. "There's an ambush," the leader said in a low voice. "Pucci!" Just as the leader finished speaking, an arm suddenly appeared beside the four of them. In the next moment, the weakest of them, the fourth leader, was pierced through the throat and died instantly. Fourth leader! Seeing the fourth leader die, the three of them roared in anger. However, they were trapped in the array and could not leave. "Damn it! How dare you kill my brother? All of you will die!" the leader roared in anger. At the same time, the three brothers began to attack the array. However, how could the array set up by the four captains be broken so easily by them? Time passed by slowly. After an hour, the four captains finally managed to kill a sixth realm Qi transformation realm martial artist with their combined efforts. Pucci! The third leader's death made the leader and second leader even more furious. However, within the array they could not see the enemy, but the enemy could see them. "Leader, we can't go on like this. Otherwise, we will all die," the second leader said in fear. "Let's attack with all our might and break the array," the leader said in a low voice. Bang! Bang! Under the strange attacks of the four leaders, the second leader also died at their hands. Now, only the leader was left in the array. It was also at this moment that Feng Qin suddenly appeared in the formation. Beside him, the four captains stood quietly. "Feng Qin, it's you!" The leader saw Feng Qin, and his face was full of shock. Then his face turned into anger. "When you wanted to kill me, did you think that this day would come?" Feng Qin asked indifferently. "Feng Qin, you are courting death. The Sky Fiend Palace will not let you off," the leader roared in anger. "This place is so remote. Even if I kill you, the Sky Fiend Palace will not know." As soon as Feng Qin finished speaking, the four leaders joined forces to attack the leader. Although the leader was a 6th level Qi transformation realm martial artist, under the attacks of the four leaders, he was forced to retreat. His body was sent flying by the four captains. Just as he was trying his best to stabilize his body, a long sword suddenly pierced his body from his back. "Pucci!" Feng Qin held the Qingyan sword and stabbed it into the leader's body. "Feng Qin, you—" The leader spat out a mouthful of blood. Before he could finish his sentence, he lost his life. After the four of them were dead, Feng Qin quickly destroyed the corpses. Then he removed the array, put away the four leaders, and quickly disappeared into the darkness. Chapter 110. When you wanted to kill me, did you think this day would come? Fang Qin asked calmly. Fang Qin, you're asking for it. The Heaven Fiend Palace will not let you off, the leader roared. This place is so remote. Even if I kill you, the Heaven Fiend Palace will not know. As soon as Fang Qin finished speaking, the 4 captains joined forces to attack the leader. Although the leader was a martial artist in the 6th realm of the Qi transformation realm, under the attacks of the 4 captains, he was forced to retreat. His body was sent flying by the 4 captains. Just as he was trying his best to stabilize himself, a long sword suddenly pierced his body from his back. Puchi Fang Chen held the Qingyun sword in his hand and pierced the leader's body. Fang Qin, you... The leader spat out a mouthful of blood. Before he could finish his sentence, he lost his life. After the 4 of them were dead, Fang Qin quickly destroyed the corpses and removed the formation. He put away the 4 captains and quickly disappeared into the darkness. The remote streets were very quiet, as if nothing had happened. When he returned to Kamikaze Kenbo, Fang Chen's cultivation had reached the peak of the 3rd realm of the Qi transformation realm. Now he could easily fight a martial artist in the 5th realm. He could even challenge a disciple in the 6th realm. When Fang Chen returned to Kamikaze Kenbo, he heard that Yuan Batian had reached the 6th realm of the Qi transformation realm not too long ago. In response, Fang Chen nodded slightly. With Yuan Batian's potential, breaking through to the 6th realm of the Qi transformation realm was within his expectations. Let's exchange for a better weapon first, Fang Chen said with a grin. Previously, Fang Chen had close to 1,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones. He had won 1,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones from the bet with Yuan Batian. After selling the items in the space ring of the bandits, he had obtained close to 2,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Adding the 1,000,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones from the elixirs, Fang Chen now had a total of 1.04 billion mid-grade spirit stones. After arriving at the weapon hall, Fang Chen directly asked, "What's the highest grade weapon you have here?" When the staff member heard Fang Chen's words, he was slightly taken aback. Soon after, he said, "In the weapon hall of the intermediate zone, the highest grade weapon is the high-grade Yuan soldier." After saying that, the staff member brought Fang Chen to where the high-ranking Yuan dynasty soldiers were. There are a total of 10 high-level Yuan soldiers here. Which one do you need? The staff member asked. Fang Chen took a look and saw that the lowest price for a high-grade Yuan soldier was 10 million mid-grade spirit stones. However, these spirit stones were nothing to him right now. In the end, Fang Chen's gaze was fixed on a long sword. This long sword had an aura around it, and there was a dragon-shaped sculpture on the hilt. Hidden Dragon Sword. When Fang Chen saw the 2 words Hidden Dragon on the pitch-black longsword, he understood that this was the longsword's name. "How much is this Hidden Dragon sword worth?" asked Fang Chen. The other high-grade Yuan soldiers all had a price tag, but this Hidden Dragon sword didn't. That was why Fang Chen asked this question. This Hidden Dragon sword is the highest grade Yuan soldier in the intermediate zone. "It's worth 30 million mid-grade spirit stones," said the staff member. Fang Chen nodded. "I'll take it." Under the staff member's shocked gaze, Fang Chen handed over 30 million mid-grade spirit stones and took the Hidden Dragon sword. "This fellow is too rich. The Hidden Dragon sword has been in the weapon hall for many years, and no disciple has been able to afford it. I never thought that this brat would take out 30 million mid-grade spirit stones in one go," said the staff member when he saw Fang Chen leave. For 3 days, the Heaven Fiend Sovereign had searched the entire imperial capital, but there was no news of the 4 disciples. In the end, the Heaven Fiend Sovereign confirmed that the 4 of them had been assassinated. After receiving this news, the Heaven Fiend Sovereign Palace was furious. The 4 of them were the 8th prince's personal disciples, and they had never thought that they would die in front of so many people. "Damn it! Go and investigate. Find the murder at all costs," roared the Heaven Fiend Sovereign. In the following period of time, the Heaven Fiend Sovereign Palace mobilized the entire Sovereign Palace to investigate this matter. At first, they suspected that the Elixir Pavilion and a few other Elixir organizations had assassinated the four of them. But after investigating, they realized that this matter had nothing to do with them. In other words, the four of them had been killed by a mysterious expert. After a series of investigations, the Heaven Fiend Sovereign Palace finally determined the location where the four of them had been killed. The Heaven Fiend Sovereign's face was filled with anger when he looked at the scene. There are no traces left behind. They must have destroyed the corpses, said the Heaven Fiend Sovereign in a deep voice. To be able to kill the four of them silently, the person must be an expert on the Chi ranking or a Chi C realm expert, said the Heaven Fiend Sovereign. In the end, the news of the four of them being killed reached the eighth prince's ears. The eighth prince was furious. The four of them had become the eighth prince's confidants after returning from Golden Creek County. Who would have thought that they would die silently? Investigate this matter, ordered the eighth prince. But no matter how hard they investigated, they could not find the murderer. During this period, the Heaven Elixir Hall's business was booming. Grandmaster Tian, he was grinning from ear to ear. Following the Heaven Elixir Hall, the Elixir Pavilion, and the other organizations, their business was booming as well. Of course, Feng Chen, as the person involved, was cultivating in kamikaze kenbu. With the hidden dragon sword, I can definitely fight against a 6th level Chi transformation realm martial artist, said Feng Chen with a grin. It's time. Feng Chen put away the hidden dragon sword and slowly walked out of the courtyard. In the middle-class area's square, many middle-class disciples were cultivating. Coincidentally, Yuan Batian was in a particularly good mood today, so he was here to teach the weaker disciples. Senior Brother Yuan, after listening to your explanation, I'm enlightened, said a disciple. Senior Brother Yuan, thank you for your guidance, said another disciple. In the square, all the disciples were praising Yuan Batian. Hearing this, Yuan Batian's face was full of smiles. He liked the feeling of being admired by tens of thousands. But at this moment, a discordant voice suddenly came from afar. Yuan Batian, I said before that I would return the humiliation you gave me 100-fold. Hearing this voice, everyone turned their heads and saw that the person who spoke was Feng Chen. Do you think you have the strength to challenge me now? Said Yuan Batian in a low voice. Yuan Batian, it's time to settle old scores, said Feng Chen. Feng Chen, you're not Senior Brother Yuan's match. That's right. You might be strong, but it's impossible for you to defeat Senior Brother Yuan. Feng Chen, I'd advise you to be a bit more rational. Don't go against Senior Brother Yuan. Many disciples began to berate Feng Chen. They all thought that Feng Chen was courting death. However, Feng Chen ignored their berating. He icily stared at Yuan Batian. Yuan Batian, are you afraid? Yuan Batian sneered. Feng Chen, are you prepared to die? We still don't know who will live and who will die, said Feng Chen. All right, since you want to die, I'll help you out. Do you dare fight me to the death on the life and death stage? Asked Yuan Batian icily. Why wouldn't I dare? I'll give you 3 days to prepare. 3 days later, I'll personally kill you, laughed Yuan Batian sinisterly. After obtaining his answer, Feng Chen turned and left. News of Yuan Batian and Feng Chen's life and death battle instantly spread through the Middle Disciple region. Countless disciples were discussing it. As for the Middle Disciple region's higher-ups, they were furious. No matter what, they refused to agree to the life and death battle. What kind of joke is this? Both of them have 4th rank talent in the Sword Dao. If we agree to their life and death battle, then no matter what the result is, one of us will definitely die. No, we won't allow it, said the Middle Disciple region's supervisor. Although the two of them have enmity, their talent is there for all to see. With a 4th rank talent in the Sword Dao, give them some time and they'll definitely become one of the 8 kings. That's right, we definitely won't agree to their life and death battle. No matter who dies, it'll be a loss that our kamikaze Kenbu cannot bear. The various higher-ups all spoke up, but no one agreed to the life and death battle. Chapter 111. The upper echelons of the intermediate district almost all disagreed with Fong Qin and Yuan Beishan's death match. Both of them were elites of the kamikaze Kenbu. No matter who died in battle, the kamikaze Kenbu would not want to see either of them die. Therefore, the upper echelons finally came to the conclusion that a death match was not allowed. When Fong Qin learned of this situation, he was filled with helplessness. He naturally knew what the upper echelons of the kamikaze Kenbu were thinking. However, he only had one thought in his mind, and that was to kill Yuan Batian. Fong Qin wasn't the only one thinking this way. Yuan Batian also wanted to kill Fong Qin. However, because of the upper echelon's obstruction, the matter was left unsettled in the end. Fong Qin, one day, I will make you wish you were dead, Yuan Batian said to himself when he heard the news. Just like that, the intermediate district regained its peace. All the disciples were working hard in their cultivation. One day, Fong Qin suddenly woke up from his cultivation. His face revealed a trace of helplessness. Sword force had been perfected, but it was very difficult to transform it into sword will. Sword force was the first step in the way of the sword. Warriors who could comprehend sword force were geniuses among geniuses, but there were many in the kamikaze Kenbu. Sword will was the second step in the way of the sword. It was able to transform sword force into sword will. This step had stumped countless geniuses. Geniuses who could truly reach this step were few and far between, even in the kamikaze Kenbu. Fong Qin was stuck at this bottleneck. For the time being, there was nothing he could do. After cultivating in the kamikaze Kenbu for a period of time, Fong Qin's cultivation had reached the peak of the third realm of the Qi transformation realm. At this moment, Fong Qin was confident that he could defeat or even kill Yuan Batian. Fong Qin's talent in swordsmanship was much stronger than Yuan Beishan's, but he started a little later, so he had been chasing after Yuan Batian. Now he had finally caught up to Yuan Batian. While cultivating in kamikaze Kenbu, Fong Qin prepared to return to the Fong family. After leaving kamikaze Kenbu and crossing the Lianyun mountain range, Fong Qin returned to the Fong clan in Black Cloud City. After a series of battles in Black Cloud City, the Fong clan had become the undisputed king, and the other forces didn't dare to oppose them. Moreover, many forces knew that behind the Fong family was the Green Edge Sword Sect and Overlord Sect. The current Azure Edge Sword Sect was many times stronger than before, and the number of Qi transformation experts had also increased. Moreover, with the Lufeng Sect Master and the Seven Heavens Sect Master as their honorary elders, the Qingfeng Sword Sect could be said to be the strongest sect in the entire Cyan Cloud County. Ever since the Qingfeng Sword Sect had become the Overlord Sect of Cyan Cloud County, they had been secretly protecting the Fong clan. When Fong Qin returned to the Fong clan, everyone in the Fong clan was very happy. Of course, the happiest were the three brothers of the Fong clan. Who would have thought that the publicly acknowledged trash a year ago would become so strong in just a year? When Fong Qin had left Cyan Cloud County for the imperial capital, he had left with the title of Cyan Cloud County's strongest genius. Now, Fong Qin could be considered to have made some small achievements. Qin, are you back? Fong Tianyu's face was full of smiles. Qin, how have you been in kamikaze Kenbu? Asked the patriarch of the Fong clan, Fong Tianshan. Fong Qin was overjoyed when he saw that everyone was warming him up. The reason Fong Qin had returned home this time was to give the Fong clan some spirit stones. After all, he had cooperated with the Heavenly Pill Hall and had an endless supply of spirit stones. He wouldn't be able to use them all, so he might as well give some to the Fong clan. In the study, the three brothers of the Fong clan were sitting in their armchairs, looking at Fong Qin. Qin, you called the three of us here as soon as you returned. Just what is it? Asked Fong Tianyu. That's right. Jin, could it be that you're in some kind of trouble? Asked Fong Tianshan. Chin, if you're in trouble, just tell the clan. Our Fong clan will always support you, said Fong Tianbao. Fong Chin nodded slightly and said, The reason I'm returning to the clan this time is to give them some spirit stones. Then Fong Chin took out 74 million middle-grade spirit stones. Here are 74 million middle-grade spirit stones. In the future, treat it as the clan's wealth, said Fong Chin with a smile. The three brothers didn't think much of Fong Chin's words. But when Fong Chin took out 70 million middle-grade spirit stones, they were shocked. After a long time, Fong Tianshan softly said, That's 70 million middle-grade spirit stones. Fong Chin nodded. After receiving Fong Chen's confirmation, the three brothers felt like they were dreaming. 70 million middle-grade spirit stones was definitely a huge sum to the Fong clan. Even the Azure Edge Sword sect wouldn't be able to take out so many middle-grade spirit stones at once. Chin, where did you get so many spirit stones? Fong Tianyu did his best to calm himself down as he excitedly asked. The other two stared fixedly at Fong Chin. The pleasant surprise that Fong Chin had given them was simply too shocking. I have some cooperation with the Heavenly Pill Hall. I'm able to get some spirit stones regularly, said Fong Chin simply. Heavenly Pill Hall. Is that the Heavenly Pill Hall that has taken over the medicinal pill market recently? Asked Fong Tianshan. That's right. It's that Heavenly Pill Hall, said Fong Chin. The three brothers were shocked. They hadn't expected Fong Chin to have a relationship with the Heavenly Pill Hall. The Heavenly Pill Hall is definitely a huge medicinal pill organization. Chin, you're really amazing to be able to cooperate with them. Fong Tianshan gave him a thumbs up. After a long time, the three brothers put away the 70 million middle-grade spirit stones. Eldest uncle, second uncle. Father, we can't let outsiders know that the clan suddenly has so many spirit stones. Even if it's the other members of the clan, we can't let them know, said Fong Chin. Chen, don't worry. We know, said the three brothers. Originally, Fong Chin had wanted to give more medicinal pills to the clan, but after careful consideration, he realized that the Fong clan was only a small clan. If he gave them too many spirit stones, it would definitely attract unnecessary trouble. Moreover, 70 million middle-grade spirit stones was a huge sum for the Fong clan. The 1 billion middle-grade spirit stones from the Heavenly Pill Hall and his own 4 million, they had a total of 1.04 billion middle-grade spirit stones. But not long ago, he had spent 30 million middle-grade spirit stones on the hidden dragon sword at the Kamikaze Kenbu Weapon Hall. This time, he had given the clan 74 million middle-grade spirit stones. Now, he only had 900 million left. It's enough for me, said Fong Chin. After staying in the Fong clan for a few days, Fong Chin discussed with the three brothers and decided to send a batch of Fong clan disciples to the Green Edge Sword sect. After all, the Fong clan wasn't a martial arts family. Compared to the Green Edge Sword sect, they didn't know how to educate their disciples. They might as well send them directly to the Green Edge Sword sect. Fong Chin personally selected disciples of the second realm of the Qi transformation realm and above to be sent to the Green Edge Sword sect. After 3 days of selection, a total of 30 disciples were selected. These disciples were all the elite disciples of the clan. Although you are considered elite disciples among the younger generation of the Fong clan, and even among the younger generation of Black Cloud City, you are still considered the cream of the crop. Fong Chen paused for a moment, then continued. But this time you will be sent to the Green Edge Sword sect, the strongest sect in Green Cloud County. There are countless talented disciples in the Green Edge Sword sect. When you arrive, you must work hard to cultivate, said Fong Chin. At some point, Fong Chin had become the benchmark in the hearts of the younger generation of the Fong clan. At this moment, Fong Chen's words filled the hearts of the younger generation of the Fong clan with passion. After Fong Chen spoke, the three brothers of the Fong clan took turns to say a few words. In the end, Fong Chen led the 30 disciples of the Fong clan and left Black Cloud City for the Green Edge Sword Sect. A few days later, they arrived at the Green Edge Sword Sect. Hearing that Fong Chen had returned, the upper echelons of the Green Edge Sword Sect were all dispatched to welcome Fong Chen. Fong Chen. The Clear Wind Sect Master laughed heartily. Sect Master, elders. Fong Chen clasped his hands in greeting. I am here this time to send a batch of disciples of the Fong clan to the Green Edge Sword Sect. Before Fong Chen could finish, the Clear Wind Sect Master said, No problem. It's just 30 disciples. I'll get the elders to make arrangements for them. Thank you, Sect Master. Fong Chen said. You're the most outstanding disciple of the Green Edge Sword Sect. You've made great contributions to the sect. This is nothing, the Clear Wind Sect Master said. Fong Chen nodded slightly and said, Although they're disciples of the Fong clan, I hope that Sect Master won't give them special treatment. Just let them be like ordinary disciples. All right. After sending the 30 disciples to the Green Edge Sword Sect, Fong Chen returned to the imperial capital alone. After all, his main goal at the moment was to cultivate. After returning to the imperial capital, Fong Chen did not call back the kamikaze Kenbu. Instead, he went to the Heavenly Pill Hall. When he saw Fong Chen, Master Tianhe's face was full of smiles. Brother Fong, you're finally here. Before Fong Chen could speak, Master Tianhe took out a spatial ring and handed it to Fong Chen. This is your profit for this period. Fong Chen checked it and found that there were still 1 billion mid-grade spirit stones in the ring. He nodded with satisfaction. Brother Fong, after this period of sales, these 2 types of pills are gradually saturated. Otherwise, you'd be able to get more profit. Master, Tianhe said. Oh, the sales have dropped? Fong Chen asked. That's right. If we don't have a new pill formula, the sales will drop very quickly with just these 2 pills, Master Tianhe said. Brother Fong, do you have any more pill formulas? Hearing Master Tianhe's words, Fong Chen thought for a moment and said, I don't have any pill formulas at the moment, but I can go back and take a look. If I can get them, I'll send them over as soon as possible. That's good, Master Tianhe said. After chatting with Master Tianhe for a while, Fong Chen turned around and left. When Fong Chen entered the Divine Wind mountain range, he suddenly felt a trace of danger. Yes. Chapter 112. As soon as he entered the Holy Wind mountain range, Fong Chen felt a sense of danger. Immediately, he raised his guard and scanned his surroundings. It was at this moment that a sinister laugh rang out from the Holy Wind mountain range. Hearing the laughter, Fong Chen was able to guess who the person who had arrived was. Yuan Batian. Fong Chen's eyes were cold as he looked into the distance. Just as Fong Chen's voice fell, Yuan Batian's figure emerged from the underbrush. His entire body emitted a terrifying aura as he looked at Fong Chen. Fong Chen, even if I kill you in the Holy Wind mountain range, the upper echelons of the kamikaze Kenbu won't know. Yuan Batian was dressed in white, and his face was filled with an indifferent smile. Fong Chen seemed to have everything under his control. Yuan Batian, are you in such a hurry to die? Fong Chen sneered when he heard this. He had been looking for an opportunity to kill Yuan Batian, but he hadn't expected that Yuan Batian would come knocking on his door. This was perfect. If he killed Yuan Batian in the Holy Wind mountain range, no one would know. When he heard Fong Chen's words, Yuan Batian's face was filled with ridicule. Fong Chen, you're only at the 3rd realm of the Qi transformation realm. I really don't know what kind of courage you have to challenge me. Yuan Batian was originally filled with disdain for Fong Chen, but after learning that Fong Chen had killed Long Jun, who was at the fourth realm of the Qi transformation realm, Yuan Batian began to take Fang Chen seriously. Fang Chen's strength was gradually catching up to his. Although he didn't think that Fang Chen would be able to catch up to him, Fang Chen's potential couldn't be underestimated. Yuan Batian didn't want to raise a tiger, so he decided to kill Fang Chen. At this moment, Yuan Batian was thinking that although Fang Chen had reached the third realm of the Qi transformation realm, his true strength was only enough to challenge those at the fifth realm. Compared to Yuan Batian, who was at the sixth realm of the Qi transformation realm, he was just an ant. Yuan Batian, do you still remember the humiliation you gave me in the primary area? Fang Chen's face revealed a strange smile as he spoke softly. Back then, you were very strong and I was weak. But I said that one day I would return the humiliation you gave me 100 times over. And today, it is time for me to avenge my humiliation, Fang Chen continued. His cultivation base had reached the third tier of the Qi transformation realm, and his Tai diffraction sword had reached the 7th level. This made Fang Chen even more powerful. Even if he couldn't defeat Yuan Batian in the end, Fang Chen still had the 4 captains as his trump card. In short, Yuan Batian would definitely die today. Fang Chen, you can't just rely on your mouth. I hope you can say something like that later, Yuan Batian sneered. If that's the case, then I'll let you know that the current me has the qualifications to kill you. As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, the Emerald Cloud sword appeared in his hand. In the next moment, the Emerald Cloud sword was surrounded by a strong sword aura. 7th level of the Tai Batian. When Fang Chen displayed the 7th level of the Tai Batian, the Emerald Cloud sword's body trembled. At the tip of the sword, an extremely strong sword light condensed. In the next moment, the sword light separated from the Emerald Cloud sword and floated in the sky. Then it transformed into countless powerful sword lights. Die! Fang Chen roared. He waved the Emerald Cloud sword in his hand, controlling the countless sword lights in the sky and piercing them towards Yuan Batian. Seeing Fang Chen's attack, Yuan Batian's face darkened. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Suddenly, an extremely strong aura appeared around Yuan Batian. The strength of the 6th realm of the Qi transformation realm exploded in an instant. Within his Dantian's true nucleus, dense spiritual Qi continuously emerged. Sky-dominating swordplay. Yuan Batian roared and displayed the sky-dominating swordplay. In the sky, another powerful sword light appeared. This sword light carried an extremely strong aura as it collided with the countless sword lights. Rumble. After the sword light and the sword light collided, the entire sky instantly exploded. The surrounding towering trees were affected and fell to the ground one after another. Crack! Fang Chen's Emerald Cloud sword and Yuan Batian's long sword collided violently. Suddenly, a cracking sound was heard. In the next moment, Fang Chen felt a strong force pass from the Emerald Cloud sword into his body. Bang! Fang Chen's body was forced to retreat. Yuan Batian steadied himself, a sinister expression on his face. Fang Chen, your swordplay may be exquisite, but it's not worth mentioning in front of me. Without waiting for Fang Chen to speak, Yuan Batian displayed the sky-dominating swordplay once again. The incomparably strong sky-dominating swordplay was displayed exquisitely by Yuan Batian. Rumble. In the sky, sword lights continuously clashed. Fang Chen's Emerald Cloud sword and Yuan Batian's long sword also clashed violently. Finally, after countless collisions, Fang Chen's Emerald Cloud sword shattered with a cracking sound. Crack! Seeing the Emerald Cloud sword shatter, Fang Chen quickly retreated. In the sky, countless sword lights exploded in an instant, blocking Yuan Batian's attack. Yuan Batian licked his dry lips and smiled sinisterly. Fang Chen, your weapon has been shattered by me. What are you going to use to kill me? Hearing this, A bitter smile appeared on Fang Chen's face. He had originally thought that the Emerald Cloud Sword would be able to tie with Yuan Batian. However, he hadn't expected that the Emerald Cloud Sword would be a low-level Yuan weapon after all. It couldn't compare to Yuan Beishan's mid-level Yuan weapon. When he heard Yuan Beishan's mocking words, Fang Chen shook his head slightly. Then, a long sword suddenly appeared in his hand. This long sword had a golden dragon carved on it. Buzz! When Fang Chen took out the hidden dragon sword, the faint roar of a dragon could be heard from it. Since you want to compete with me in terms of weapons, I'll let you know that I won't lose to you in terms of weapons, Fang Chen said solemnly. How is that possible? Yuan Batian, who had a sinister smile on his face, suddenly froze when he saw the hidden dragon sword. In the next moment, he cried out involuntarily. The hidden dragon sword was faintly emitting a powerful aura that made Yuan Beishan's heart palpitate. This aura was clearly the aura of a high-level Yuan weapon. How do you have a high-level Yuan weapon? Yuan Batian crazily roared. Yuan weapons were existences above ordinary weapons. It was already pretty good for a cultivator to possess a low-level Yuan weapon. The reason Yuan Batian possessed a mid-level Yuan weapon was because he had obtained it through a fortuitous encounter in some ruins. But he hadn't expected Fang Chen to be able to casually take out a high-level Yuan weapon. Even Yuan Batian couldn't afford such a weapon. Even the cheapest high-level Yuan weapon would cost over 10 million middle-grade spirit stones. He didn't understand how Fang Chen could be so rich. If he knew that Fang Chen possessed nearly 2 billion middle-grade spirit stones, would he go crazy? Of course, now wasn't the time to think about that. The moment Fang Chen took out the hidden dragon sword, he was prepared to end the battle quickly. After the fierce battle with Yuan Batian, Fang Chen understood that although Yuan Beishan's sword technique was tyrannical, he could definitely kill him with the hidden dragon sword. Tai dispersing sword. Fang Chen roared and once again used the 7th level of the Tai dispersing sword. An incomparably powerful sword light shot out from the hidden dragon sword. In the next moment, the hidden dragon sword trembled, and a series of cries rang out. Dark clouds instantly covered the sky. Yuan Beishan's expression slightly changed when he saw this scene. Sky dominating sword technique. Yuan Batian crazily used the sky dominating sword technique and fiercely clashed with Fang Chen's Tai dispersing sword. Crack! A high-grade Yuan soldier was truly a high-grade Yuan soldier. It wasn't something that a mid-grade Yuan soldier could compare to. Just as the hidden dragon sword clashed with Yuan Beishan's long sword, a cracking sound was heard. Following that, Yuan Batian was shocked to discover that the mid-ranked Yuan weapon he was so proud of had completely shattered. Having lost his mid-grade Yuan soldier, Yuan Batian was at a disadvantage. Bang! Wielding the hidden dragon sword, he used the Tai diffraction sword. A tyrannical sword light bombarded Yuan Beishan's body. Yuan Batian did his best to block, but he was unable to do so and was sent flying. Lying on the ground, Yuan Batian spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale, and his eyes were filled with unwillingness. He had originally wanted to kill Fang Chen, but he hadn't expected to be so heavily injured. He didn't want to die like this. How is this possible? Even now, Yuan Batian still didn't dare to believe that Fang Chen was so strong. I refuse to accept this. Yuan Batian furiously roared. Step by step, Fang Chen arrived in front of Yuan Batian. His eyes were filled with killing intent. When you humiliated me that day, you should have thought of this day, said Fang Chen coldly. Lying on the ground, Yuan Batian raised his head to look at the murderous Fang Chen. A wild smile appeared on his pale face. Ha ha ha, Fang Chen. I admit that I've lost to you, said Yuan Batian. But do you think you can kill me like this? Just as Yuan Beishan's voice fell, a tyrannical aura that made Fang Chen tremble suddenly appeared. In the next moment, Yuan Beishan's face was ferocious as he abruptly stood up from the ground. Then he clenched his fist and punched out. Boom! The fist that could topple mountains and overturn seas seemed to distort the entire space. Wherever the fist passed, the weeds would turn to dust. Fang Chen, who was caught off guard, was instantly sent flying after being hit by the fist. By the time Fang Chen steadied himself, Yuan Beishan's figure had already disappeared. Chapter 113. Yuan Batian had used some kind of forbidden technique to increase his speed to the extreme. Fang Chen had originally planned to let the 4 captains chase after Yuan Batian. However, after sensing Yuan Beishan's speed, he shook his head slightly. Even the 4 captains couldn't catch up with Yuan Batian, who had used a forbidden technique. Leaving him alive is a disaster after all, Fang Chen said softly as he looked ahead. Yuan Beishan's survival would be a disaster for him. However, there was nothing he could do about it. Fang Chen pondered for a moment. Yuan Batian wouldn't appear in the near future, and he wouldn't dare to. He didn't know when the next time Yuan Batian would appear. During this period, he had to work hard and cultivate. Then, Fang Chen returned to Kamikaze Kenbu. After returning to Kamikaze Kenbu, Fang Chen began to cultivate in seclusion. Time passed bit by bit. Half a month later, Fang Chen finally obtained another mysterious pill formula from the Crimson Skeleton's mouth. The bloody skeleton had been seriously injured when all the forces of the ancient Sword Continent had besieged the Yellow Spring sect. As a result, some of its memories had been lost. Now that it had worked hard and cultivated, it had finally recovered some of its memories and recalled certain elixir formula. Fang Chen handed this elixir formula to the Sky Elixir Hall, which made Grandmaster Tianhe very excited. Next, the Sky Elixir Hall began to refine this new elixir. It was imaginable that once this new elixir was released, it would definitely bring a huge amount of wealth to the Sky Elixir Hall. Fang Chen had been cultivating in seclusion during this period. Ever since he had absorbed the power of the broken sword on the black altar in the Skylight secret realm, Fang Chen had felt that the golden heart seemed to be transforming. The golden heart was surrounded by silver. Although the silver was very conspicuous, it couldn't hide the color of the heart. On a certain day, Fang Chen entered a state of enlightenment. At this moment, the golden heart in his body began to beat rapidly, and silver light surged around it. Hiss! As the golden heart beat, Fang Chen's body twitched. Time trickled by. In the blink of an eye, 6 hours had passed. However, the golden heart was beating faster and faster. What's going on? Fang Chen was confused. Why hadn't the golden heart finished its transformation? At first, Fang Chen didn't think much of it, but after half an hour, Fang Chen finally noticed that something was wrong. At this moment, his face was pale and his body was extremely weak. The golden heart is actually absorbing my body's energy. Fang Chen was incomparably shocked. Did the transformation of the golden heart require powerful energy? Thinking of this, Fang Chen finally understood why the golden heart had mutated like this. It needed a lot of power. After thinking hard for a while, Xiao Qin discovered that there was nothing in the spatial ring that could provide a large amount of energy to the golden heart. I have to think of a way. Otherwise, all the spiritual qi in the core will be sucked dry, said Fang Chen. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and racked his brain. Suddenly, a light flashed in his head and he smiled. I wonder if the golden heart can absorb the energy within the spirit stones. Fang Chen suddenly thought of something. Fang Chen took out a middle-grade spirit stone and held it in his hand. Under Fang Chen's gaze, the middle-grade spirit stone in his hand turned to dust. This, Fang Chen discovered that the golden heart had absorbed the middle-grade spirit stone's energy at lightning speed. After absorbing that energy, the golden heart became abnormally active. It really can. Fang Chen was overjoyed. He immediately took out a large amount of spirit stones. The thing he didn't lack the most right now was spirit stones. 1,900,000,000 spirit stones, was enough for the golden heart to absorb. Hiss! In the following period of time, Fong Qin continuously picked up middle-grade spiritual stones, while the golden heart was also wildly absorbing them. 3 days later, the golden heart finally calmed down. At this time, the silver light around it had been completely devoured by the golden light. The golden heart had once again regained its golden color, and it was even more vibrant than before. At this time, the golden heart had reached a state of saturation after absorbing the energy of the spirit stones. It was unable to absorb any more. When Fong Qin counted the spirit stones, he was incomparably shocked. Fong Qin was completely dumbfounded. In 3 days, the golden heart had absorbed a total of 100 million middle-grade spirit stones. It actually absorbed that much. Fong Qin was incomparably shocked. 100 million middle-grade spirit stones had been completely absorbed by the golden heart, just like that. Shao Qin didn't know what kind of changes the golden heart would undergo after its transformation. Although Fong Qin was shocked that the golden heart had absorbed 100 million middle-grade spirit stones, it wasn't to the point of heartache. After a moment of shock, Fong Qin began to study the golden heart. Fong Qin discovered that the golden heart was slowly wriggling. Every time it wriggled, it would emit a trace of invisible aura. This invisible aura spread throughout Fong Qin's limbs and bones. Fong Qin carefully sensed this aura and discovered that when this aura spread throughout his body actually felt carefree. Could this aura be able to temper my body? Fong Qin muttered to himself. Subsequently, Fong Qin carefully examined the golden heart. He discovered that other than the invisible aura it was emitting, there were no other changes. Forget it. I'll slowly study it in the future. After a long time, Fong Qin said softly. Just as Fong Qin was about to get up, his face suddenly froze. This was because at this moment the golden heart had undergone a huge change, causing Fong Qin to be extremely shocked. Just now, Fong Qin had unintentionally channeled a stream of spirit energy from his true core through the golden heart. However, when it came out of the golden heart, this stream of spirit energy had become incomparably pure. How is this possible? Fong Qin was extremely excited. Could it be that the golden heart can temper spirit energy after its transformation? It should be known that although an ordinary Qi transformation realm warrior's true core could absorb spirit energy, the quality of the spirit energy was very poor. However, a slightly stronger Qi transformation realm warrior could temper the spirit energy in his true core. However, warriors who could temper spirit energy themselves were at least at the 7th realm of the Qi transformation realm or above. Under normal circumstances, in a battle of the same realm, if the quality of spirit energy was better than the opponent's, their explosive power would also surpass the opponent's. This was a very important thing on the path of martial arts. What Fong Qin did not expect was that the golden heart could temper spirit energy after its transformation. Moreover, the spirit energy tempered by the golden heart was extremely perfect. Crash! Fong Qin channeled his spirit energy into the golden heart again. When the spirit energy came out, it had all become perfect spirit energy. After discovering this, Fong Qin naturally would not waste the ability of the golden heart. He controlled a large amount of spirit energy from his true core and channeled it into the golden heart. After a full hour, the spirit energy in Fong Qin's true core had finally become perfect spirit energy. With this level of spirit energy, if I meet an opponent like Yuan Batian again, I will definitely be able to kill him in one strike, Fong Qin said confidently. After cultivating for a long time, Fong Qin prepared to go out for a walk. Not long after, Fong Qin walked into the middle-class area's plaza. At this time, there were many disciples cultivating in the plaza. From time to time, a disciple would greet Fong Qin. Of course, many of them also hated Fong Qin because they were in cahoots with Yuan Batian. Just as Fang Qin was walking, a cultivator suddenly walked up to Fang Qin and icily asked, "Fang Qin, where's senior apprentice brother Yuan?" Hearing this, Fang Qin smiled faintly. "How would I know where Yuan Batian is?" "Fang Qin, don't pretend. You clearly know where senior apprentice brother Yuan is." The disciple sneered. Yuan Batian had told him when he had gone to kill Fang Qin. But after so long, Yuan Batian still hadn't returned. That made Dong Sen a bit suspicious. Where had senior apprentice brother Yuan gone? With Yuan Batian's strength, Fang Qin simply couldn't kill him. "I don't know." Fang Qin sneered. Seeing that Fang Qin was about to leave, Dong Sen directly blocked Fang Qin's path. "Fang Qin, I want to challenge you," Dong Sen said loudly. In the square, many disciples looked over. Dong Sen's cultivation was only at the early 6th level of the Qi transformation realm. His strength was similar to Yuan Batian's. "You don't have the qualifications to make me fight," Fang Qin said. Fang Qin's words made Dong Sen even angrier. He already hated Fang Qin because of Yuan Batian. Now that he heard Fang Qin's mocking words, he was even more furious. "Fang Qin, are you courting death?" Dong Sen said coldly. Crash! Fang Qin suddenly turned around, holding a high-grade Yuan weapon, the hidden dragon sword, and instantly used the Tai diffraction sword. Pucci with a thrust of the sword, Dong Sen's body was instantly sent flying backward. This sudden scene shocked all the disciples. Looking at Dong Sen on the ground, Fang Qin said coldly, "You're just a clown." With that, Fang Qin turned and left. Crash! After Fang Qin left, the whole square was in an uproar. Countless disciples were shocked. Heavens! How could Fang Qin be so strong? He defeated Dong Sen in one strike. As expected of a 4th-grade sword talent, he's too strong. Yeah, he defeated Dong Sen in one strike. I'm afraid even Yuan Batian can't do that. Hearing the discussions of the disciples, Dong Sen, who was lying on the ground, had a murderous look in his eyes. Damn it! How could Fang Qin be so strong? Did he already kill Yuan Batian? Dong Sen thought to himself. What happened just now was just a small interlude. Fang Qin didn't care at all. He walked slowly, and unknowingly he came to a very famous place in the middle-class district. There was a tall pagoda here, surrounded by dense spiritual energy. Chapter 114. The body refining tower was used by the disciples in the intermediate area to strengthen their bodies. It was also the specialty of the intermediate area. The specialty of the primary area was the Sword Technique Palace, while the specialty of the intermediate area was the body refining tower. Of course, there were other things in the intermediate area, such as the Sword Forest. However, the body refining tower was a special existence. As everyone knew, on the path of martial arts, although cultivation was important, the strength of the body was also very important. Some warriors had their bodies destroyed in battle because their bodies were not strong enough. As long as their souls were not destroyed, they could rebuild their bodies, even if their bodies were destroyed. However, this would cause a great loss to the martial artists. Therefore, the body refining tower in the intermediate area was very important to the martial artists. The body refining tower was built by an almighty in Kamikaze Kenbu. There was a strong gravity in the body refining tower, which was very suitable for martial artists to strengthen their bodies. In front of the body refining tower, some martial artists were observing. At this time, there was a light spot moving quickly on the tower. This light spot moved quickly from the 1st level to the 2nd level. It stayed on the 2nd level for a while and then moved on to the 3rd level. Time passed slowly. When the light spot stopped moving, everyone found that it had entered the 5th level of the body refining tower. Yang Yong is really powerful. I didn't expect him to enter the 5th level. Yang Yong is ranked in the top 10 among the intermediate disciples. Although he is only ranked 10th, his strength is very strong. Yes, it is expected that Yang Yong could enter the 5th level. Many disciples saw the light spot stop on the 5th level and discussed it. There were a total of 9 levels in the body refining tower. The gravity on each level was different. Yang Yong's body was strong enough to enter the 5th level. Fang Chen stood outside the body refining tower and looked at the light spot on the tower. He seemed to be thinking about something. After a long time, Yang Yong came out of the body refining tower. He was sweating profusely, but there was a happy smile on his face. Senior Brother Yang, congratulations on entering the 5th level of the body refining tower. Many disciples congratulated him. Of course, some disciples were preparing to enter the body refining tower. However, just as they were about to move, a figure suddenly passed by Yang Yong and went directly into the body refining tower. When the figure entered the body refining tower, the door of the body refining tower closed instantly. Damn it! How dare he snatch the body refining tower from me? A disciple said fiercely, but there was nothing he could do. Only one person could enter the body refining tower at a time. Once they entered, there was nothing they could do. Who is this kid? How dare he compete with Brother Hong for the body refining tower? Asked a disciple. The man called Brother Hong looked gloomy as he stared at the light spot on the 1st floor of the body refining tower. He was furious. Hong Yin was one of the top disciples in the intermediate area. Although he wasn't in the top 10, he was still ranked 15th. Hong Yin's strength had reached the middle stage of the Qi transformation realm. He was only one step away from the late stage of the Qi transformation realm. Once he reached the late stage of the Qi transformation realm, Hong Yin was confident that he would be able to enter the top 10. Hong Yin, don't be angry. Yang Yong grinned. In the intermediate district, Yang Yong and Hong Yin's relationship was well known. The two of them seemed to have grown up together. Although Yang Yong was comforting Hong Yin, he was actually angry at the disciple who had tried to snatch the body refining tower from Hong Yin. Hong Yin didn't say anything. He just stared at the body refining tower with his eyes wide open. Fang Chen had just entered the body refining tower when he felt a gravitational force from all directions. The gravitational force made him extremely uncomfortable. What a strong gravitational force! Fang Chen exclaimed. This was only the 1st floor of the body refining tower, but the gravitational force was 4 times stronger than the outside world. One could imagine how strong the gravitational force in the body refining tower was. Crack! Fang Chen moved his body slightly. Suddenly, a cracking sound came from his body. It was the sound of the gravitational force pressing against his bones. It seems that I need to get used to it, Fang Chen said. Then, Fang Chen started to get used to the gravitational force on the 1st floor. Outside, many disciples realized that after Fang Chen entered the 1st level, he only moved slightly before coming to a stop. Seeing that the light spot didn't move, many disciples laughed. This kid must be unable to withstand the gravitational force on the 1st floor. He can't move forward. Humph! How dare he embarrass himself in the body refining tower? He's courting death. Ha ha ha! I really want to see how this kid will react when he finds out that he is competing with Brother Hong for the body refining tower. Many disciples were laughing at Fang Chen. Even Yang Yong and Hong Yin looked at him with disdain. He can't even withstand the gravitational force on the 1st floor of the body refining tower. Having said that, Yang Yong said goodbye to Hong Yin and left. If it were the top 10 disciples, Yang Yong would watch them. However, he didn't want to waste his time on such a clown. Hong Yin didn't leave because he wanted to see who dared to compete with him for the body refining tower. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, 15 minutes had passed. 15 minutes was neither long nor short. However, it was a long time for Fang Chen, who was on the 1st floor of the body refining tower. Hiss! After 15 minutes, Fang Chen's body was finally able to withstand the gravitational force on the 1st floor. My body is strong enough to withstand the gravitational force on the 1st floor. However, this happened because I just entered the tower and didn't know how to control my body, Fang Chen muttered to himself. After his body adapted to the gravitational force, Fang Chen started to move. At this moment, many disciples were staring at the body refining tower. Suddenly, they saw the light spot moving. "Look, the light spot is moving!" A disciple shouted. Instantly, many disciples looked at the light spot. The light spot on the body refining tower slowly moved from the first floor to the second floor. When everyone thought that it would stay on the second floor, the light spot suddenly left the second floor and entered the third floor. How is this possible? He can withstand the gravitational force on the second floor and enter the third floor directly. A disciple exclaimed. The gravitational force on the first floor was 4 times that of the outside world. On the second floor, the gravitational force was 8 times that of the outside world. Although it was only 2 times that of the first floor, all the disciples who had entered the body refining tower knew that it was not 1 + 1 = 2, but 1 + 1 is much greater than 2. Amidst the exclamations of the disciples, the light spot stayed on the third floor for a while and then entered the fourth floor. When the light spot entered the fourth floor, it finally stopped moving. Crash! The entire square was in an uproar. All the disciples were completely shocked. In the middle level area, there were only a few disciples who could enter the fourth floor of the body refining tower. They did not expect that the disciple who they laughed at could enter the fourth floor. At this moment, Hong Yun clenched his fists and had a complicated expression on his face. In the body refining tower, Fang Chen did not know that his actions had shocked the outside world. On the fourth floor, the gravitational force was 32 times that of the outside world. Fang Chen felt that his body was being squeezed by the gravitational force, as if he was going to explode. If it were not for the invisible aura from the golden heart to strengthen Fang Chen's body, he would have been crushed by the gravitational force on the fourth floor. It seems that with my current physical strength, I can only enter the fourth floor. Fang Chen said with a grin. In the Kamikaze Kenbo, there was a separate level of physical strength. Of course, this level was only applicable to the body refining tower in the Kamikaze Kenbo. Gold body, silver body, bronze body, and iron body were the 4 levels. As long as one could adapt to the gravitational force on the first floor, his physical body would reach the iron body level. If one could enter the 4th floor, his physical body would reach the bronze body level. My current physical body level should be the bronze body level. Fang Chen said softly. In the history of Kamikaze Kenbo, there were only a few martial artists who had reached the gold body level. However, any martial artist who had reached the gold body level would be able to dominate the world with their physical body alone. At this stage in the middle level area, only the top 3 disciples had reached the silver body level. They were all experts who could enter the 7th floor. Although Yang Yong had reached the 5th floor in the body refining tower, his physical body level was still the bronze body level. However, even with the same bronze body, Yang Yong was able to reach the 5th level, while Fang Chen was only able to reach the 4th level. Yang Yong's bronze body was stronger than Fang Chen's bronze body. On the 4th floor, Fang Chen felt an unprecedented pressure. He tried to resist it for a while, but finally he could not withstand the gravitational force and left the body refining tower. Crash! When Fang Chen appeared outside the body refining tower, all the disciples looked at Fang Chen. It's Fang Chen. Suddenly, a disciple exclaimed as he recognized Fang Chen. When Hong Yuan heard the name Fang Chen, a strange smile appeared on his face. Boy, you are Fang Chen? Hong Yun stepped forward and asked coldly as he walked in front of Fang Chen. Yes, I am Fang Chen. Why did you snatch my time in the body refining tower? Don't you know that snatching other people's time in the body refining tower is very annoying? Hong Yun said. Fang Chen recognized Hong Yun. He knew that Hong Yun was the 15th disciple in the middle level area. I can enter and leave the body refining tower freely. I can enter and leave whenever I want. Can you stop me? Fang Chen asked. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Hong Yun became even angrier. Boy, Do you know that I came to the body refining tower before you? I wanted to go in after Brother Yong came out. I didn't expect you to beat me to it, Hong Yun said. Fang Chen did not speak. He just frowned slightly. Humph! Do you think you are great just because you entered the 4th floor? Hong Yun sneered. Fang Chen ignored Hong Yun and turned to leave. Chapter 115. Hong Yun's eyes were full of anger. He looked at Fang Chen's back as he left. Then he turned around and went into the body refining tower. After an hour, Hong Yun came out of the body refining tower. Humph! It's just the 4th level, Hong Yun said coldly. It was easy for him to enter the 4th level, but it was too difficult for him to enter the 5th level. The disciples looked at Hong Yun and looked at each other. After returning from the body refining tower, Fang Chen was about to cultivate when a figure suddenly appeared beside him. First Elder. Fang Chen hurriedly cupped his hands and greeted the First Elder. The First Elder of the primary area was very good to Fang Chen, so Fang Chen was also very respectful to the First Elder. Fang Chen, I've come to look for you because I have something to tell you, the Great Elder said. Yes, First Elder, Fang Chen said. The First Elder looked at Fang Chen and said, Fang Chen, you have to be careful of the Second Elder and the Third Elder when you are in Kamikaze, Kenbo. Hearing the First Elder's words, Fang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly and did not speak. The two of them have a lot to do with the dragon army that you killed. They will definitely find a way to take revenge on you. I can protect you now, but I can't protect you forever, so you have to be careful, the First Elder said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded gratefully and said, Thank you for your reminder, First Elder. I'm telling you this because I want you to be careful of them. Well, I have something to do, so I'll leave first, the First Elder said and turned to leave. Fang Chen's eyes were gradually filled with coldness as he watched the First Elder's departing figure. He thought to himself in his heart, If all of you wish to die, I don't mind letting all of you die without a burial ground. After saying that, Fang Chen turned and left. 3 days later, a figure suddenly entered Fang Chen's courtyard. Fang Chen. The figure grinned when he saw Fang Chen. Fang Chen stopped cultivating and slowly opened his eyes. When he saw who it was, he felt a bit puzzled. Let me introduce myself. My name is Zhuge Yuan, Zhuge Yuan said with a smile. Zhuge Yuan. Fang Chen's expression changed slightly. He had naturally heard of Zhuge Yuan's name. Although Zhuge Yuan wasn't as famous as the top 10 disciples in the Middle Zone, his name was still well known. This was because Zhuge Yuan was ranked 11th in the middle class area. He was extremely powerful and had already reached the late stage of the 6th realm of the Qi transformation realm. He was many times stronger than Hong Yun. Of course, some people believed that Zhuge Yuan already had the strength to enter the top 10, but Zhuge Yuan didn't seem to care about this ranking, so he didn't challenge the top 10. Fang Chen didn't understand why Zhuge Yuan would come looking for him. May I know why senior brother Zhuge is looking for me? Fang Chen asked. It's like this. I've accepted a mission here that requires a team of at least 5 people. So I came looking for you because I hope you can join me on this mission. Of course, you'll be rewarded, Zhuge Yuan said with a smile. Fang Chen was stunned. He immediately stood up and asked, Senior brother Zhuge, there are many people in the middle class area who are stronger than me. Why did you choose me? Hearing Fang Chen's question, Zhuge Yuan grinned and said, Fang Chen, I've been secretly watching you for a long time. Not only do you have a 4th grade sword talent, you're also very powerful. Although your cultivation is only at the 3rd realm of the Qi transformation realm, your true strength is at least at the early stage of the 6th realm. I have high hopes for you. Moreover, if I'm not wrong, Yuan Batian hasn't returned for a long time because you killed him. Before Fang Chen could speak, Zhuge Yuan spoke again. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhuge Yuan. He didn't expect Zhuge Yuan to be secretly watching him. It seemed that he wasn't careful enough. I really wanted to kill Yuan Batian, but he escaped, Fang Chen said honestly. Fang Chen's words also shocked Zhuge Yuan. The reason why he said that Fang Chen had killed Yuan Batian was only Zhuge Yuan's guess. Now that Fang Chen confirmed it, although he didn't kill Yuan Batian, he was able to make Yuan Batian escape. It was enough to show how powerful Fang Chen was. Fang Chen, I need a disciple like you, Zhuge Yuan said. Then Zhuge Yuan began to explain the details of the mission to Fang Chen. After listening, Fang Chen found out that the mission Zhuge Yuan was going to do this time was to explore an ancient ruin. This ancient ruin was located in a hidden place in Tianhe County. Usually, as long as the mission hall released this kind of mission, it would be immediately accepted by the disciples. Although the mission was only to explore the ancient ruin, there would definitely be some treasures in the ancient ruin. All the disciples wanted to enter the ancient ruin and obtain the treasures. Zhuge Yuan had received this mission not long ago, but he couldn't find a suitable candidate, so he didn't immediately go. This time, Zhuge Yuan finally found a suitable candidate, and that was Fang Chen. As long as he could convince Fang Chen, the 5-person team would be full, and then they could set off. Of course, the reason why Zhuge Yuan chose Fang Chen was that Fang Chen was strong, and Fang Chen was not as strong as him, so he could be the absolute core of the team. Fang Chen, this ancient ruin, will definitely attract some disciples from the top 10 sect, so we can't explore it casually. With your cultivation, you will definitely not be valued by the disciples of the top 10 sect. When the time comes, you can be a surprise, Zhuge Yuan explained. After weighing the pros and cons, Fang Chen finally agreed to Zhuge Yuan's request. First, it was because his cultivation had reached a bottleneck, and he couldn't break through for the time being. Maybe he could find a chance in the ancient ruin. Second, it was because he was also tempted by the ancient ruin. People often said that if one could find a chance in the ancient ruin, he might be able to soar to the sky. Although Fang Chen didn't expect to soar to the sky, he could still increase his strength. Okay, I promise you. When do we set off? Fang Chen asked. In 3 days, we will meet at the square. We will set off together, Zhuge Yuan said. What about the distribution of benefits after we enter the ancient ruin? Fang Chen asked. Zhuge Yuan explained. The rewards for this mission will be divided equally among the 5 of us. As for the things we get after we enter the ancient ruin, we will depend on our own abilities. How about that? Fang Chen grinned and nodded. In that case, you should get ready. We will set off on time in 3 days. Zhuge Yuan turned and left after he finished speaking. Fang Chen naturally didn't care about the mission reward. It was nothing more than a large amount of spiritual stones. Spiritual stones were nothing to Fang Chen now. Although the Golden Heart had absorbed 100 million mid-grade spiritual stones, Fang Chen still had 8 billion mid-grade spiritual stones. Moreover, he believed that the Heavenly Elixir Palace would distribute spiritual stones to him again soon. At that time, Fang Chen would definitely become a rich man. In the following time, Fang Chen cultivated while waiting for the mission to begin. On the second day, after the refinement of the Golden Heart, Fang Chen felt that his physical strength had become much stronger. At this time, Fang Chen came to the body refining tower and wanted to give it a try. When Fang Chen entered the body refining tower, he rushed all the way. When he reached the 4th level, his speed finally slowed down. The 4th level doesn't give me much pressure. Fang Chen grinned. Although only 2 days had passed, his physical strength had become much stronger. Originally, he could only reach the 4th level, but this time he wanted to reach the 5th level. Crash! After Fang Chen adapted to the gravity on the 4th level, he directly entered the 5th level. When Fang Chen entered the 5th level, he suddenly felt a strong gravity from all directions, directly squeezing his body. The pressure on the 5th level is very strong, Fang Chen said in a low voice. After a while, Fang Chen's forehead was full of sweat, and he was panting heavily. After staying on the 5th level for an hour, Fang Chen felt that he had reached his limit, so he left the body refining tower. At this time, many disciples outside the body refining tower were shocked. In 2 days, Fang Chen had improved so much. He's definitely a monster. He has improved so much in 2 days. Yes, 2 days ago he could only stay on the 4th level. Now he has entered the 5th level. Moreover, he stayed on the 5th level for an hour. He's really a monster. Monster. Not only is his talent in sword principle terrifying, but his physical strength is also terrifying. While the disciples were discussing, Fang Chen quickly left the body refining tower. For Fang Chen, the body refining tower was just a place for him to refine his body. As for the ranking, he did not care at all. When Hong Yun heard that Fang Chen had entered the 5th level of the body refining tower, he was a little shocked. Damn it! How can this guy's physical body be so strong? Hong Yun was furious and growled in a low voice. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. Early in the morning, Fang Chen arrived at the square. However, when Fang Chen arrived at the square, he heard some noise. Zhuge Yuan, where are you going? A sarcastic voice rang in everyone's ears. Fang Chen looked over and saw 5 people standing in the square. One of them was looking at Zhuge Yuan with a mocking expression. Hong Yin, where I go is none of your business. Zhuge Yuan said coldly. Humph, Zhuge Yuan. Even if you don't tell me, I know you're going to do that task. But what I don't understand is that you only have 4 people here. Why don't you give me the 5th place? Hong Yun asked coldly. As long as you give me the 5th place, I don't want the reward. I'll give it all to you. Hong Yun said. Hearing Hong Yun's words, Zhuge Yuan sneered and said, I'm sorry, the team is full. There are no more places. Who's the last one? Hong Yun asked. It's me. At this time, Fang Chen came to Zhuge Yuan's side and said indifferently, Chapter 116. What? Zhuge Yuan actually gave the last spot to you? Seeing Fang Chen, Hong Yun's face was filled with anger, especially when he heard Fang Chen say that he had gotten the last spot. He was even more furious. When Zhuge Yuan had accepted the mission, Hong Yun had been asking for a spot, but Zhuge Yuan had never given it to him. To the top 10 disciples, this mission was far from enough to attract them, but to the lower-ranked disciples, it was a fatal temptation. Hong Yun wasn't the only one who wanted a spot. The others wanted it too. However, Zhuge Yuan had given out 3 spots in one go. Including himself, there were 4 spots in total. There was only 1 spot left. Hong Yun thought that Zhuge Yuan would give the spot to him, but he didn't expect Zhuge Yuan to give it to Fang Chen. Hong Yun already hated Fang Chen. Now that he heard that Fang Chen had taken the last spot, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Zhuge Yuan, you'd rather give it to a piece of trash than give it to me? Hong Yun asked, trying hard to suppress his anger. Hong Yun, it's my freedom to give the spot to whoever I want. I hope you won't interfere, Zhuge Yuan said unhappily. Ha ha ha! A piece of trash actually has the right to participate in this mission. Hong Yun suddenly laughed maniacally. Fang Chen raised his eyebrows and said, It's not up to you to decide whether I have the right or not. Fang Chen's words made Hong Yun even angrier. Fang Chen, do you dare to fight me? Hong Yun asked. Hong Yun's cultivation was in the middle of the 6th realm of the Qi transformation realm, while Fang Chen was only in the peak of the 3rd realm. The difference was huge, and Hong Yun believed that he could defeat Fang Chen. Why wouldn't I? Fang Chen said, Hong, you had made trouble for him time and time again. This was a good opportunity to teach him a lesson. Hearing this, Zhuge Yuan and the others didn't say anything. Although they wanted to dissuade him, they also wanted to see Fang Chen's true strength. The reason Fang Chen had agreed was because he wanted to show off his strength to Zhuge Yuan's team. At any rate, his cultivation base was very low. Although Zhuge Yuan was there, and the others would not say anything about it, it was inevitable that they would feel dissatisfied. Since they were a small team, they had to work together. Thus, Fang Chen wanted to stop them from having such thoughts while they were still in the bud. Fang Qin, I will let you know that you are not qualified to join this team. Hong Yun laughed maniacally. Fang Qin didn't say anything as he stared at Hong Yun. Suddenly, a sword appeared in Hong Yun's hand. The next moment, the sword soared into the sky, and sword light filled the sky. Soaring sky, sword technique. Hong Yun bellowed as he unleashed the flying heavens sword art. The tyrannical flying heavens sword art was displayed right in front of everyone. When Fang Qin saw this, he did not hesitate at all and directly displayed the Tai dispersing sword. Tai diffraction sword, level 7. Swooshe dragon roar came from the hidden dragon sword. In the next moment, a powerful sword chi shot out from the hidden dragon sword and floated in the sky. Then, under Fang Qin's control, this sword chi turned into countless sword lights. These sword lights drew a strange trajectory in the sky. What an exquisite sword technique! A disciple beside Zhuge Yuan said in surprise. Yeah, although Fang Qin's cultivation is not high, his sword technique is more exquisite than Hong Yun's soaring sky sword technique. A level 4 sword principal talent cannot be judged by common sense. Such an exquisite and peerless sword technique is really rare. The few people sighed slightly when they saw Fang Qin use the Tai diffraction sword. At this moment, in the sky, the sword light of the two collided with a loud bang, and the surrounding air instantly solidified. Crack! When Fang Qin's hidden dragon sword collided with Hong Yun's long sword, a cracking sound was heard. The sound of the long sword shattering could be heard. How is this possible? Hong Yun roared angrily as he realized that his sword had been shattered by Fang Qin's sword. Seeing this sudden scene, Zhuge Yuan and the others were also shocked. After a long while, Zhuge Yuan cried out, "It's the hidden dragon sword, a high-grade Yuan weapon from the weapon hall." The eyes of the other 3 disciples were filled with shock when they heard Zhuge Yuan shout. They had seen the hidden dragon sword in the weapon hall before. It was a high-grade Yuan weapon and was very expensive. A hidden dragon sword worth 30 million middle spiritual stones. No wonder. Zhuge Yuan sighed. Bang! While the 4 of them were crying out, Fang Qin took advantage of Hong Yun's shock to send him flying with a kick. Hong Yun, who was sent flying, tried his best to stabilize himself. He was in a frenzy and wanted to kill Fang Qin, but Zhuge Yuan stopped him. Hong Yun, that's enough. Zhuge Yuan said coldly, since they already knew Fang Qin's strength, there was no need to continue this battle. Fang Qin's Tai diffraction sword and hidden dragon sword had completely defeated Hong Yun. Such strength had already gained the approval of Zhuge Yuan's team. Zhuge Yuan, are you trying to stop me? Hong Yun roared crazily. Hong Yun, this is the plaza. Zhuge Yuan said coldly. Hearing Zhuge Yuan's words, Hong Yun slowly calmed down. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at Fang Qin and said, Fang Qin, I, Hong Yun, will definitely kill you. After saying that, Hong Yun turned and left. Zhuge Yuan and the others smiled at Fang Qin. Fang Qin, I didn't expect you to be so rich. Yeah, that's the hidden dragon sword. It's been in the weapon hall for so many years, but you actually bought it. When they saw the hidden dragon sword in Fang Qin's hand, their eyes lit up. One must know that although there was only a difference of 1 level between a high-level Yuan soldier and a middle-level Yuan soldier, the difference between them was like heaven and earth. After a long while, Zhuge Yuan smiled and said, All right, since everyone is here, let's set off. However, before we set off, you 3 should introduce yourselves to Fang Qin. Hearing Zhuge Yuan's words, a fatty with a big head and big ears grinned and said, Fang Qin, I'm Xiao Haobua. I'm Digafeng. A skinny man smiled and said, I'm Qing Fei. Fang Qin nodded slightly when he heard that. Although he had never seen these 3 people before, their names resounded like thunder in his ears. That was because these 3 people could be considered as the top disciples in the mid-grade area. Qing Fei was ranked 12th. second only to Zhuge Yuan. Dugu Feng was ranked 13th, and the fatty Xiao Haobo was ranked 14th. After the battle with Hong Yin, Fang Qin had also obtained the approval of the other three. In their hearts, Fang Qin was at least the 15th disciple. Fang Qin, when the news of your battle with Hong Yin spreads, your ranking will definitely soar to 15th. Xiao Haobo grinned and said. Fang Qin shook his head when he heard that. In his heart, the name was not important. Strength was the most important. The few of them chatted for a while before they set off. Our destination this time is Tianhe County. It's very far from here and will take 3 days to reach, Zhuge Yuan said on the way. While Fang Chen and the rest were heading to Tianhe County, several of the top 10 sects had also sent their disciples to Tianhe County. After Hong Yin of Kamikaze Kenbu was defeated by Fang Qin, he was furious and immediately went into seclusion. Fang Qin, just you wait. The day I break through will be the day you die, Hong Yin said coldly. In just 2 hours, Fang Qin and the rest had walked out of the Holy Wind mountain range. Walking on the official road of the imperial city, the 5 of them met some passers-by. What surprised Fang Qin was that they were talking about the elixir formula they had given to Master Tianhe. Sai, the Heavenly Elixir Palace, is really popular recently. Not to mention the spirit-condensing elixir and spirit-tempering elixir. The Heavenly Soul Elixir is even more amazing. Yeah, the Heavenly Soul Elixir can actually increase the soul strength of a warrior who has just entered the Qi High realm. It's amazing. These few days, the Heavenly Soul Elixir sales have been very good. If this continues, the Heavenly Elixir Palace will definitely take over the Elixir Pavilion and other organizations and become the strongest elixir organization in the Divine Wind Nation. Ordinary people can't buy the Heavenly Soul Elixir. The passers-by on the road were complaining. When Fang Chen heard that, he smiled quietly. Senior apprentice brother Zhuge, do you know about the Heavenly Soul Elixir they're talking about? Asked Xiao Haobo suddenly. Zhuge Yuan nodded slightly. I know, and I've seen it before. I don't know what happened with the Heavenly Elixir Palace. They were always half dead, but recently they suddenly rose up and produced 2 kinds of elixirs in succession. They're exceptionally popular, and they've taken over a large portion of the Divine Wind Nation's elixir market. Now the new Heavenly Soul Elixir is making people line up all the way to the city gates, said Zhuge Yuan. I wonder if this Heavenly Soul Elixir is really as amazing as they say it is, said Qingfei. Who knows? Let's try it later, said Dugu Feng. I really didn't expect the market to be so popular, said Fang Qin inside. The group of 5 had been hurrying along, occasionally stopping to rest. With the strength of the 5 of them, they would not encounter any bandits along the way. Even if they did, the bandits would just run away. Finally, 3 days later, the 5 of them arrived at the Heavenly River County. Senior apprentice brother Zhuge, we're already in the Heavenly River County. Where are we going this time? Asked Xiao Haobo. Zhuge Yuan looked around and said, Our destination is in the south in the Heavenly River mountain range. The ancient ruins are actually in the Heavenly River mountain range. The Heavenly River mountain range is one of the Heavenly River County's forbidden areas. There are many powerful demonic beasts inside, and ordinary warriors will definitely die if they enter, said Dugu Feng. Chapter 117. The Sky River Mountain Range was a forbidden area for the martial artists of the Sky River County. Ordinary martial artists would not be able to leave once they entered. However, as disciples of the Kamikaze Kenbu, they were not afraid of these rumors and entered without hesitation. Under Zhuge Yuan's lead, Fang Qin and the others entered the Sky River Mountain Range. After entering the Sky River Mountain Range, Fang Qin felt a strange aura. The mountain range was quiet and gave off a dangerous vibe. Everyone, stay alert and be careful, Zhuge Yuan said. Then, the 5 of them rushed into the depths of the mountain range. According to the instructions of the mission, the location of the ancient relic was in the deepest part of the mountain range. After walking for about an hour, Fang Qin was the last to walk. Suddenly, he felt a strong aura appear behind him. In an instant, Fang Qin took out the hidden dragon sword and used the Tai dispersing sword technique. Whoosh! A ray of sword light shot out and instantly pierced the body of the black shadow. In the next moment, a scream was heard. Bang! With a loud bang, a colorful cat fell to the ground, losing its life. So, it's a cat, Zhuge Yuan said when he saw the scene. A Qi transformation, 5th realm, colorful cat dares to sneak attack us. You must have a death wish. Xiao Haobo grinned. Just now, Fang Qin killed the colorful cat. There was a commotion. Let's go quickly, or we'll be discovered by other beasts, Zhuge Yuan said in a low voice. Then, the 5 of them moved quickly and disappeared from the area. However, after they left, a very large demonic beast the size of a cheetah appeared beside the multicolored cat's corpse with a bang. Roar! When the beast saw the colorful cat, it roared at the sky. It was furious, and its claws tore at the air. Upon closer inspection, this cheetah-like beast was actually a cat-type beast. Obviously, this cat-type beast was related to the colorful cat that had died earlier. Roar! The cat-type demonic beast grabbed the dead tabby cat with its huge claws. Then, with a flash of its body, it quickly chased after them. Time passed bit by bit. When Fang Qin and the others had walked for about an hour, Zhuge Yuan motioned for them to stop and rest for a while. Senior brother Zhuge, why haven't we encountered any other demonic beasts except for that cat? Asked the fatty Xiao Haobo. Damn fatty, do you want to meet a demonic beast? That's right. The demonic beasts here are extremely powerful. If we were to encounter a single demonic beast, it would be fine. But if we were to encounter a group of demonic beasts, even if we don't die, we would still lose a layer of skin. Fang Qin sat down cross-legged, not saying anything. Looking around, he began to rest. However, just as everyone was talking, they suddenly felt the ground tremble. What's going on? Why is the earth shaking? Fang Qin asked in surprise. The earth trembled and disappeared in a flash. Only Fang Qin felt it. No one else felt it at all. Fang Qin, are you hallucinating? Why did the earth shake? Why didn't we feel it? Asked Cheng Fei. Yeah, you must be hallucinating, said Dugufeng. As for Xiao Haobo, he grinned and said, what kind of powerful demonic beast is capable of making the earth shake? The 3 of them laughed mischievously, thinking that Fang Qin was hallucinating. Only Zhuge Yuan saw Fang Qin's expression and walked over to Fang Qin. He whispered, Fang Qin, what did you sense? Fang Qin said, I sensed a powerful aura approaching us. Although it's doing its best to conceal it, I can still sense it. You're saying that the trembling of the earth has something to do with that aura? Zhuge Yuan's expression changed slightly. Fang Qin nodded. It's not safe here. Let's leave quickly. For some unknown reason, Fang Qin kept feeling uneasy, as if danger was about to descend. Hearing Fang Qin's words, Zhuge Yuan looked around and said, Prepare to leave. Senior apprentice brother Zhuge, we haven't even rested yet. Xiao Haobo grinned. Just as Cheng Fei and Dugufeng were about to speak, the earth shook once more. This time, the few of them finally felt the ground tremble. Their faces changed drastically as they looked at Zhuge Yuan. The earth is shaking? Is there danger approaching? Asked Cheng Fei hastily. Let's go, Zhuge Yuan shouted, preparing to lead the group away. However, it was already too late. Just as Zhuge Yuan's voice faded, Fang Qin had already taken out the hidden dragon sword. That was because the earth was shaking more and more violently. What kind of demonic beast is it? Cried Xiao Haobo. Roar! Following the earth's shaking, a furious roar came from the distance. In the next moment, a demonic beast the size of a cheetah appeared in front of them. How is this possible? Seeing this demonic beast, everyone cried out. It was clearly very small, only the size of a cheetah. However, Every step it took caused the earth to shake. Just how much strength did it require? It's a cat-type demonic beast, Fong Chen suddenly shouted. In the next moment, Fong Chen's expression changed. He seemed to have thought of something. The multicolored cat we killed before was related to it. Fong Chen roared. Hearing Fong Chen's words, the four of them looked at the demonic beast and discovered that it really was a cat-type demonic beast. Damn it! Why is a cat-type demonic beast so big? Zhuge Yuan couldn't help cursing. At this moment they couldn't escape. They could only fight to the death. No wonder it could make the earth shake when it walked. It's a mutated cat-type demonic beast, said Chengfei. Roar! The cat demonic beast suddenly stopped and looked at Fong Chen's group with its big eyes. Then, it gently placed the multicolored cat on the ground. It wants to avenge the multicolored cat, Zhuge Yuan shouted. In the next moment, the cat demonic beast made its move. With a stomp of its foot, the entire ground shook. Fong Chen's group couldn't stand still. Bang! The cat demonic beast clenched its claws into fists and punched at the five of them. Wherever the fist passed, even the air dissipated. Tai dispersing sword. Absolute heaven sword technique. Fong Chen's group was shocked. They all displayed their strongest sword techniques. The sky was filled with sword light, crisscrossing, and directly colliding with the cat demonic beast's fist. Crack! A strong force was transmitted from the cat demonic beast's fist. This fist directly shattered the sword light that filled the sky. Fong Chen's hidden dragon sword slashed at the cat demonic beast's fist. Intense sparks appeared, and Fong Chen's hand was in pain from the impact. What a strong defense! Fong Chen exclaimed helplessly. Even the high-grade Yuan weapon, hidden dragon sword, couldn't pierce the cat demonic beast's fist. One could only imagine how strong the cat demonic beast's defense was. It's too strong. This cat demonic beast's strength is at least in the 9th realm of the Qi transformation realm. We can't beat it. Run! Zhuge Yuan shouted. Hearing Zhuge Yuan's words, the five of them immediately split up and fled. Roar! The cat demonic beast roared. Its body flashed, and it quickly chased after them. Split up! Zhuge Yuan shouted. Then, the five of them turned into 5 streaks of light and fled in 5 different directions. Whoosh! Whoosh! Fong Chen's speed was very fast. In a short while he had escaped from the battlefield. But just as he thought that he had escaped the cat demonic beast's attack range, an angry roar suddenly came from behind him. Damn it, why is it chasing me? Fong Chen couldn't help but curse. Then he increased his speed again. Roar! The cat demonic beast was closing in from behind, while Fong Chen was fleeing quickly. Bang! Just as the cat demonic beast was about to reach Fong Chen, it suddenly spat out a ball of fire from its mouth. It directly hit Fong Chen's back. Crack! The ball of fire instantly burned Fong Chen's back. Ah! Fong Chen let out a miserable cry. His body was on the verge of collapse. But at this moment, Fong Chen released the 4 captains. Crash! The moment the 4 captains appeared, they immediately set up a powerful formation, trapping the cat demonic beast within. Roar! The cat demonic beast's angry roar could still be heard. But Fong Chen's face was grave. The ball of fire that the cat demonic beast spat out was too powerful. It directly burned his back. If the golden heart hadn't released a clear stream at the critical moment to extinguish the ball of fire, Fong Chen would have been burned to a pulp, if not dead. Run! The bloody skeleton informed Fong Chen. Although the 4 of them controlled the formation and trapped the cat demonic beast, the cat demonic beast was too powerful. They couldn't kill it. After Fong Chen heard the news, he immediately made a decision, and that was to escape. I'll escape first. You guys find a way to follow me. After Fong Chen finished speaking, his figure flashed as he turned and left. After Fong Qin disappeared, the four captains launched a fierce attack on the cat demonic beast. However, the cat demonic beast was too powerful, so they could only launch a sneak attack. In the Heavenly River mountain range, 10 cultivators were moving forward in an open space. Looking at the insignia on their bodies, they should be disciples of the Heavenly Goose Mountain. On their collars, there was a wild goose flying. At a glance, one could tell that they were disciples of the Heavenly Goose Mountain. The Heavenly Goose Mountain was one of the top 10 sect of the Divine Wind Nation. Its power spread throughout the entire Divine Wind Nation. It was very powerful. This time, the Heavenly Goose Mountain also received news that an ancient ruin had appeared here, so they sent disciples to explore. There were 10 disciples in total, and the leader was the number 1 outer sect disciple of the Heavenly Goose Mountain, Feng Shueshan. Feng Shueshan's cultivation had reached the peak of the 6th realm of the Qi transformation realm, but his true strength was definitely comparable to a 7th realm martial artist. The Heavenly Goose Mountain disciples, led by Feng Shueshan, were walking when they suddenly heard an angry roar. Immediately their faces changed. The roar of a beast. Is there a battle? Feng Shueshan stopped and said softly, "Senior brother Feng, should we go take a look?" "Maybe it's a disciple of the top 10 sect," a disciple said. Chapter 118. As the chief outer sect disciple of Tianyan Mountain, Feng Shueshan was naturally very arrogant. As long as he did not meet an opponent above the 7th realm of the Qi transformation realm, he would be able to deal with them easily. Hearing Feng Shueshan's words, the disciples of Tianyan Mountain nodded. Then, under Feng Shueshan's lead, they rushed towards the source of the beast roar. At this time, the 4 captains controlling the formation were fighting fiercely with the cat demon. Suddenly, Captain Sha Zhao's expression changed slightly. He said in a low voice, "Someone is coming." Hearing Captain Sha Zhao's words, the 3 captains nodded. In the next moment, the 4 of them immediately retreated from the formation. The moment Feng Shueshan and the rest appeared, the 4 captains immediately removed the formation. Roar! A beastly roar could be heard. The cat demon that had been trapped in the formation for a long time suddenly realized that the formation had disappeared. It roared towards the sky and stretched out its claws, twisting the space around it. Retreat! The figures of the 4 captains flashed and disappeared without a trace in an instant. The furious cat demon's attention was attracted by Feng Shueshan and the rest. It did not even notice that the 4 captains had disappeared. Roar! The cat demon roared and rushed towards Feng Shueshan and the rest in a flash. "Bastard, you're courting death!" Seeing this, the disciple from Tianyan Mountain snorted coldly. He clenched his fist tightly, and the spiritual energy within his true core surged. Finally, all of it gathered in his fist, and he threw a heavy punch at the cat demon. Crack! The disciple originally thought that the cat demon was not strong, but when his fist collided with the cat demon, his heart was filled with fear. How is this possible? The disciple cried out. At this time, his entire arm had been torn apart by the cat demon. Feng Shueshan wanted to save him, but it was too late. Puchi! Immediately after, the cat demon tore the disciple's body apart in front of everyone. The disciple died instantly. "Senior brother Feng, this cat demon is strong. What should we do?" A disciple asked anxiously. "Run." Feng Shueshan narrowed his eyes and looked at the cat demon. His mind was thinking quickly. Finally he roared. The 4 captains had successfully diverted the cat demon's fury onto the disciples of Sky Goose Mountain, while the 4 of them fled quickly. Because they were connected to Feng Qin, they could sense where Feng Qin was. Although their senses were a little weak, it did not prevent them from finding Feng Qin. After ensuring that the cat demon did not chase after them, the 4 captains finally found Feng Qin. At this moment, Feng Qin was sweating profusely. He was resting on a green rock. Suddenly, he heard footsteps approaching. Feng Qin immediately stood up from the green rock. He held the hidden dragon sword in his hand and prepared for battle. "Master, it's us." After hearing the crimson skeleton's voice, Fang Chen let out a sigh of relief and immediately put away the hidden dragon sword. Immediately after, the 4 captains quickly appeared in front of Fang Chen. Fang Chen was a little confused. How did the 4 captains get rid of the cat demon's pursuit? After asking, Fang Chen found out that a group of people had approached the cat demon. The 4 captains removed the formation and successfully diverted the cat demon's fury onto that group of people. I see. I'm afraid that group of people should also be disciples of the top 10 sect. Fang Chen pondered. Since the 4 captains were safe and sound, Fang Chen was relieved. Then he put the 4 captains into a special interspatial ring and quickly moved forward. When they first entered the Sky River mountain range, Zhuge Yuan had told them that they had to split up if they encountered danger in the mountain range. If they could get rid of the danger, they would meet up in the depths of the Sky River mountain range. "Let's meet up with Zhuge Yuan and the others," Fang Chen said. In the depths of the Sky River mountain range, Zhuge Yuan and the other 3 were sitting cross-legged in an open space. They were battered and exhausted. "Senior brother Zhuge, we've already waited for so long, but Fang Chen still hasn't appeared. Could it be?" Xiao Haobo didn't finish his sentence, but everyone knew. When the cat demon was enraged, the 5 of them had split up and fled. The cat demon had chased after Fang Chen. If Fang Chen was fine, he would have already come here to meet up with them. But now, the 4 of them had come here one after another. They had already waited for so long, but Fang Chen still hadn't appeared. "Fang Chen lured the cat demon away for us," said Cheng Fei. "My intuition tells me that Fang Chen won't die so easily." Zhuge Feng, who had been silent all this time, spoke up. Zhuge Yuan slowly stood up. His deep eyes looked at the front of the mountain range as he pondered. "Let's wait for a while. If Fang Chen still doesn't appear, then we'll proceed according to the original plan," Zhuge Yuan said in a deep voice. Hearing this, the other 3 nodded. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. At this time, Fang Chen still hadn't appeared. Zhuge Yuan and the other 3 were finally in despair. Suddenly, Zhuge Yuan stood up. He looked around and said in a deep voice, "Let's go." Hearing Zhuge Yuan's words, Cheng Fei and the other 2 also quickly stood up. They glanced at the front of the mountain range, then turned around and followed Zhuge Yuan. Whoosh, 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 just as the 4 of them turned around and left. Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air came from afar. Then, everyone heard the sound of the grass rustling. "Listen!" Zhuge Yuan stopped and said in a deep voice. "Could it be?" Cheng Fei asked. The 4 of them stopped and turned around to look. To their surprise, they discovered a familiar head gradually emerging from the bushes. "Ha ha ha! I knew Fang Chen wouldn't die so easily." The first to speak was Zhuge Feng. He laughed wildly. "Fang Chen, you're not dead. That's great." Cheng Fei laughed as well. "Fang Chen, we've been waiting for you for a long time. When you didn't appear, we thought you were killed by the cat demon." Xiao Haobo grinned. When Fang Chen walked in front of the 4 of them, Zhuge Yuan clenched his fist and punched Fang Chen's shoulder. He grinned and said, "You made us worry for so long." "I made you worry." Fang Chen grinned. He could feel that the 4 of them cared for him from the bottom of their hearts. He was very happy. "Fang Chen, the cat demon was targeting you. How did you get rid of it?" Cheng Fei asked curiously. "Yeah, the cat demon is a monster in the 9th realm of the Qi transformation realm. It's very strong. How did you escape?" Xiao Haobo asked. Fang Chen nodded and said, "When the cat demon was chasing me, it encountered some martial artists. I guessed that they were martial artists from the 10 Great Sect. I plotted to draw the cat demon's anger onto them and then escaped." Hearing Fang Chen's explanation, the 4 of them laughed. They didn't know which unlucky sect disciple had been tricked by Fongchen. All right, since you're here, let's move on. It seems that a sect has already reached the entrance of the ancient ruins. Zhuge Yuan smiled. Then the 5 of them quickly rushed towards the entrance of the ancient ruins. At this time, in a hidden place in the Sky River Mountains, a battered and exhausted Feng Shueshan stood quietly. His face was full of anger. Damn the cat demon! Feng Shueshan roared angrily. When he left Sky Goose Mountain, he had vowed that he would definitely complete the mission this time. But just as he arrived at the Sky River Mountains, and before he reached the entrance of the ancient ruins, he had encountered the powerful cat demon. In the process of fighting the cat demon, the disciples of Sky Goose Mountain had died one by one. When Feng Shueshan tried his best to escape from the cat demon, he realized that the 9 disciples he had brought with him had all died in battle. He was the only one left. Damn it, who is killing our disciples of Sky Goose Mountain? If I, Feng Shueshan, find out, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Feng Shueshan roared. When Feng Shueshan had first seen the cat demon, he had clearly sensed for auras. But these auras had disappeared too quickly, and Feng Shueshan hadn't had time to observe them before he was attacked by the cat demon. No matter what, let's go to the ancient ruins first. When I get the treasures in the ancient ruins, I'll go back and redeem myself, Feng Shueshan said. At the end of the Sky River Mountains, there was a wide plain. It wasn't really a plain, but it was wider. In this wide area, there were many ancient martial art practitioners. These ancient martial art practitioners were all disciples of the 10 Great Sect. In the middle of the wide area, there were a few disciples in fiery red robes. These disciples had a fiery red flame on their collars. They were disciples of Flaming Mountain. Flaming Mountain was one of the 10 Great Sects. It was one of the top sects and was very powerful. This time, the leading disciple of Flaming Mountain was the top disciple of Flaming Mountain's outer sect, Huahen. His cultivation had reached the 7th realm of the Qi transformation realm. Just as Huahen was observing the entrance of the ancient ruins, a hearty voice suddenly rang out in his ears. Brother Huahen, I didn't expect Flaming Mountain to come so early. Hearing this voice, Huahen slightly turned his head to take a look. Soon after, a trace of a smile appeared on his face as he said, So it's Brother Feng Yin from the Clearwind Lake. You guys are not too late. Breeze Lake was an average sect among the 10 Great Sects. Feng Yin was the top disciple of Breeze Lake's outer sect. His cultivation had reached the peak of the 6th realm of the Qi transformation realm, and he was only 1 step away from the 7th realm. I wonder what other sects will come this time. After greeting Huahen, Feng Yin said faintly. Just as the 2 of them were chatting, a group of people suddenly appeared in the open area. Everyone looked over and saw that it was the disciples of Kamikaze Kenbu. Oh, I didn't expect Kamikaze Kenbu to send disciples this time, Feng Yin said with a disdainful smile on his face. Kamikaze Kenbu wants to surpass the 10 Great Sects. Naturally, they would send disciples to this ancient ruins to train their disciples, Huahen said with a grin. Kamikaze Kenbu was considered a special power in the Shenfeng nation. When Kamikaze Kenbu was established, the 10 Great Sects had already existed. When Kamikaze Kenbu was established, the 10 Great Sects were the dominant powers in the Shenfeng nation. Kamikaze Kenbu's top disciple, the House Master, declared that one day Kamikaze Kenbu would surpass the 10 Great Sects and become the strongest power in the Shenfeng nation. At that time, the 10 Great Sects looked down on Kamikaze Kenbu. However, with Kamikaze Kenbu's hard work and the emergence of some amazing disciples, Kamikaze Kenbu finally grew to become a great power second only to the 10 Great Sects. However, Kamikaze Kenbu still could not gain the recognition of the 10 Great Sects. Chapter 119. So what if they're here? It's impossible for them to get the treasure right under the noses of the 10 Great Sect, Huahen said coldly. Brother Huahen is right. The Kamikaze Kenbu won't have a share in this ancient ruin. Feng Yin grinned, feeling the hostility of the two great sects. Zhuge Yuan's expression turned serious. He stood on the ground and stared at the stone door in front of him. "It's the disciples of Flaming Mountain and Breeze Lake," Xiao Haobo whispered. Feng Chen narrowed his eyes, carefully sizing up the disciples of Flaming Mountain and Breeze Lake, especially Huahen and Feng Yin. Huahen's strength has reached the 7th realm of the Qi transformation realm. He's the strongest among them. Feng Yin is slightly weaker, Cheng Fei said. Fan Qin, once we enter the ancient ruin, you must pay attention to Huahen. He's the #1 disciple of Flaming Mountain's outer sect. He's tyrannical and violent. If you meet him, you'll most likely be killed by him, Duge Feng warned. Fang Qin nodded slightly. Just as he was about to speak, the sound of something breaking through the air came from the distance. Feng Shueshan had arrived. Strange. Why did Tianyan Mountain only send 1 disciple this time? Feng Yin was a little confused. Could it be that Feng Shueshan broke through to the 7th realm of the Qi transformation realm? Huahen asked suspiciously. Although they were confused, they still greeted Feng Shueshan. After all, he was also a disciple of the 10 Great Sect. Brother Feng, why did you come alone? Feng Yin asked with a smile. Yes, Brother Feng. Did Tianyan Mountain only send you 2 this time? Huahen asked. Feng Shueshan, who was already angry, became even angrier after hearing their questions. His face was cold as he ignored them. Looking at Feng Shueshan's expression, it seems like something happened. Could it be that he met a powerful demon beast in the Sky River Mountains that killed his disciples? The two whispered. Fang Qin glanced at Feng Shueshan. He had also guessed that the disciples of the 10 Great Sect that the 4 captains had tricked were from Tianyan Mountain. However, he didn't expect that other than Feng Shueshan, all the other disciples had died in battle. You too were the first to arrive here. Do you have a way to enter the ancient ruins? Asked Zhuge Yuan. The entrance to the ancient ruins has a layer of membrane. It's very hard and it's a bit difficult to break it. However, when we came here, we investigated clearly. The entrance to the ancient ruins will be at its weakest when the sun is high in the sky. At that time, we will join forces to attack it, and we will definitely be able to break the membrane, Feng Yin explained. After all, it was related to how to enter the ancient ruins. Even if Feng Yin hated the disciples of the Kamikaze Kenbu, he must make it clear because they needed the strength of the Kamikaze Kenbu disciples. Hearing this, Zhuge Yuan nodded slightly. It was already afternoon. If he wanted to wait until the scorching sun hung high in the sky, he would have to wait until noon tomorrow. Just as Zhuge Yuan and the others were about to find a place to rest, Feng Shueshan suddenly stepped forward and said, Huahen, did you encounter any demonic beasts on your way here? No, Huahen replied. What about you, Feng Yin? Feng Shueshan asked. Also no. Feng Yin didn't understand and replied. Hearing their replies, Feng Shueshan's gaze turned to the disciples of the Kamikaze Kenbu. His eyes were filled with an icy qi. For this trip to the ancient ruins, I estimate that only 3 of the 10 great sects have come, said Feng Yin. When I entered the Heavenly River mountain range, I was tricked. The 9 disciples I brought all died at the hands of a cat demon at the 9th level of the Qi transformation realm. I'm guessing that the person who tricked me must be one of you. Hearing this, Huahen and Feng Yin nodded slightly. No wonder Feng Shueshan had come alone. So he had been tricked. The 2 of them said they didn't encounter any demonic beasts. Then the person who tricked my Heavenly Goose Mountain must be your Kamikaze Kenbu. Feng Shueshan's tone was extremely vile. Feng Shueshan, what proof do you have? Zhuge Yuan frowned and icily asked. When he had seen Feng Shueshan, he had already guessed it, but he couldn't admit it now. If Feng Shueshan learned of it, he would definitely attack them. Just based on the 2 of them saying they didn't encounter any demonic beasts, you suspect my Kamikaze Kenbu. What if I say we also didn't encounter any demonic beasts? Zhuge Yuan's attitude was very unyielding. Humph. Does your kamikaze Kenbo think you can be compared to the 10 great sects? Feng Shueshan walked step by step towards Zhuge Yuan. The kamikaze Kenbo's disciples all stood up when they saw Feng Shueshan walk over. They prepared themselves for battle. Feng Shueshan, don't be unreasonable. If you insist on framing our divine wind sword mansion, our divine wind sword mansion doesn't mind fighting with you. Zhuge Yuan said in a deep voice. Feng Shueshan's expression was sinister as he looked at Zhuge Yuan. He wanted to attack, but he was stopped by Hua Hen and Feng Yin. Brother Feng, the most important thing right now is to enter the ancient ruins. If you fight, both sides will be injured. What will you do if you can't open the ancient ruins? Said Hua Hen. That's right. If you want to settle your personal grudges, you can talk about it after entering the ancient ruins, said Feng Yin. Hearing their words, Feng Shueshan weighed the pros and cons. In the end, he chose to take a step back. His gaze was icy. Humph. You'd best not let me find any evidence. Otherwise, there's no need for you to return to Kamikaze Kenbu. You can just stay in the ancient ruins. After saying that, Feng Shueshan sat down cross-legged on the ground. As for Hua Hen and Feng Yin, they looked at Zhuge Yuan with interest. Fang Chen was calculating inside. Even if Feng Shueshan started a fight with them, he wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. However, the attitude of the 10 great sects' disciples made Fang Chen very unhappy. If they said they didn't, then Feng Shueshan would believe them. But if the kamikaze Kenbu said they didn't, then he wouldn't believe them. Wasn't that clearly looking down on the kamikaze Kenbu? Just like that, in this tense atmosphere, time passed by bit. Unknowingly, it was already nighttime. Stars gradually appeared in the sky, one after another. The stars in the sky were constantly blinking. At this time, the crescent moon was also hanging high in the sky. The 3 great sects' disciples, as well as the kamikaze Kenbu's disciples, had all entered a state of rest, waiting for the arrival of tomorrow. At night, the Sky River Mountain Range was very quiet. It seemed that even the demonic beasts had gone to rest. The night passed and dawn finally arrived. After a long wait, time finally stopped at noon. At this time, the scorching sun hung high in the sky, and the surrounding air was extremely hot. Time's up. Hua Hen suddenly opened his eyes and stared at the stone door in front of him as he spoke in a low voice. Upon hearing Hua Hen's words, many disciples focused their gazes on the void stone gate. Feng Yin said, "Can we begin?" Just as Feng Yin was speaking, ripples appeared on the void stone gate in front of the vast land. These ripples gradually dissipated in front of everyone's eyes. When these ripples completely dissipated, the thin film finally reached its weakest point. Everyone attacked the thin film together. Hua Hen roared. In the next moment, under Hua Hen's leadership, all the disciples attacked. Fang Chen held the hidden dragon sword in his hand and displayed the Tai diffraction sword. A sword light directly pierced towards the void stone gate. Rumble! As everyone's attacks collided with the void stone gate, a crack suddenly appeared on the thin film. Then the crack began to expand, and finally, the thin film shattered. "It's broken," Hua Hen said. "Let's go in," Feng Yin said in a low voice and led the disciples of the Breeze Lake into the void stone gate. Seeing this, Hua Hen also led his disciples and charged into the cave. Before Feng Shueshan entered, he looked thoughtfully at Zhuge Yuan. Then a fierce light flashed in his eyes and he entered the void stone gate. On the vast land, only the disciples of the kamikaze Kenbu were left. "Senior brother Zhuge, let's go in too. Otherwise, the thin film will recover," Xiaohaobo said. In the blink of an eye, the shattered thin film began to slowly recover. Once the thin film recovered, they could no longer enter. "Be careful when you enter," Zhuge Yuan reminded, especially Feng Shueshan. "Once you meet him, run away immediately. Don't fight with him." Then, Under Zhuge Yuan's lead, Feng Qin and the others also entered the ancient ruins. After everyone had entered the ancient ruins, the thin film on the void stone gate was instantly restored. Chapter 120. When he stepped through the void stone door, Feng Qin felt dizzy. It was as if he was in darkness and the world was spinning. In just a moment, Feng Qin felt that his body was no longer shaking. He slowly opened his eyes. A dazzling light shone directly into his eyes, causing Feng Qin to unconsciously reach out to block the light. After gradually adapting to the dazzling light, Feng Qin looked around for the others. Is this the ancient ruins? Beside Feng Qin, De Feng asked. Obviously, everyone was already in the ancient ruins. Feng Qin looked around and saw that the 5 people from Kamikaze Kenbu were all together. The disciples from the other 3 sect had disappeared. They must have been randomly teleported away. This is the ancient ruins. According to the information, this ancient ruins might have been left behind by a Qi High Realm expert. There are many spiritual treasures here, Zhuge Yuan said. Senior Zhuge, what should we do next? Xiao Haobo asked. Zhuge Yuan thought for a moment and said, I have a map here. It's the map to the core of the ancient ruins. Let's go according to the map. Hearing Zhuge Yuan's words, everyone nodded. After that, Feng Qin and the others quickly walked on the plains. The ancient ruins was a small, independent space. It was unknown which almighty expert had fallen here. In short, after Feng Qin entered the ancient ruins, he vaguely felt a trace of uneasiness. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. During this time, Zhuge Yuan and the other 4 people were moving quickly. They walked out of the plains, over the mountains, through the valleys, and came to a forest. In this forest, there were tall and strong ancient trees. Let's take a rest first, Zhuge Yuan said after looking around and seeing that there was nothing unusual. At this time, in an open space in the ancient ruins, a group of people stood quietly. Brother Feng Yin, how about we make a deal? Feng Shueshan of Tianyan Mountain asked with a smile in his eyes. Oh, what deal? Feng Yin asked. Brother Feng Yin, I want to kill the 5 people from Kamikaze Kenbu. I need your help. Feng Shueshan said in a deep voice. Hearing Feng Shueshan's words, Feng Yin pondered for a moment and immediately asked, What can you give me? As long as your breeze lake can help me kill the 5 people from the Kamikaze Kenbu. When the time comes, I can help Brother Winchant stop Wehen and let Brother Winchant obtain the highest inheritance of the ancient ruins, Feng Shueshan said. Although there was no evidence to prove that the Kamikaze Kenbu was the one who killed the Tianyan Mountain disciples, Feng Shueshan seemed to be convinced from the bottom of his heart that they were the culprits. Therefore, when they first entered the ancient ruins, Feng Shueshan wanted to launch a fierce attack on Kamikaze Kenbu. Because of Kamikaze Kenbu Zhuge Yuan, Feng Shueshan alone was no match for the 5 of them. So Feng Shueshan came to find Feng Yin to cooperate. Of course, there was also a reason why Feng Shueshan wanted to cooperate with Feng Yin. Feng Yin's temper was better than Huahen's, so cooperation would be easier to succeed. Aren't you afraid of offending Huahen and Flaming Mountain? Feng Yin asked. Looking at Feng Yin's face, Feng Shueshan shook his head slightly and said, I'm afraid, of course I'm afraid. Huahen's temper is well known. If there were other ways, I would never be his enemy. But now, I must get rid of the Kamikaze Kenbu disciples. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain myself when I return to Tianyan Mountain. Therefore, in order to achieve my goal, I'm willing to do anything. I hope Brother Feng Yin can help. Feng Shueshan said. Feng Yin heard this and finally nodded in agreement. It was not for anything else, but to be able to obtain the highest inheritance of the ancient ruins. After all, every warrior who entered the ancient ruins wanted to obtain the inheritance, but only one person could obtain the highest inheritance. If it was a fair competition, he might not be able to win against Huahen. But with Feng Shueshan's help, his chances were very high. Okay, I promise you, Feng Yin said. Thank you, Brother Feng Yin. Feng Shueshan grinned. Then Feng Yin took out a communication jade pendant and handed it to Feng Shueshan, saying, "If you find the Kamikaze Kenbu disciples, crush the communication jade pendant. I'll rush over immediately." "Okay, it's a promise." Feng Shueshan took the jade pendant and left. After Feng Chen and the others rested for a moment, they continued to move forward. However, after they advanced for a distance, they suddenly stopped in their tracks, because at this moment, on a hill not far from them, there was a bewitching flower, causing them to be extremely shocked. Demon Dragon Flower, it's actually the Demon Dragon Flower. Zhuge Yuan was the first to speak. His voice was full of joy. "It's worthy of being an ancient ruins. I didn't expect to get the Demon Dragon Flower just after entering." Chang Fei smiled. "This demonic dragon flower is obviously quite old. Look around it. There are no other weeds on the hill except for the demonic dragon flower. That's enough to show how overbearing the demonic dragon flower is." Xiaohao said. "That's right. The older the demon dragon flower, the more overbearing its medicinal effect is." Du Gufeng said. Fang Chen's eyes were also filled with shock because no one knew more about the demon dragon flower than him. Back in the Divine Wind Sword Mansion, when the bloody skeleton was recalling the pill formula of the Heavenly Soul Elixir, it also recalled another type of elixir. This type of elixir was of a higher grade than the Heavenly Soul Elixir. The Heavenly Soul pill was a high-grade Yuan grade pill, and this kind of pill was a top-grade Yuan grade pill. Its medicinal effect was countless times stronger than a high-grade Yuan grade pill, and the main medicinal herb needed to refine this kind of pill was the demon dragon flower. Back then, the bloody skeleton said that in order to refine the soul-fixing pill, one must have the demon dragon flower. Moreover, the older the demon dragon flower, the stronger the medicinal effect of the soul-fixing pill. However, the bloody skeleton had told Fang Chen that a long, long time ago, the demon dragon flower had existed on the ancient sword continent. But now, the demon dragon flower had long since disappeared and could not be found. Even in the underground black market, there was a price but no supply. And now, just as they entered the ancient ruins, they found more than one demon dragon flower. 3 demon dragon flowers. Fang Chen was very excited. "Senior brother Zhuge, what do we do?" Chang Fei asked excitedly. "Let's take it first," Zhuge Yuan said in a low voice. In the next moment, Zhuge Yuan tiptoed and carefully appeared in front of the hill. Looking at the demon dragon flower, he reached out his hand and grasped it. But just as Zhuge Yuan's hand touched the demon dragon flower, a powerful aura suddenly appeared. In the next moment, a beastly roar could be heard. Roar! From behind the hill, a demonic beast suddenly appeared. This demonic beast strength was at least at the 7th realm of the Qi transformation realm. Bang! Caught off guard, Zhuge Yuan's body was sent flying. "Not good!" Fang Chen shouted, holding the hidden dragon sword in his hand. He immediately used the Tai diffraction sword. Sword light filled the sky and pierced towards the demonic beast. "Let's attack together and kill him!" Chang Fei and the others shouted as they unleashed their strongest attacks. Bang, bang, bang. The 5 of them instantly clashed with the demonic beast. The scene was spectacular. At this moment, Feng Shueshan had just entered the forest. He was racking his brains to find Fang Chen and the others, but after searching for a long time, he still could not find them. Just as Feng Shueshan was about to rest, he suddenly heard the roar of a beast. His eyes lit up, and he quickly rushed towards the source of the sound. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In a short while, Feng Shueshan arrived at the source of the roar. It was at this moment that Fang Chen and the others killed the demonic beast with all their might. The moment the demonic beast fell, Feng Shueshan discovered Fang Chen and the others. "It's you guys!" Feng Shueshan's face was filled with anger. A communication jade pendant suddenly appeared in his hand, and he gently crushed it. On the battlefield, Feng Qin and the others looked at the demonic beast that had lost its life. Their foreheads were covered in sweat. "Senior brother Zhuge, are you all right?" Cheng Fei asked. "I'm fine. Quickly collect the demonic dragon flower," Zhuge Yuan said. But just as Zhuge Yuan was about to collect the demonic dragon flower, an angry roar suddenly rang out. "Stop!" Feng Shueshan had originally planned to wait for the Breeze Lake disciples to arrive before revealing himself. But when he discovered the demonic dragon flower, he was extremely agitated. He was afraid that Zhuge Yuan would take it away. Therefore, Feng Shueshan took the initiative to walk out from his hiding place. "Feng Shueshan," Zhuge Yuan said when he saw Feng Shueshan, "you want to take the demonic dragon flower for yourselves." Feng Shueshan asked with narrowed eyes. "Feng Shueshan, what do you mean? This demonic dragon flower was discovered by us in the first place. What do you mean by taking it for yourselves?" Xiao Haobo was a bit dissatisfied. Feng Shueshan laughed out loud when he heard Xiao Haobo's words. "Humph, the things inside are ownerless in the first place. Those who are fated will obtain them. Who told you that this demonic dragon flower belongs to you?" "I, Feng Shueshan, also want the demonic dragon flower. Of course, I'm not an unreasonable person. After all, you were the ones who discovered it. Give me a price." Feng Shueshan's words caused Feng Qin and the others to frown. This Feng Shueshan was clearly aiming for the demonic dragon flower. "Sorry, we're not selling the demonic dragon flower." Feng Qin took a step forward and walked to the side of the hill. With a grab of his hand, the 3 demonic dragon flowers were directly collected into his spatial ring. Feng Shueshan was infuriated. "Brat, I'm talking to Zhuge Yuan. Who are you to interrupt?" "Feng Qin's words are my words," said Zhuge Yuan. "It seems you don't plan on giving the demonic dragon flower to me," said Feng Shueshan. "So what if we do?" asked Feng Qin. "Since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for being vicious." Chapter 121. "Ha ha ha, Brother Feng, I'm not late, am I?" Suddenly, a hearty laughter rang in everyone's ears. Everyone looked over and saw that the person who spoke was Feng Yin from the Breeze Lake. "Feng Yin," Zhuge Yuan said in a deep voice after seeing Feng Yin. The appearance of Feng Yin and the others had changed the situation. Originally, the kamikaze Kenbo had the absolute advantage, but the appearance of Feng Yin and the others had put them at a disadvantage. "Brother Feng Yin, you're not late." Feng Shueshan grinned. "Brother Feng Yin, I found 3 demonic dragon flowers. I originally wanted to give them to you, but they were snatched away. What do you think we should do?" "Feng Shueshan, you're slandering us," Xiao Haobo said angrily. Hearing the 3 words, Feng Yin's face slightly changed. He immediately asked, "Brother Feng, is what you said true? They took away the demonic dragon flowers?" "Yes, it's true. Moreover, it seems to be from a very long time ago," Feng Shueshan said. Feng Yin nodded, then turned to look at Zhuge Yuan and said, "Are you going to take the initiative to take out the demonic dragon flowers? Or do you want me to do it myself?" "Feng Yin, don't go too far," Zhuge Yuan said in a deep voice. "We found the demonic dragon flowers first. They should be ours. It's impossible for you to snatch them away," Dugu Feng said. Feng Qin sighed softly. It seemed that a huge battle was unavoidable. "If you want to fight, then let's fight. I, the kamikaze Kenbo, am not to be trifled with," Zhuge Yuan said coldly. Hearing Zhuge Yuan's words, a ferocious smile emerged on Feng Shueshan's face. He looked at Feng Yin and grinned. "Brother Feng Yin, I'll deal with Zhuge Yuan. How about I leave the rest to you?" "No problem," Feng Yin said. As soon as Feng Yin's voice fell, Feng Shueshan's body suddenly appeared in front of Zhuge Yuan like a ghost. He clenched his fist, gathered all the strength in his body on his fist, and attacked Zhuge Yuan directly. "You're courting death." Seeing this, Zhuge Yuan sneered. A long sword suddenly appeared. In the next moment, he lightly tapped his foot and displayed an overbearing sword technique. While Zhuge Yuan and Feng Shuashan were fighting, Feng Yin and the others also began to attack Fang Qin and the others. "Kill them for me," Feng Yin said in a deep voice. Hearing Feng Yin's order, all the disciples of the Cool Breeze Lake launched a fierce attack. Tai Diffraction Sword. At this moment, Fang Qin also displayed the Tai Diffraction Sword and then burst out with his strongest power. Pucci, the combination of the Hidden Dragon Sword and the Tai Diffraction Sword was too powerful. Wherever the sword light passed, the disciples at the 6th tier of the Qi transformation realm died instantly. In just the blink of an eye, Fang Qin had killed 2 disciples of the Cool Breeze Lake. This scene made Feng Yin's face turn completely solemn. Feng Yin thought that killing the 4 weak disciples of Kamikaze Kenbu did not require him to take action. But when he found out that Fang Qin had unscrupulously killed 2 disciples of the Clear Breeze Lake, he was completely enraged. "You're courting death." Feng Yin was enraged. A folding fan appeared in his hand. With a tap of his foot, his body leaped into the air. In the next moment, countless rays of light shot out from the folding fan in his hand. These rays of light contained a strong killing intent, and they directly pierced towards Fang Qin. Bang, bang, bang. Fang Qin, who was in the middle of a fierce battle, sensed danger approaching. He blocked with the Hidden Dragon Sword in front of his chest. The rays of light from the folding fan all collided with the Hidden Dragon Sword, and the sound of metal colliding rang out. High-grade Yuan soldier. Seeing that his attacks were all blocked by Fang Qin, Feng Yin's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. He immediately said, "I've taken a fancy to your high-grade Yuan soldier." After Feng Yin finished speaking, he once again displayed his tyrannical power and fought fiercely with Fang Qin. Fang Qin relied on the power of the Tai Diffraction Sword to fight fiercely with Feng Yin. For a while, Feng Yin was unable to gain the upper hand. Damn it, this kid's cultivation is only at the 3rd realm of the Qi transformation realm. Why is he so strong? Feng Yin said in a low voice as he fought. At the same time, on the other side, the battle between Zhuge Yuan and Feng Shuashan had also entered a white-hot stage. Zhuge Yuan's cultivation was the same as Feng Shuashan's, at the peak of the 6th realm of the Qi transformation realm. Therefore, although the battle between the two was exceptionally fierce, it was difficult to determine the victor. "Zhuge Yuan, this time you will definitely die. None of your Kamikaze Kenbu disciples can stop Brother Feng Yin's attack." Feng Shuashan, who was in the middle of a fierce battle, sneered. We still don't know who will win." After Zhuge Yuan finished speaking, he once again displayed his tyrannical battle strength. In addition to these 2 battles, some of the other disciples were also completely tangled up in a chaotic battle. Although Cheng Fei and the other 2 were strong, they were unable to withstand the opponent's numbers. As time passed, the 3 of them were gradually at a disadvantage. Bang, bang, bang. After a series of collisions, Fatty Xiaohaobo was hit by the combined attacks of several Breeze Lake disciples, and his body was sent flying. Seeing that the fatty was about to be killed by the disciples of the Cool Breeze Lake, at this critical moment, Fang Qin took advantage of the battle with Feng Yin and instantly retreated. In the blink of an eye, he appeared beside the fatty Xiaohaobo. Using the Tai Diffraction Sword, the sword light flashed. With a swoosh, the 2 Breeze Lake disciples who wanted to kill Fatty Xiao were instantly killed by Fang Qin. "Kid, you're courting death." Seeing this, Feng Yin roared angrily and directly attacked Fang Qin. The battle here was so loud that it directly caused the entire forest of demonic beasts to be shaken. Just as everyone was fighting fiercely, all of a sudden, a furious roar was heard. "Not good, it's a demonic beast." Suddenly, Zhuge Yuan cried out involuntarily. Just as Zhuge Yuan's voice fell, an extremely tyrannical aura suddenly rushed towards them. A demonic beast at the 9th realm of the Qi transformation realm. Feng Shuashan, who was in the middle of a battle, suddenly felt this aura and his face changed drastically. "Damn it!" Feng Shueshan couldn't help but curse. Feng Yin and he looked at each other. The two seemed to have thought of something and joined forces to use their most powerful attack. In an instant, Feng Shueshan and Feng Yin had forced Zhuge Yuan and the others into the depths of the forest. Go! Sensing that the monstrous aura was getting closer and closer, Feng Shueshan roared and quickly retreated with the Breeze Lake disciples. Wanna leave? Seeing this, Feng Qin used the Tai diffraction sword. The sword light crisscrossed and killed 2 Breeze Lake disciples. I won't let you go. Feng Yin roared angrily. In an instant, Feng Yin and Feng Shueshan disappeared. Feng Qin and the others' faces changed slightly. Being forced here by Feng Yin and the others, they were infinitely close to the demonic beast. Suddenly, Feng Qin shouted, Senior Brother Zhuge, you all must leave quickly. No, this demonic beast is too strong. Once we leave, you'll definitely die, Zhuge Yuan said in a low voice. If you don't leave, you'll also die, Feng Qin said. Feng Qin, we want to fight side by side with you, Fatty Xiaohao said. The other 2 were also unwilling to leave alone. Time was running out. Feng Qin said directly, quickly leave. I have a way to escape. Let's go. Hearing Feng Qin shout, Zhuge Yuan glanced at Feng Qin and said, let's go. Then, Zhuge Yuan and the others instantly left. The moment Zhuge Yuan and the other 3 left, the demonic beast with a strong aura appeared before Feng Qin. This demonic beast had 2 heads, and its body was as big as a hill. Feng Qin couldn't even see its feet. What kind of demonic beast is this? Feng Qin cried out involuntarily. Although he was shocked, Feng Qin didn't forget to release the bloody skeleton and the others. Crash! As soon as the bloody skeleton and the other 3 appeared, they set up a formation to trap the demonic beast. Rumble! The demonic beast found itself trapped in the formation and kept waving its fists, trying to break the formation. Master, leave quickly. This demonic beast is too strong. Our formation can't resist it, the bloody skeleton said hurriedly. Feng Qin didn't think too much and fled. Not long after Feng Qin fled, there was a loud boom as the grand array shattered. The bloody skeleton and the other 3 were instantly sent flying. Roar! A furious roar sounded. The next moment, the demonic beast grabbed the 4 of them and tore them apart. Crack! The bodies of the bloody skeleton and the other 3 instantly shattered and lost their vitality. The demonic beast left the 4 corpses and quickly rushed into the distance. After an unknown amount of time, it could be a day or 2. Anyway, it was a long time. Suddenly, 4 balls of soul light appeared faintly in this open space. The moment these 4 balls of soul light appeared, the surrounding air froze. Damn it, we were actually controlled by a human martial artist. This is a disgrace. One of the balls of soul light roared angrily. If it weren't for this demonic beast's tyrannical strength, destroying our bodies and scattering the soul seeds in our minds, we wouldn't have been able to regain our freedom. We must take revenge. Yes, we have to find a human martial artist as soon as possible and seize his body. The 4 of them reached an agreement in an instant and then began to look for a human martial artist. After successfully seizing his body, they would take revenge on Feng Qin. Of course, Feng Qin didn't know all of this. In a certain open space, Feng Shueshan looked at the disciples of the Clear Breeze Lake. In this fierce battle, the disciples of the Clear Breeze Lake suffered heavy losses, which made Feng Yin very angry. Damn it, a mere kamikaze Kenba dares to kill the disciples of the Clear Breeze Lake. Feng Yin roared angrily. Brother Feng Yin, we all underestimated the kamikaze Kenbu, especially the disciple who fought with you. His cultivation is clearly at the 3rd realm of the Qi transformation realm, but his true strength is comparable to yours. I'm guessing that Zhuge Yuan is just a cover. This time, the kamikaze Kenbu sent their disciples here to let that disciple gain experience. Feng Shueshan said faintly, No matter what, I want them dead, Feng Yin said in a low voice. Chapter 122. 3 days later, Fang Qin came out of the mysterious forest. Phew, I'm finally out. I wonder how Zhuge Yuan and the others are doing. Fang Qin looked back at the forest where he almost lost his life and sighed. I guess Zhuge Yuan and the others have escaped. Fang Qin pondered for a moment and said. Then, Fang Qin continued to move forward. The ancient ruins were very vast. He had just entered, and he had already obtained the demonic dragon flower. Perhaps there were more important things inside. Let's go. Fang Qin said and quickly moved forward. Fang Qin moved forward quickly in the ancient ruins. From time to time, he would encounter some demonic beasts, but none of them were a match for Fang Qin. As time passed, Fang Qin felt that his cultivation had reached a bottleneck and he was unable to break through. He needed to find an opportunity. One day, Fang Qin came to a mountain peak. Of course, Fang Qin was attracted by a strange aura. This mountain peak was very hidden. If Fang Qin had not happened to pass by, he would not have discovered the mountain peak. When Fang Qin stepped on the mountain peak, his expression changed slightly. This was because he discovered that there was a stream on the mountain peak. The stream faintly emitted a strange aura. Fang Qin carefully observed the stream water. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly. Soon after, he exclaimed, "Body refining paste." The stream was not big. It could only accommodate one warrior. However, this was not an ordinary stream. It was the legendary body refining paste. In ancient times, there was a magical water called body refining paste. Although it was called body refining paste, its shape was indeed water. It was said that warriors who soaked in the body refining paste could strengthen their physical body. However, as time passed, the body refining paste was gradually lost in the ancient Sword Continent. No one knew that there was actually a body refining paste in this ancient ruin. It's really a body refining paste. Fang Qin was very excited. The strength of his physical body could only be considered bronze body. If he could soak in the body refining paste, he would definitely be able to evolve from bronze body to silver body. If his body became stronger, so would his strength. He might even be able to break through the shackles and reach the 4th tier of the Qi transformation realm. But why is this body refining paste so special? Fang Qin was a little puzzled. Fang Qin could clearly feel that the water was rippling with traces of a gray aura. This gray aura seemed to be blocking the aura of the body refining paste. Could it be that after the passage of time, this body refining paste has lost its effectiveness? Fang Qin muttered to himself. After pondering for a moment, Fang Qin still couldn't figure it out. In the end, he simply stopped thinking about it and plunged into the body refining paste. When Fang Qin drilled into the body refining paste, all the pores on his body instantly opened. Drops of body refining paste directly drilled into Fang Qin's body. After a moment, Fang Qin finally realized that something was wrong. The body refining paste wanted to drill into his pores, but the gray aura in the water seemed to be blocking it. What is this gray aura? Fang Qin was puzzled. At this moment, Fang Qin's foot found that there was something in the body refining paste that tripped his foot. He looked down and was shocked to find that there were several white bones in the body refining paste. White bones, Fang Qin said. Could it be that these warriors also wanted to absorb the body refining paste and ended up dying here? Fang Qin's mind quickly pondered. At this moment, the gray aura in the water suddenly began to drill into his body. When the gray aura drilled into his body, he suddenly felt a wave of nausea. What's going on? Fang Qin said in shock. He tried to circulate the spirit qi in his true core, trying to expel the gray aura, but it was no use. Hiss, 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 the gray aura was eroding Fang Qin's body. I must stop it, Fang Qin said in a deep voice. Dong, when the grayish aura reached the heart, the golden heart suddenly began to beat rapidly. Melodious sounds came from the golden heart one after another. In the next moment, the golden heart began to wildly absorb the grayish aura. Crash! In the blink of an eye, the gray aura in Fang Chen's body was completely absorbed by the golden heart. The golden heart seemed unwilling to give up and continued to absorb the gray aura in the body, refining paste. At this moment, the gray aura in the body, refining paste, seemed to feel a trace of danger and kept moving away from Fang Chen. The golden heart can absorb the gray aura. Fang Chen smiled when he saw this scene. Just like this, after a quarter of an hour of absorption, the grayish aura within the body refining paste finally disappeared completely. At this moment, the true appearance of the body refining paste was exposed to Fang Chen. The color of the body refining paste was blue, and there were ripples in the blue water. There wasn't a trace of the gray aura, and the body refining paste seemed very sacred. Hiss! At this moment, Fang Chen's golden heart gradually slowed down and finally returned to its original state. At this moment, Fang Chen was surprised to discover that there was a dark aura around the golden heart. So that's how it is. Fang Chen sighed when he saw this dark aura. Then, spirit chi surged out of his true core and directly swallowed this dark aura. The gray aura from before was the resentment of the cultivators who had died in the body, refining paste. It had turned into a gray aura that hadn't dissipated for a long time. After being absorbed by the golden heart, it was thoroughly purified and then swallowed by the spirit chi. If I didn't have the golden heart, I wouldn't have been able to safely absorb the body refining paste. Fang Chen felt a wave of fear, but he also felt the tyrannical power of the golden heart. In the following time, Fang Chen began to absorb the body refining paste to refine his body. Time passed bit by bit, and the body refining paste continued to enter Fang Chen's body, refining Fang Chen's body. Fang Chen was immersed in the body refining paste for 3 days. After 3 days, Fang Chen finally couldn't absorb the body refining paste anymore. At this moment, the blue color of the body tempering ointment was mixed with some black. Fang Chen opened his eyes. With a tap of his foot, he jumped onto the mountain peak. As expected of the body refining paste, I feel that my body has strengthened several times. Fang Chen sighed. He was confident that he could enter the body refining tower again and enter the 7th level, or even higher. Of course, the most important thing now was to look for opportunities. As for the body refining tower, he would think about it later. It's a pity that I can't take the body refining paste away. Otherwise, I would be able to soak in it for a while. Fang Chen grinned. However, just as Fang Chen finished speaking, he suddenly sensed that something was amiss. Soon after, a trace of pleasant surprise appeared on his face. Am I going to break through? Fang Chen cried out. After such a long time, he was finally going to break through. Fang Chen sat down cross-legged and began to break through. Rumble. In the sky, thunder roared. Wild spiritual chi formed a spiritual chi vortex above Fang Chen's head. In the middle of the spiritual chi vortex, a cylinder instantly drilled into Fang Chen's head. Hiss! In Fang Chen's dantian, the true nucleus was wildly absorbing the spiritual chi that entered his body. The 3rd realm to the 4th realm of the chi transformation realm was a hurdle. Some warriors were stuck at this hurdle for a long time and couldn't cross it. Even for Fang Chen, it had taken him a very long time to achieve a breakthrough. After an hour, the spiritual chi in the true nucleus reached a state of saturation. The spiritual chi vortex above Fang Chen's head also gradually dissipated. Kacha! As a cracking sound was heard from the true core, Fang Chen's face broke into a wide grin. I broke through, Fang Chen said, puzzled. After that, Fang Chen began to inspect his body. The moment he broke through to the 4th realm of the chi transformation realm, Fang Chen felt that his entire body was filled with power. Most importantly, the true nucleus's space had become much larger. The spiritual chi stored in it had more than doubled compared to when he was at the third realm of the Qi transformation realm. I've finally broken through to the fourth realm of the Qi transformation realm. Feng Qin grinned. If he met Feng Yi now, he would definitely be able to defeat him. Feng Qin knew that the reason why he was able to break through so easily this time had a lot to do with the body refining paste. After adjusting his body slightly, Feng Qin descended from the mountain peak and prepared to leave. Someone is breaking through up ahead. Feng Xueshan, who was walking, suddenly sensed a strange movement in front of him. Could it be a disciple of the kamikaze Kenbu? Feng Xueshan's eyes lit up and he quickly rushed forward. Not long after, Feng Xueshan appeared at the foot of the mountain peak. At this time, Feng Qin had just finished his breakthrough and walked down the mountain peak. When Feng Xueshan saw Feng Qin, a bloodthirsty smile appeared on his face as he said, sinisterly, "Kid, it's you." Feng Xueshan. Feng Qin also noticed Feng Xueshan, but there was no trace of panic on his face. "Kid, it's your bad luck to have met me," Feng Xueshan said sinisterly. "Today I will kill you." "Feng Xueshan, do you think you can kill me?" Feng Qin asked back. After breaking through to the fourth realm of the Qi transformation realm, Feng Qin was very confident in his own strength. With Feng Xueshan's cultivation, it was impossible for him to kill him. That strange movement just now must have been because you were breaking through. But even if you broke through, you are still only a fourth realm martial artist. I don't understand who gave you such courage. Feng Xueshan sneered. Feng Xueshan had repeatedly tried to kill a disciple of the kamikaze Kenbu. He was even willing to cooperate with Feng Yin, which made Feng Qin want to kill him. "I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Today, one of us will die here. But I'm sorry, the person who will die will not be me, but you," Feng Qin said calmly. Chapter 123. Feng Xueshan wanted to kill Feng Qin, and the latter naturally wanted to kill him as well. Both of them had their own thoughts as they stared at each other. Whoosh! Suddenly, Feng Xueshan's robes fluttered even though there was no wind. In the next moment, dense spiritual energy surged out from his body. The peak of the sixth realm of the Qi transformation realm. Feng Qin's eyes burned with passion. This was his first battle after advancing to the fourth realm of the Qi transformation realm. He also wanted to see how strong his true combat power was, leaving traces of a wild goose palm. Following Feng Xueshan's roar, spots of silver light appeared on both of his palms. The silver light gradually increased until it covered both of his palms. The leaving traces of a wild goose palm was one of the secret techniques of Tianyan Mountain. Although it was only a second-grade technique, this palm technique was considered one of the top techniques among second-grade techniques. Feng Xueshan immediately executed the wild goose, leaving traces upon the moment he made his move. One could imagine just how heavy his killing intent towards Feng Qin was. Rumble. When Feng Xueshan attacked with both palms, the silver light that covered both of his palms suddenly floated in the air. Immediately after, the silver light turned into two virtual palms. As soon as these two virtual palm shadows appeared, the surrounding air dissipated in all directions. "Kid, you should be proud to die under my leaving traces of a wild goose palm," Feng Xueshan growled as he attacked with both palms. Seeing the two palms shooting towards him from the sky, Feng Qin's expression gradually turned serious. Tai Diffraction Sword Level 7. He suddenly took out the Hidden Dragon Sword and used the Level 7 of the Tai Diffraction Sword with ease. At this moment, Feng Qin used the Tai Diffraction Sword with extreme power. Boom! While Feng Xueshan was still in shock, the Tai Diffraction Sword ruthlessly collided with both of his palms. In the sky, there was a loud explosion. In the next moment, the palms were pierced by the Tai Diffraction Sword. A powerful wave swept across the entire ground. Seeing this, Feng Xueshan quickly retreated. His face was filled with shock. How is this possible? Feng Shueshan tried his best to stabilize himself as he cried out. Not long ago, when he joined forces with Feng Yin to encircle and annihilate the disciples of Kamikaze Kenbu, Feng Chen's strength was not so strong. He did not expect that only a few days had passed. Even if he broke through to the 4th tier of the Qi transformation realm, he still can't be this powerful. It had only been a short exchange, but Feng Shueshan's face was filled with shock. Feng Chen, who had broken through to the 4th tier of the Qi transformation realm, had truly exceeded his expectations. I don't believe that you can withstand my wild goose, leaving Scar's palm. Feng Shueshan gradually regained his composure and roared. In the next instant, Feng Shueshan executed the wild goose, leaving Scar's palm again. However, the palm shadow this time was countless times more powerful than the previous one. Feng Chen squinted his eyes and said, "Although the wild goose leaving Scar's palm is exquisite, it's still a little lacking compared to the Tai diffraction sword." The incomplete Tai diffraction sword was already a 1st-tier technique. The complete Tai diffraction sword was comparable to a 2nd-tier technique. Therefore, in terms of techniques, Feng Chen did not fear the wild goose leaving Scar's palm of Tianyan Mountain. After breaking through to the 4th tier of the Qi transformation realm, Feng Chen felt that his strength had increased in all aspects, especially his understanding of the way of the sword. At this moment, seeing that Feng Shueshan had executed the strongest wild goose leaving Scar's palm, Feng Chen did not hold back anymore. He activated his sword force and integrated it into the Tai diffraction sword. The spiritual qi of the true core instantly flowed into the hidden dragon sword. Buzz! The hidden dragon sword received a powerful force, and a sword hum sounded from the blade. "Let's end this." Feng Chen roared, and the Tai diffraction sword was executed once again. In the sky, countless rays of sword light appeared, and these rays of sword light collided with Feng Shueshan's 2 palm shadows. Boom! A loud sound rang out, and in the sky, the two collided, causing intense sparks to fly. Below, Feng Shueshan pushed off the ground and leaped towards Feng Chen. Seeing this, Feng Chen stabbed out with the hidden dragon sword in his hand. Wild goose leaving Scar's palm. Feng Shueshan roared, and his palms shook violently. A silver light flashed, and in an instant, Feng Shueshan's palms were like iron pliers, tightly gripping Feng Chen's hidden dragon sword. Feng Shueshan's palms gripped Feng Chen's hidden dragon sword, and a smile appeared on his face as he said coldly, "Humph, a mere weapon wants to hurt me? What a delusion." "Is that so?" Feng Chen asked in return. Just as Feng Shueshan was about to retort, his face suddenly changed. He felt a sharp pain in his palms. Crash! A ray of sword light flashed, and Feng Shueshan let out a miserable cry. 2 streams of blood instantly gushed out from his wrists. Ah! Following Feng Shueshan's miserable cry, his palms had already been chopped off by Feng Chen, and they fell to the ground. "My palms, my palms!" Feng Shueshan saw that his palms had been chopped off by Feng Chen, and his heart was filled with fear as he cried out loudly. Feng Chen held the hidden dragon sword in his hand as he walked step by step towards the panicking Feng Shueshan. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He didn't want to let the tiger return to the mountain, so Feng Shueshan had to die. "Ah, you dare to chop off my hands? Wild Goose Mountain won't let you off." Feng Shueshan saw Feng Chen walking over, and he retreated while roaring furiously. "The prerequisite is that you can return to Wild Goose Mountain alive." Feng Chen sneered and said, "Unfortunately, you won't have that chance." Crack! As soon as Feng Chen finished speaking, the hidden dragon sword in his hand stabbed into Feng Shueshan's head without hesitation. With a bang, Feng Shueshan's body slowly fell to the ground. His eyes were wide open, as if he had died with everlasting regret. Originally, he had thought that he would be able to easily kill Feng Chen. He hadn't expected that in the end, he would be killed by Feng Chen instead. Wild Goose Mountain's number 1 outer sect disciple had died in the ancient ruins, just like that. At this point, all the disciples from Wild Goose Mountain that had come to the ancient ruins had been wiped out. After killing Feng Shueshan, Feng Chen picked up Feng Shueshan's spatial ring and turned to leave. After that, Feng Chen found a safe place and began to search through Feng Shueshan's spatial ring. Wild Goose Mountain's number 1 outer sect disciple should have some things in his spatial ring. Feng Chen stood on top of a stone as he inspected Feng Shueshan's spatial ring. After a while, Feng Chen discovered that there were some spiritual stones in Feng Shueshan's spatial ring. Of course, these spiritual stones were just a drop in the ocean for Feng Chen. They weren't worth his attention at all. After that, Feng Chen discovered some spiritual herbs in Feng Shueshan's spatial ring. However, these things could basically be bought on the market. In the end, Feng Chen's gaze locked onto a book, Wild Goose Leaving Scar's Palm. Feng Chen said when he saw the words on the book, the wild goose leaving Scar's palm was a grade 2 cultivation technique. When cultivated to the great perfection realm, its power would be extremely tyrannical. Feng Shueshan had only learned a little bit of it. As a grand outer sect disciple of Wild Goose Mountain, only this cultivation technique isn't bad. The others are all trash, Feng Chen couldn't help but say. After that, Feng Chen placed the items in Feng Shueshan's spatial ring into his own spatial ring. I wonder where senior apprentice brother Zhuge Yuan is, Feng Chen said softly. Zhuge Yuan and the other 3 were walking quickly on an empty piece of land in the ancient remains. In the distance, there were disciples of the Breeze Lake. Zhuge Yuan, you won't be able to escape. Feng Yin roared as he chased. After a while, the disciples of Breeze Lake caught up to Zhuge Yuan's group. Ever since Feng Yin had left with Feng Shueshan, he had been leading the disciples of Breeze Lake to search for opportunities all over the place. Coincidentally, they had met Zhuge Yuan's group of 4 here. Feng Yin, do you really want to make things difficult for my kamikaze Kenbo? Zhuge Yuan asked gravely. Zhuge Yuan, your kamikaze Kenbo disciples killed my Breeze Lake disciples. How can I not take revenge for this? Feng Yin's expression was ice cold. If you hadn't joined forces with Feng Shueshan to destroy my kamikaze Kenbo, how could such a thing have happened? There's no point in saying more. I'm going to take your dog life, said Feng Yin furiously. As soon as Feng Yin's voice fell, he attacked like lightning, wanting to kill Zhuge Yuan. The 2 instantly engaged in a fierce battle. Zhuge Yuan and Feng Yin's cultivation were on par, and their strength was also on par. Therefore, it was almost impossible for Feng Yin to kill Zhuge Yuan. If it had been at the beginning, Breeze Lake might have been able to destroy kamikaze Kenbo with their advantage in numbers. However, after a round of baptism, many disciples of Breeze Lake had died. The current Breeze Lake had no advantage over kamikaze Kenbo. Bang, bang, bang. The fierce battle between Zhuge Yuan and Feng Yin was very chaotic. After a quarter of an hour, Feng Yin suddenly stopped attacking and looked coldly at Zhuge Yuan. Feng Yin, our strength is on par. As long as I don't die, you won't be able to destroy kamikaze Kenbo, said Zhuge Yuan. Don't be complacent, Zhuge Yuan. When I join forces with Flaming Mountain's Huahen, you'll definitely die, said Feng Yin coldly. Feng Yin, our strength is on par. If we continue fighting, we won't be able to determine the winner. Why don't we just call it quits? After all, we entered the ancient ruins for the inheritance. Once we get the inheritance, we'll compete, said Zhuge Yuan. Zhuge Yuan didn't want to be entangled with Feng Yin. Once the battle dragged on, either Feng Shueshan or Huahen would be able to kill them. Zhuge Yuan, you're lucky this time. The day I get the inheritance will be the day you die, said Feng Yin coldly. There wouldn't be any outcome if they continued fighting. Feng Yin didn't want to waste any more time. Their goal was the highest inheritance in the ancient ruins. As long as he got the inheritance, there would be plenty of opportunities to kill Zhuge Yuan and the others. Let's go. After Feng Yin finished speaking, he turned and left with the disciples of Breeze Lake. The moment Feng Yin left, the ancient ruins suddenly trembled violently. What's going on? The violent trembling made Zhuge Yuan and the others' faces change. They looked around and didn't find any danger. Don't. As the earth trembled, countless dazzling lights appeared in the sky. Rumble, the earth only trembled for a moment before stopping. The moment the earth stopped trembling, the dazzling light in the sky became even more vigorous. Chapter 124. The palace that was suspended in the sky was surrounded by intense flames. In an instant, an aura that caused one to tremble appeared in the ancient ruins. That's... Zhuge Yuan's eyes flickered as he stared at the flame palace in the sky. In the next moment, Zhuge Yuan seemed to have thought of something and suddenly shouted, "Let's go!" Then, Zhuge Yuan led the other three and quickly rushed to the center of the ancient ruin. Zhuge Yuan wasn't the only one who saw it. All the warriors in the ancient ruin saw the flame palace floating in the sky. The appearance of this flame palace was too sudden, causing all the warriors to be shocked. The highest inheritance has appeared. Let's go. From time to time, a warrior's shout could be heard. Feng Yin led the disciples of the Breeze Lake and rushed to the flame palace at the fastest speed. Of course, the happiest one was Hua Hen of the Flaming Mountain. At this time, Hua Hen's fist was full of flames. With a bang, he killed a monster with a punch. Hua Hen was about to speak when he suddenly felt the temperature in the air become extremely hot. What's going on? Hua Hen was puzzled. However, just as Hua Hen was puzzled, a flame palace suddenly appeared in the sky. Seeing this scene, Hua Hen's eyes were full of passion. The highest inheritance in the ancient ruin is actually the inheritance of fire. Ha ha ha, the heavens are helping me. Hua Hen was very excited. The cultivation techniques of the Flaming Mountain were related to fire. Their cultivation techniques were overbearing and fierce. At this moment, Hua Hen was even more excited after seeing the flame palace in the sky. No matter what, I must obtain the highest inheritance. No one can stop me. As Hua Hen spoke, a fierce light flashed in his eyes. In the next moment, Hua Hen led the disciples of the Flaming Mountain and ran quickly. At the same time, Feng Qin, who had just obtained the wild goose leaving Scar's palm from Feng Shueshan's interspatial ring, was studying this palm technique. Everyone thought that Feng Qin was only talented in swordsmanship, but what they didn't know was that Feng Qin's talent in martial arts was also very good. Feng Qin majored in swordsmanship, but after obtaining such a palm technique with great difficulty, he naturally wanted to study it. Feng Qin naturally understood that there was no harm in having more skills. Feng Qin recited the chant of the wild goose, leaving Scar's palm in his mind as he continued to study it. Just as Feng Qin was circulating the mnemonic chant of the flying goose mark palm, the golden heart suddenly trembled. In the next moment, Feng Qin discovered that his perception of the flying goose mark palm had deepened considerably. Is this the effect of the golden heart strengthening? Feng Qin asked, puzzled. All this time, Feng Qin thought that the golden heart could only speed up the cultivation of sword arts. He did not expect the golden heart to have an effect on other cultivation techniques as well. Then, Feng Qin tried to practice the wild goose leaving Trace's palm. After practicing for a while, Feng Qin discovered that although the golden heart could increase the speed of his practice of the scarred goose palm, it was still far slower compared to his practice of swordsmanship. That's not bad, Feng Qin grinned. Feng Qin pondered for a moment as he could not practice the wild goose mark palm in a short period of time. Then he put the book away. Just as Feng Qin was about to stand up, the ground suddenly trembled and the surrounding temperature became extremely hot. In the next moment, Feng Qin was shocked to discover that in the sky there was a flame palace. Is the Flame Palace the core of the ancient ruins? Fang Chen's eyes were burning as he said in a low voice. Before entering the ancient ruins, Fang Chen and the others thought that the ancient ruins was just a place where an ordinary Qi-Hai realm warrior died. However, after being in the ancient ruins for a few days, Fang Chen gradually discovered that the ancient ruins were not as simple as they seemed. At this moment, when he saw the Flame Palace in the sky, he was even more shocked. Let's go! Fang Chen did not hesitate and directly rushed towards the Flame Palace. The moment the Flaming Palace appeared, all the demonic beasts in the entire ancient ruin prostrated themselves on the ground. Their faces were filled with fear. In a forest somewhere, there were 4 silhouettes. Looking at their attire, they were the disciples of the Flaming Mountain. Damn it! This body is not suitable for me. Suddenly, a disciple said in a hoarse voice. Bloody, be content. After we get out, we can find a suitable body, Captain Shazhao said. That's right. The most important thing now is to find Fang Chen and kill him, Captain Dream Demon said in a low voice. It turned out that after the 4 captains escaped from Fang Chen's control, they walked around the ancient ruins in spirit form. Finally, one day, they found a Flaming Mountain disciple who was alone. After some scheming, they obtained the 4 bodies as they wished. Let's go. Let's find Fang Chen, Captain Tianhong said. Just as the 4 captains were talking, the Flame Palace suddenly appeared in the sky. What's going on? The 4 captains felt their bodies trembling. They looked at the sky and saw the Flame Palace. Damn it! Just whose place of death is this? Why does the Flame Palace's appearance make us feel so terrified? Asked the skeleton in shock. This ancient ruins is not simple, Captain Tianhong said. Let's go, Captain Dream Demon said hurriedly. Then, the 4 captains disappeared into the forest. The Flame Palace was covered in flames, floating in the sky in the center of the ancient ruins. Below the Flame Palace, there was a mountain. On top of the mountain, there was a stairway. It seemed like one had to enter the Flame Palace from the stairway. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After an unknown amount of time, someone arrived at the scene. The first to arrive was Captain Windchant. When Windchant realized that he was the first to arrive, his face was full of smiles. Haha, the highest inheritance is mine. Windchant laughed wildly and stepped onto the mountain. Yes, stairway. We can only enter the Flame Palace from the stairway, Windchant said. Then, Feng Yin took a step forward and stood directly on the heaven stairway. Boom! When he stood on the stairway, Windchant felt pressure coming from all directions. What a strong repulsive force, Windchant said in a low voice. Although the pressure was great, it still could not stop him from moving forward. Whoosh, 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 Feng Yin took one step at a time and soon arrived at the central position of the heaven stairway. It was not until half an hour later that Fang Chen was finally unable to move forward. Damn it! Why is the pressure on the stairway so great? Windchant said in a low voice. At this time, the disciples of the Flaming Mountain also arrived. Windchant, you're early, Huahen said coldly when he saw Windchant. After Huahen arrived, he also stepped onto the mountain and walked onto the stairway. The stairway had a total of 99 steps. It did not seem long, but after stepping on the stairway, one knew that it was too difficult to reach the top. After Huahen entered the stairway, Zhuge Yuan and the others also arrived. This stairway must be a test, Zhuge Yuan said in a low voice. Then, Zhuge Yuan looked around and found that Fang Chen was not there. His face changed slightly and he immediately said, "Let's go up first." At this time, Windchant had already set foot on the 50th step, but with his strength, he could no longer move forward. Damn it! Windchant could not help but curse. Under everyone's gaze, Huahen broke out a tyrannical power and went all the way, surpassing Windchant in a short while. How is this possible? Windchant cried out when he saw the scene. Huahen was only slightly stronger than him. How could he surpass him so easily? 50th step, 60th step, 70th step. When Hua Hen reached the 75th step, he finally stopped because he could no longer move forward. The pressure is so great, Hua Hen said in a low voice. His eyes were full of passion as he looked at the flame palace at the top of the stairway. The inheritance is mine. No one can snatch it from me. Then Hua Hen directly sat cross-legged on the 75th step and began to cultivate. Seeing this scene, Win Chant also seized the time to cultivate. Zhuge Yuan and the others also stepped on the stairway one after another. Zhuge Yuan's strength was more tyrannical than the others. When he reached the 48th step, he could no longer move forward. Xiao Haobua and the other two basically did not reach the 40th step and could not move forward. Just when everyone was trying to reach the top of the stairway, Feng Chen arrived. Everyone was working hard, and they did not notice Feng Chen's arrival at all. Standing at the foot of the mountain, Feng Chen looked at the stairway at the top of the mountain and raised his eyebrows slightly. What is this stairway testing? Feng Chen knew that this stairway must be a test. In order to enter the Flame Palace, one must pass the test, but he did not know what the test was.